Synopsis. A young boy's peaceful life shatters when his family is attacked by demons, leaving his sister cursed. Determined to save her and avenge his loved ones, he joins the demon slayers, mastering ancient techniques to fight evil. Alongside loyal friends, he faces terrifying foes, uncovering secrets of his lineage and the power within. Chapter 1, Reader's Note. This work, Demon Slayer, Alternate Fate, is a fan-made rewrite and reimagining of the original Demon Slayer. Kaimsu no Yaiba series. I would like to express my deepest respect and admiration for the original creator, Koyoharu Gatouge, whose storytelling, characters, and world-building have inspired millions around the world, myself included. Chapter 2, Prologue, The Scent of Snow and Blood. The morning sun rose behind the forest, blanketing the snow-covered mountain in a thin layer of golden light. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the faint crunch of footsteps climbing down a narrow, icy trail. Tanjiro Kamado, barefoot despite the chill, balanced a basket of charcoal over his shoulder, his crimson-checkered haori fluttering lightly in the breeze. Life in the mountains was quiet, humble, difficult but full of love. At home, his family waited. A kind mother, 5 younger siblings, laughter around the fire, the scent of miso soup in the air. Tanjiro, the eldest, bore their burden with warmth. He helped villagers with errands, his keen sense of smell uncanny. He could read emotions, danger, even lies in the air. Everyone trusted him. But trust is fragile, and peace is fleeting. That day, when he descended into the town to sell charcoal, a faint dread lingered behind his polite smile. Snow had fallen too quickly. The wind howled like a warning. The old man Saburo stopped him from climbing back home before nightfall. Demons roam the mountains when the sun sets, the old man muttered. Stay the night here. Don't test fate. Tanjiro hesitated, but Saburo's eyes were firm. He stayed. That decision saved his life. By dawn, Tanjiro was running, legs burning, heart pounding, blood in the snow. The scent hit him first, coppery raw cold. His house stood silent. Inside, it was a massacre. His mother, his siblings, slashed, torn, lifeless, strewn like broken dolls. The walls were painted with crimson despair. The only breath came from Nezuko, his sister, barely alive still. Warm. He cradled her against his chest and stumbled into the woods, hoping, pleading for help. But Nezuko stirred. Her breathing changed. A low growl escaped her lips. Tanjiro froze as her fingers dug into the snow, her body convulsing, her face twisting. Her eyes turned blood red, fangs sprouted from her mouth. She lunged. A demon. He couldn't accept it, wouldn't. Even as she pinned him down, eyes wild, Tanjiro begged her. It's me, I'm your brother. And for a moment, she hesitated. Her tears mingled with blood. Something inside her was still. Nezuko. That fragile moment shattered as a stranger appeared. A sword gleamed in the morning light. Jiu Tomioka, a demon slayer. He moved like the wind, calm, deadly. He raised his blade. Tanjiro shielded his sister. Please, don't kill her. Jiu's eyes were stone, but beneath the surface, something stirred. This boy, he didn't cower, he thought, he acted, he protected. Why didn't you just throw your sister away and run? Jiu asked coldly. Because she's all I have left. Nezuko, against instinct, stood between the slayer and her brother. She growled not at Tanjiro but for him, against the slayer. That one act, inhuman from a demon, shattered centuries of belief. Jiu lowered his blade. You two are different, he said, and then he gave Tanjiro a name. Sakonji Yurikodaki. Seek him out, cling to life, fight, become strong. And so began the long, merciless path toward vengeance and salvation. Chapter 3, Chapter 1, A Bond Stronger Than Blood. The forest stood silent under the heavy weight of winter, branches sagging with snow as 2 figures pressed onward. Tanjiro's breaths came out in puffs of steam, his arms tightly wrapped around Nezuko, his sister, his last family. Her body rested in a woven basket strapped to his back, hidden from the pale morning sun beneath thick layers of cloth. The events of the previous day clung to him like frostbite, cold, numbing, inescapable. She was no longer human, but she wasn't a monster either. Before departing, Jiu Tomioka, the strange man with the blue-patterned haori and unreadable eyes, had left behind words etched with steel. Your sister is a demon, but she protected you. That's not normal. Tanjiro clung to that hope like a lifeline. She cannot be exposed to sunlight, Jiu warned. Ever, the sun will burn her to ash, and to avoid provoking others, muzzle her. If you lose control of her, even once, I will be the one to end her. His hands had been steady when he said it, unemotional, but not cruel. And so, Nezuko now bore a bamboo muzzle, securely tied across her mouth, silent proof of her inner war. Tanjiro's journey began with quiet desperation. Climbing steep trails, searching for an unfamiliar name, Sakonji Urikodaki, a man who might teach him how to fight, how to protect what remained. His only clue was that Urikodaki lived at the foot of Mount Sajiri. Night fell fast. He found a temple and blood. The stench struck him like a storm. Inside, bodies lay sprawled, lifeless and still warm. A grotesque figure crouched over them, its eyes glowing yellow, claws dripping red. Another demon. Tanjiro's fear returned, but he had no choice. He attacked with a hatchet, using his surroundings as weapons. The demon was strong, inhumanly fast, almost laughing as it fought. But Tanjiro was resourceful. He used his momentum to pin it, the blade lodged deep into its body. Then Nezuko appeared. The demon lunged for her, but she grew in size, feral in form, and with a swift kick, sent its head flying across the floor. For a moment, it seemed dead. But the body kept moving. Headless and still dangerous. Tanjiro froze. He gripped his blade and placed a foot on the demon's chest. He raised the axe, his heart pounded. This was the moment to kill, to finish it. But he hesitated. His fingers trembled. The demon cried out, not in pain, but in mockery. From the trees above, a red mask watched. The figure descended, masked, robed in mountain colors, silent as mist. In a breath, he bound the demon and stood beside Tanjiro, unmoving. So you're the boy Jiu spoke of, he said at last, his voice muffled and calm. You hesitate. That hesitation will cost lives. Tanjiro could only stare. The masked man lifted the demon and vanished into the night with the speed of a ghost. By dawn, Tanjiro stood at the base of Mount Sajiri, Nezuko asleep inside her basket. The climb ahead was steep and covered in mist. The mountain would not welcome him. But neither would the world below. He took his first step upward, into the fog, carrying hope on his back and guilt in his chest. Chapter 4, Chapter 2, Trials of Stone and Spirit. The fog on Mount Sajiri was thick as a shroud, curling around Tanjiro's limbs with the chill of something ancient. Each step was a fight against exhaustion and terrain, steep slopes, jagged stones, fallen snow. Wind howled like spirits, whispering questions he dared not answer. Will you break? Will you fall? Nezuko lay hidden in the basket, the weight on his back a reminder of everything he still had, and everything he'd lost. But he did not stop. The mountain did not pity him. Hours passed before the trees thinned and the faint outline of a house emerged through the mist. The masked man, Sakonji Urikodaki, waited before it. Still, silent. You've made it, Urikodaki said, but not with warmth. That's step one. Tanjiro collapsed to his knees, breathing heavy but steady. The training began at dawn. At first it was simple, chopping wood, drawing water, learning basic forms. Uricodaki's movements were precise and deliberate, the calligraphy of a warrior's life. But Tanjiro had no foundation, no strength, no footwork, no timing. Urikodaki offered no comfort, only correction. He drilled into Tanjiro's body with relentless intensity, stances, swings, breathing. Proper breathing fills your lungs, controls your blood. You will breathe as if your life depends on it, because it does. Tanjiro obeyed, endured, even when he couldn't lift his arms. As weeks passed, the training evolved. Traps were set along mountain paths, knives flying from trees, tripwires waiting to snap bones, hidden pitfalls ready to swallow the careless. React, trust your nose. Sense the enemy, Urikodaki said. Survival begins with awareness. Each descent down the mountain became a death march. But Tanjiro returned every time, scratched, bloodied, breathing harder, but smarter. Nezuko, meanwhile, slept. Days turned to weeks, then months. Her slumber was deep and dreamless, almost unnatural. Yet her body remained warm, peaceful, as if protected by something unseen. One morning, Yurikodaki stood before him with a final declaration. "You've come far, but whether you live or die depends on this." He led Tanjiro through the mist, higher into the mountain. There a great boulder sat alone, taller than a man, rough with age and moss. "Slice this boulder in two," Yurikodaki said. Tanjiro blinked, "With a sword?" "No, with everything I've taught you." And with that he left him. Winter melted into spring. Tanjiro trained from dawn till night, blades slicing air again and again. He cut at trees, rocks, the very wind itself, but the boulder stood unchanged, immovable, merciless. He began to waver. Doubt crept in quiet and cold. Then came the two ghosts. One morning, as the mist rolled low, a boy in a fox mask appeared before him, his voice sharp, movements quicker than anything Tanjiro had seen. "I am Sabito," he said. "Come at me with your sword." Sabito was ruthless. His blade struck like thunder, his feet silent as snow. Tanjiro fell again and again. Beside him stood a girl, quiet, composed, her mask white and delicate. "I am Makomo," she said softly. "I'll teach you the forms, the meaning of each breath." With gentle precision, she corrected his stance, his grip, his rhythm. Sabito tested his strength. Makomo molded his soul. Days passed, or perhaps months. The mountain no longer measured time, it only tested spirit. Tanjiro improved. He moved faster, he struck with purpose, he breathed like a warrior. Then at last he stood before Sabito again, swords drawn. The final duel. The air cracked with the sound of clashing blades. Sabito's mask split with Tanjiro's final swing, clean, decisive. The boy smiled. "Well done," he whispered. Then, like mist in sunlight, he vanished. Tanjiro blinked, and before him the great boulder stood split in two, a perfect line down the middle. He had done it. The ghosts had left him. But their lessons, like scars and breath, remained forever. Chapter 5, Chapter 3, The Wisteria Trial. The morning air was crisp as Tanjiro tied the last knot on the box that would carry Nezuko. The light of dawn cut through the mist on Mount Sajiri, golden and clear. Yurikodaki stood a few steps away, his arms crossed beneath his crimson Tengu mask. Tanjiro bowed deeply. "I'm ready to go," he said, "and there's something I want to say." Yurikodaki tilted his head slightly. "While I was training, I met two people, Sabito and Makomo. They taught me things you didn't, helped me become stronger. I owe them so much." The old man did not move, but behind the mask his breath caught. Sabito Makomo. Both names struck him like falling stones, long buried, never forgot. So it's true, Yurikodaki thought, staring at the boy. The dead do speak. The bond of spirits transcends death. Sabito, you haven't left, you were still watching him. He said nothing of this aloud. Some truths were meant to remain in the silence of the heart. Instead, he handed Tanjiro a mask of his own. A protective warding mask, carved with red patterns, a charm against evil. "Wear this," he said, "and remember, once you leave this mountain, you must rely on your own will." Tanjiro nodded, then turned, carrying the weight of Nezuko, the weight of hope, and the silence of spirits into the distance. Final selection was held at the foot of a shadowed mountain, beneath the blooming canopy of wisteria trees that never shed their flowers. Other boys and girls gathered there, expressions hard, eyes hollow, some whispered prayers, some stood in silence. Before them stood two pale twins dressed in ceremonial robes, small, identical, and expressionless. "Survive for 7 days on this mountain," they said in unison. "That is the condition for passing. No swords, no assistance, only instincts and training. And demons. So many demons." Tanjiro stepped through the torii gate into a nightmare. Within hours, he encountered his first enemy, a horned demon with razor teeth. Its claws lashed out, but Tanjiro remembered every step Sabito had beaten into him. His blade moved in harmony with his breath. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Steel met flesh, the demon collapsed in a spray of blood. The hunt had begun. Night was a cruel teacher. Tanjiro fought again and again, each demon more monstrous than the last. The wisteria trees held them inside, but there was no safety, only survival. But the mountain held something worse. It moved in the dark like thunder. Its arms were swollen like boulders, skin bulging with boils, nails like spears, the hand demon. Tanjiro smelled him before he saw him, a stench of rot, blood, and hatred. "So you're another one of Urikodaki's brats," the demon hissed. "I've eaten every one of his little pets, 13 of them, including a boy with a fox mask, Sabito." The name hit like a blade to the heart. Rage flared inside Tanjiro, but he focused it, sharpened it. The demon lunged. Tanjiro moved. They clashed in a blur of claws and steel. Every strike tested his soul. The hand demon was fast, faster than anything he had fought, but Tanjiro's feet moved with memory, his blade singing the song of water. The demon boasted, taunted, spoke of how Sabito died in one slash, how Makomo's bones cracked beneath his fists. Tanjiro's grip tightened. He launched forward. Water-breathing, fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. The blade slipped through the demon's neck, clean, merciful. The head rolled, the body fell. But Tanjiro didn't celebrate, he only whispered, "Rest now." The demon wept as he faded, not in pain but in remembrance. He remembered his brother's hand, his mother's warmth. Even monsters were once human. Days passed. Tanjiro survived each night, each encounter. When the 7th day dawned, he stepped from the forest, bruised, exhausted, but alive. Only 4 candidates remained from dozens. The twins waited silently. "You have passed final selection," they said. Each survivor was given a uniform, a Kasugai crow, and the option to choose the ore for their personal sword. Tanjiro chose instinctively, his nose guiding him once more. The crow cawed loudly on his shoulder. "Tanjiro Kamidio, return to your master." He bowed, took his sword ore, and turned toward Mount Sajiri. Toward home. Toward Nezuko. Chapter 6, Chapter 4, The Vow. The sky wept lightly over Mount Sajiri as Tanjiro returned, footsteps slow, heart full. His uniform clung to his body, torn and blood-stained, but his eyes were clear with purpose. Urikodaki was waiting beneath the trees. Tanjiro stepped forward, and without words the old man embraced him. For a moment, silence reigned, no breathing techniques, no battles, no masks. Only the warmth of a bond that had been forged in pain, discipline, and silent understanding. "You've done well, Tanjiro," Urikodaki finally said, voice thick with emotion. Then, from the doorway of the house, a soft shuffling. "Nezuko." She was awake. She rubbed her eyes as if awakening from a long dream, her face innocent, untainted by the blood-soaked days her brother had endured. Tanjiro dropped to his knees and clutched her tightly, trembling. She responded with a gentle pat on his back, as if to say, "You came back. You kept your promise." Urikodaki watched from a distance. So the bond still holds, she remains gentle. But his eyes fell to the sun above, bright, merciless. "Keep her away from sunlight. Always," Jiyu's voice echoed in his memory. "And that muzzle, she must never remove it, she must never taste blood." Urikodaki reinforced the bamboo muzzle around Nezuko's mouth again. "It will keep others safe, and keep her soul anchored," he murmured. The choice was made. The siblings would walk the path of hunters and hunted. Within days, the Nikaran sword was delivered. The swordsmith, a man named Hagenzuka, wore a fearsome smile behind a bright polka-dotted mask. He was eccentric, loud, but skilled. "Black blade," he gasped when Tanjiro drew his sword. "Very rare, very mysterious." Tanjiro tilted the blade, seeing no crimson or gold, only deep, inky black that drank in the light. "Those with black blades seldom live long," Hagenzuka muttered, almost too quietly. But Tanjiro gripped the hilt firmly. "This blade is mine. It chose me as I chose this path." "No fear. Only resolve." Just days later, Tanjiro's crow burst into the sky, cawing the message that would change his journey forever. First mission, Northwest Town." Tanjiro wrapped Nezuko in a cloth and strapped the box tightly to his back. Urikodaki watched him at the gate. "Never show mercy to demons, Tanjiro," he said. No matter their form, no matter their words, but don't lose your kindness. Tanjiro bowed deeply. I won't. The crow flew ahead. And Tanjiro followed into the dark. Chapter 7, Chapter 5, Blood in the Night. The town was steeped in sorrow. Tanjiro arrived as the sun dipped beyond the horizon, shadows crawling through narrow alleyways. The air was thick with fear, the scent of blood hanging like fog over the rooftops. Doors were shut, windows sealed. No one walked at night anymore. He spoke to a man whose face was lined with worry and sleeplessness. My daughter, she vanished at night, like the others. No sound, no struggle, just gone. Tanjiro knelt beside a fragment of cloth, his nose twitching. There, beneath the earthy aroma of soil and dust, was a stench foul and vile, demonic. He scanned the area, then followed his senses to a side alley where something slithered beneath the earth. From the stone cracks, it emerged. A hand, then another, and a face that split open unnaturally, followed by a second, then a third, a demon with multiple bodies. Tanjiro drew his blade. The demon hissed, "You reek of grief, I hate that smell." Then it vanished. In an instant, one of its forms lunged from behind. Water-breathing, second form, water wheel. Tanjiro spun, his blade cleaving through the air in a perfect arc. Blood sprayed, but the demon retreated, giggling from 3 mouths at once. It split into separate bodies, each moving in sync, striking from different angles. Tanjiro dodged, pivoted, blocked, but his movements were strained. Too slow, the box on his back weighed him down, but he refused to set it aside. Inside was Nezuko. As if hearing her brother's heartbeat quicken, the box suddenly shifted. Then burst open. She leapt out. Eyes narrowed. Fangs gleaming. Nezuko joined the fight. With unnatural strength, she kicked one demon hard, sending it crashing through a wall. She growled, a low, warning sound, protective, territorial. Tanjiro realized, she's not afraid, she's fighting alongside me. Together they moved like a storm, steel and fury, fangs and forms. Tanjiro focused on the original body, the one that bore the demon's true core. He traced the scent through the clones, and then water-breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. He spun, dragging them into the force of his technique, his sword slicing in circular motion. Flesh was torn, screams echoed. The true demon shrieked as Tanjiro's blade found its neck. Silence. The bodies dissolved. The night was quiet again. Tanjiro held Nezuko close as she lay unconscious in the box. She had used too much energy. He turned to the frightened girl they had rescued, the latest would-be victim. You're safe now, he said softly. It's over. But in his heart, he knew the war was just beginning. He looked to the moon and walked on. Chapter 8, Chapter 6, The Tamyo House. The streets of Asakusa blazed with life. Lights shimmered on paper lanterns, laughter spilled from food stalls, and the crowds moved in waves. But Tanjiro's stride halted. A scent struck him like lightning, the same scent that haunted his every breath since that day on the mountain. Blood metal, coldness wrapped in silk. Him. Tanjiro turned, eyes wide. And there, in the sea of humans, walked a man in a western suit, neatly combed hair, crimson eyes, a gentle smile on his lips as he held the hand of a little girl. Mugen Kibutsuji. Tanjiro trembled, his breath caught, his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. But Mugen turned his head slightly and smiled. Then, as casually as brushing dust off his sleeve, he slashed the neck of a passerby. The man convulsed, eyes white, body mutating violently. Tanjiro leapt to subdue him, but it was too late. The man had turned into a demon and began attacking. Screams filled the street. In the chaos, Mugen disappeared into the crowd, like a shadow swallowed by deeper night. Tanjiro subdued the transformed demon without killing him. A woman in a lavender kimono appeared beside him. Calm, serene. Tamyo. She had eyes that held centuries. Graceful and precise in her movements, she applied a strange sedative to the demon, easing its frenzy. Beside her stood a demon boy with yellow irises and claws, Yushiro, brash and overprotective. Tamyo invited Tanjiro and Nezuko to a hidden house behind an illusion spell, a sanctuary within the city. There, they spoke beneath moonlight. Tamyo revealed the truth. She was a demon, one who rejected Musen's control. She had altered her own body to survive on only a small amount of blood. She lived gently, carefully, without killing. Tanjiro was stunned. Can a demon truly live without harming people? Tamyo nodded. It is difficult, but possible, I have hope, and with Nezuko's help, perhaps even a cure. She wished to study Nezuko's blood, along with the blood of powerful demons close to Musen, to create a path toward salvation. Tanjiro bowed deeply. If it helps Nezuko, if it helps anyone, I'll do it. But peace was fleeting. Suddenly, the air tensed. Yushiro's eyes narrowed. They're coming. Two demons crashed through the barrier with wild hunger. One hurled balls with supernatural precision and power. The other controlled arrows with invisible force. The 12 Kazuki were watching. Musen had sent assassins. Tanjiro unsheathed his blade. And the House of Healing turned into a battlefield. Chapter 9, Chapter 7, Onslaught. The air inside Tamyo's hidden sanctuary thickened with tension, shadows flickering like restless spirits. The two demon assassins, Suzumaru, the wild-haired girl with terrifying strength, and Yahaba, the bow-wielding marksman with cold precision, stood ready to annihilate. Tanjiro's breath steadied as his eyes locked on Suzumaru's spinning temeri balls, glowing with lethal energy. The first ball tore through the air, a blur of deadly force aimed directly at him. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Tanjiro twirled, the blade slicing through the ball before it could strike. But Suzumaru was relentless, her temeri raining down faster and more furious. Tanjiro's every move became a dance with death, dodging, parrying, pushing himself beyond limits. Meanwhile, Yahaba's arrows sliced through the space around him, invisible threads tugging and directing Tanjiro's movements, forcing him off balance. Stop fighting and surrender, Yahaba sneered. You're only making it worse for your demon sister. But Tanjiro's spirit burned hotter than ever. I will protect her, no matter the cost. Nezuko, still confined in her box, stirred. Her eyes glowed faintly crimson beneath the bamboo muzzle, sensing her brother's struggle. Suddenly, Tanjiro lunged forward with a water-breathing form, aiming to end the fight swiftly. But Suzumaru caught his sword with a terrifying grin. The clash echoed through the wooden hall. As the battle intensified, Tamyo and Yushiro worked frantically, mixing potions and casting protective charms to shield the house. Yet, the sanctuary was no match for the savage power of the 12 Kazuki's minions. Suzumaru's temeri smashed a wooden beam, sending splinters flying. Yahaba fired an arrow that pinned Tanjiro's sleeve to the wall. With a surge of determination, Tanjiro summoned every ounce of skill and grit. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. His blade surged like a crashing wave, shattering Suzumaru's temeri and forcing her back. Yahaba's arrows twanged wildly as Tanjiro closed the distance. With a final powerful strike, Tanjiro severed Yahaba's arm. The assassins retreated, snarling. Breathing heavily, Tanjiro turned to Tamyo. Thank you, he said quietly. Your knowledge, your kindness, it gives me hope. Tamyo smiled sadly. Hope is a flame we must protect in the darkness. As the dust settled, Tanjiro knew one truth above all: his fight was far from over. But with allies like Tamyo and Nezuko's unyielding spirit, he would press on. Chapter 10, Chapter 8, Thunderclap and Courage. The path ahead wound through dark forests and distant mountains, where rumors of demon attacks had begun to spread again. Tanjiro received his next assignment, a mountain where young girls were disappearing without trace. As he traveled, a companion was assigned to him. A boy with yellow hair and jittery nerves. Zenitsu Agatsuma. From the moment they met, Zenitsu clung to Tanjiro's Haori like a terrified child, begging for reassurance, mumbling about dying any day now. His voice trembled even in daylight. And yet, Tanjiro sensed something beneath all that fear. A flicker of strength buried deep. They reached a house near the mountain's edge. It was massive, old, and drenched in an eerie stillness. Inside, a demon's presence lingered thick in the air. But something else caught Tanjiro's ear, a distant drumming sound, deep and constant, as if the house itself had a heartbeat. That's when they met him. Asakusa. Half-naked, muscular, and with a boar's head mask hiding his face. He burst through a paper wall, dual Nichiren blades drawn, his wild eyes burning with excitement. Without hesitation, he attacked, mistaking everyone for enemies. Tanjiro deflected him, stunned by his aggressive unpredictability. Zenitsu screamed and ducked behind furniture, but soon the house began to shift, literally. The walls rotated, rooms vanished. The entire layout changed with each beat of the invisible drum. A demon with a Tsuzumi drum embedded in his body roamed the mansion, Kyogai, a former member of the 12 Kazuki. Each beat of his drums twisted reality itself, moving walls and hurling enemies with force. The group was separated. Tanjiro ended up alone with a young boy named Shoichi, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was left to protect Shoichi's sister from another demon that lurked in the house. That's when it happened. As the demon lunged for the girl, Zenitsu's body froze in fear, but then relaxed. His breathing slowed. His stance shifted. And in a single instant. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A flash of lightning. A clean, perfect cut. Zenitsu returned to his trembling state, unaware of his own brilliance. Shoichi stared in awe. You protected us. Zenitsu blinked in confusion, tears already forming. Did I do something right? Elsewhere, Tanjiro navigated the rotating maze, searching for the drum demon and preparing for the battle to come. His mission wasn't just about slaying demons anymore, it was about protecting hope, no matter how small. And about finding the courage within. Chapter 11, Chapter 9, Beat of the Fallen Drum. Tanjiro stood firm in the heart of the mansion, face to face with the demon whose every movement twisted the space around them. The Tsuzumi embedded in Kyogai's body pulsed like a war drum, rotating the rooms with maddening rhythm, left, right, ceiling to floor. Walls changed, gravity shifted, but Tanjiro remained steady, eyes narrowed. Kyogai glared, frustration etched into every line of his face. You mock my art, my blood demon technique, my drum creates beauty in battle. Tanjiro didn't answer. His gaze wasn't filled with hatred, it was focused, precise. Even in the heat of battle, he noticed the demon's pain, his worn claws, the desperate hunger for validation. This was not just a monster, it was a fallen soul clinging to fading pride. But Tanjiro's compassion didn't soften his resolve. He observed the rhythm, the pattern. One Tsuzumi on the left shoulder, room rotation. Another on the stomach, claw strike. He dodged, rolled, and deflected in seamless motion. The pain in his legs, still injured from previous battles, flared, but he gritted his teeth, no room for weakness. He was fighting not just for himself, but for the terrified boy hiding behind him. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. He dashed through the narrow corridor of spinning walls, his blade slicing clean across Kyogai's chest. The demon staggered. But he beat the drums again, walls twisted violently, and a claw ripped through Tanjiro's shoulder. Blood sprayed, he winced, dropping to one knee. You must keep moving, watch the rhythm, time it. Tanjiro's eyes burned with clarity. He steadied his breathing. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The sword spun like a watery spiral, growing faster with each cycle. Tanjiro sprinted low, closing the distance between each beat. Kyogai screamed and beat every drum at once, but the room was no longer chaotic. It was a melody, and Tanjiro was dancing through it. With a final strike, his blade swept clean through Kyogai's neck. Silence. No more drums, no more shifting walls, just the still air of a fallen stage. Kyogai's head fell, but his tears came first. I was worthy, I played something beautiful. Tanjiro bowed his head in respect, heart heavy. Your blood demon art had form, but your path led to cruelty. That's where you fell. He gathered the blood sample for Tamyo and carried the frightened child back toward the others. Outside, the house trembled. Zenitsu, holding the battered Nezuko box close, stood between it and Inosuke's blade, protecting her with all his fear, all his heart. Tanjiro returned in time to stop Inosuke's assault. Breaths heavy, swords lowered, tension slowly uncoiled. In the morning sun, the mansion behind them collapsed into stillness. 3 boys stood on scorched earth, one calm, one panicked, one wild. None truly friends yet. But something had started. Chapter 12, Chapter 10, Mount Natagumo. A new mission summoned them deep into the heart of Mount Natagumo, a place drowned in an eerie silence, shrouded in thick mist. Even the birds refused to sing. It was unnatural, oppressively so. The moment Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke stepped onto the mountain path, an oppressive aura pressed down upon them like a suffocating weight. Crows had warned of missing demon slayers. A team had been sent before, none had returned. As they ventured in, they found tattered remains of demon slayer uniforms, still fresh, some stained with blood. But the warriors wearing them were still moving, puppets, bound and twisted by invisible threads, dancing with lifeless eyes. Tanjiro sensed it. The scent of fear, of pain, of control. From the treetops, the enemy watched. The spider demon mother, her fingers danced above a webbed thread, controlling her victims like marionettes. She spoke no words, only smiled faintly, her eyes void of emotion. Tanjiro's heart ached. "They're alive, they're still alive," he muttered, dodging slashes and broken attacks from the puppet corpses. He moved swiftly, knocking them unconscious rather than killing them. His mercy enraged Inosuke, who wanted to tear through with brute strength, but Tanjiro remained calm, directing his movements like a flowing river. And when the puppets could no longer be used, the demon broke their necks. Just like that, discarded them. Tanjiro's fury surged. They found her in the forest clearing, alone, weaving her threads of death. Inosuke charged, but it was Tanjiro who closed the distance. Water-breathing, 5th form, blessed rain after the drought. A merciful strike. A death without pain. As her head rolled to the ground, the demon looked up to the sky and smiled. "So gentle, thank you." Her final thoughts drifted to Rui, the boy who called himself son. But the mountain wasn't safe yet. The true terror revealed itself deeper in the forest. Zenitsu had gone off on his own, chasing the sound of Nezuko's box. Instead, he found a nightmare. A pale, childlike demon with spider features and a grotesque web of poison and thread. Zenitsu fought alone, his fear crippling him, venom already coursing through his veins. But when he was unconscious, his body moved. Calm, precise. Thunder-breathing, 1st form, thunderclap and flash, 6-fold. A flurry of lightning-fast strikes illuminated the night as Zenitsu's sleeping strength unleashed pure devastation. But he collapsed, the poison burning in his blood. Tanjiro and Inosuke, meanwhile, continued deeper. They encountered a towering demon, a father with monstrous strength and a body hardened like armor. Inosuke, for all his feral strength, was overwhelmed. His swords broke. He was flung like a ragdoll. Tanjiro, bruised and breathing hard, took over. He leapt, twisting in the air, sensing the rhythm of the creature's movements. One wrong move would cost his life. A final strike, clean, decisive, severed the beast's head. The mountain went still, until a new scent chilled Tanjiro's blood. The scent of pure malice. He turned, just in time to see a pale boy in a white kimono descending the web like a god. "Rui, are you here to steal my family?" Tanjiro froze. Rui's eyes like glass stared into him, void of empathy, heavy with authority. This was no ordinary demon. The number engraved in Rui's eye gleamed faintly. Lower 5 of the 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro instinctively stepped back, Nezuko's box pressed to his chest. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 13, Chapter 11, Hinokami Kagura Dance. The webs cut the air like blades, each thread imbued with Rui's blood, sharpened into deadly strings. Tanjiro ducked and wove through the chaos, but his blade was too slow, his arms too wounded, and Rui's power beyond anything he'd faced. Nezuko had leapt into battle beside him, protecting her brother with her body, even as her limbs were sliced and bound. Rui didn't flinch. His cold, pale eyes showed no remorse. "She's strong," Rui said, "but I need more than strength. I want a real bond. One like yours, Tanjiro Kamado, that's why I'll take her from you." The threads tightened, Nezuko cried out. Tanjiro screamed, "She's not yours." He lunged, blade high, but Rui's web snapped forward, and in a flash it shattered Tanjiro's sword. The boy was sent tumbling, blood in his mouth, vision blurred. He rolled across the forest floor, lungs gasping for air. This is it, I can't win. The world slowed. And in that breath between death and life, a presence touched his mind, a voice, quiet as morning wind, yet ancient as time itself. Do not forget the rhythm of your breath. Tanjiro stood, confused. The battlefield faded into haze. Before him, emerging from the mist, was a tall man clad in red robes and a tattered cloak, his eyes soft but unreadable. A flute hung from his side. He looked at Tanjiro with a calm that steadied the boy's heart. The sun was the first flame, that which demons fear most. Within you lies its echo, pass through blood, through memory, awaken it. Tanjiro stared. Who are you? The man's answer was silence, but his form lingered in Tanjiro's heart. And then, from the depths of memory, his father's voice surfaced. A dance under the snow. Movements delicate, deliberate. The Hinokami Kagura, the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro's breathing slowed. Changed. Shifted. He stood, clutching the hilt of his broken blade. The mountain wind circled him like fire. Nezuko, hold on. He dashed toward Rui, flames igniting in his steps. Hinokami Kagura, dance. A spiral of flame erupted around his blade, faster, fiercer than water. The webbing burned, sliced clean. Rui's eyes widened, his body retreating, but Tanjiro pressed forward. Slash after slash. Each move echoed his father's dance beneath the stars. But Rui was faster, his threads deadlier. As a final web descended to take Tanjiro's head, Nezuko's blood flared. Her veins glowed. Blood demon art, exploding blood. Flames burst across the battlefield, burning through Rui's threads. In the crimson glow, Tanjiro and Nezuko moved as one, siblings united in fire and fury. He brought his blade down. Hinokami Kagura, clear blue sky. The slash cut through Rui's neck. Silence fell. The threads vanished. And in the fading light, Tanjiro fell to his knees, chest heaving, Nezuko collapsing beside him. But Rui's body did not dissolve. A shadow stepped forth. Rui, unharmed, picked up his severed head. You thought that would kill me. Tanjiro's breath caught in his throat. The real battle wasn't over. But in his heart, a name whispered again. Yoriichi. The first swordsman. The spirit who watched from beyond time. And Tanjiro's flame had just begun to burn. Chapter 14, Chapter 12, Flame and Mercy. The web trembled again. Tanjiro's chest burned. Rui stood unharmed, pale and unfeeling, blood threads winding back around his arms. The head Tanjiro thought he'd severed. It had been a ruse. Rui had sliced his own neck with his threads before Tanjiro could reach him, detaching it on his terms to survive the blow. Tanjiro's strength was gone, his blade broken. Nezuko was unconscious. And Rui's voice, cold, calm, cut deeper than steel. You too are unworthy of a true bond. He raised his arm, the threads glistened with his blood. From the sky above, a flash. Like a whisper across the clouds, something fell. A silver arc. Rui turned, just in time for the sword to descend. Water-breathing, 11th form, dead calm. The threads were sliced from existence before they could twitch. Rui stumbled back, eyes wide. Jiu Tomioka had arrived. He moved like the reflection of a moon on still water, no movement wasted, no breath hurried. Rui attacked, threads like a hurricane, but Jiu's sword met each one with effortless serenity. You're strong, Rui muttered. Jiu didn't respond. He stepped forward. In a blink, Rui's body split. The threads fell. And so did Rui. No words, no last gasp. The mountain began to quiet. Elsewhere, Zenitsu lay curled in a cocoon of poisoned webbing, his face pale, his breath shallow. The poison had reached deep, but footsteps approached. Shinobu Kacho, the insect Hashira, danced between trees like a butterfly on wind. Her eyes calm, her smile unreadable. She crouched beside Zenitsu, drawing a syringe from her sleeve. It's spreading fast, let's halt that, shall we? She injected him with an antidote laced with her wisteria-crafted concoction. There, sleep, little sparrow, you did well. But deeper in the forest, her real target waited. A demon boy with the face of a spider, one of Rui's false siblings. He cried for mercy as Shinobu approached, her blade already drawn. I want to be friends, he pleaded. I didn't hurt anyone, I just watched. Shinobu's eyes sparkled, but her words were cold. Then let's become friends, but I have a question. She listed victims, methods, and blood spilled. The boy stammered, lied. And in one breath, her slender sword pierced him, her poison seeping through his veins. You see, she whispered, my blade doesn't cut heads, but the venom does the rest. The demon thrashed and screamed, then silence. On another path, Inosuke lay beneath shattered trees, body broken after battling the massive father spider demon. He stared at the sky, mask cracked. Footsteps neared. Jiyu stood over him, silent. Inosuke groaned, you want to fight? You're injured, Jiyu replied, walking past him. Coward. The battle was over, but the mountain held its breath as the sun began to rise. Tanjiro awoke cradling Nezuko, weak but alive. Jiyu stood nearby, blade ready not for demons, but for duty. She's protecting you, he said, but others won't understand. Tanjiro stood, shielding Nezuko. And then Shinobu appeared, her steps soft as petals. A demon who doesn't attack humans? Fascinating. I wonder if I can dissect her. Her smile never wavered as she lunged. Tanjiro leapt, dodging, running with Nezuko in his arms. Jiyu blocked her blade. She's under my protection, he said firmly. Shinobu's eyes narrowed. We'll see what the master says. The butterfly and the water stood frozen, tension crackling. Tanjiro ran, until a cloaked figure appeared in the trees. Kano Tsuyuri, silent and swift, intercepted his path. A flick of her sword struck Tanjiro down. And the siblings fell, unconscious. Beneath the bloodied mountain, where the last threads dissolved in the wind, only silence remained. The demon slayers had won, but judgment now awaited. Chapter 15, Chapter 13, Bound by Blood. Darkness turned to haze as Tanjiro awoke. Pain lanced through his body. His eyes flickered open and the world swam blurry, unfamiliar, sterile, tatami mats. Clean air, the soft hush of sliding doors. Nezuko was beside him, bound in a wooden box, silent. They were in custody. The air felt heavier with each passing second. Footsteps drew near. When the door opened, Tanjiro's breath caught. They stood before him like living monuments. The Hashira. 9 of them, each more intimidating than the last. Their very presence bent the air. Kyojiro Rengoku, the flame Hashira, burned bright even when still. Mitsuri Kenroji, love Hashira, shimmered with beauty and strength. Muakairo Takido's gaze drifted like clouds, vacant, uncaring. Jaiomai Haimjima wept silently, hands folded in prayer. Obanai Aguro stared coldly, his pet snake coiled lazily. Tenjin Yuzui stood flamboyant, draped in jewels. Shinobu Kacho's smile glinted dangerously. And at their center, Seinmi Shinazugawa, the wind Hashira. Eyes like a storm, rage like a hurricane. Before Tanjiro could speak, Seinmi was gone. And then, a loud crack. Wood splintered as Nezuko's box was torn open. Sunlight filtered in from the high windows, casting a glow on her pale form. Seinmi stood above her, blade drawn. She's a demon, he growled. You dare bring her before us. He turned his blade toward her, blood dripping from his own palm. She won't resist, because she's no different from the others. And with a snarl, he stabbed. Once. Twice. Blood splashed across the floor. Nezuko hissed in pain, but did not lunge. She turned away, trembling, eyes soft with sadness, not rage. The Hashira watched in frozen silence. See, Seinmi shouted, you expect us to believe this thing's different, that she won't. Clang. His blade stopped midair. Another sword blocked it, firm and unwavering. Jiyu Tomioka. His arm outstretched, his eyes calm, unflinching. Enough, he said quietly, she is under my protection. Seinmi's gaze flared, you dare. She didn't attack, you're proving nothing. A deep stillness fell over the room. Seinmi gritted his teeth, veins bulging. But Jiyu didn't flinch. 2 Hashira, locked in opposition. The room, once heavy with judgment, now throbbed with tension. Chapter 16, Chapter 14, Silent Blade. The silence didn't last. Seinmi's blade scraped against Jiyu's with a high-pitched shriek as he pressed down, eyes bloodshot with fury. "You're protecting a demon, a monster." "I'm protecting a person," Jiyu replied coldly. And then Seinmi struck. In a flash, the wind Hashira lunged, slashing in a feral arc. His sword howled through the air. Jiyu parried, pivoted, and answered with a sweeping strike of his own, one that forced Seinmi to leap back. The clash exploded across the courtyard. Sparks lit the air, wind surged and water flowed. Tanjiro gasped from the sidelines, too wounded to move. Nezuko stayed hidden in her box, trembling. The other Hashira stood still, but tension thickened the air. Tenjin crossed his arms. "Well, this just got flamboyant." Mitsuri looked distraught. "Why are they fighting each other?" Muakairo blinked blankly. "Doesn't concern me." Shinobu's eyes narrowed. "This is unlike Jiyu, he's serious." Then a third blade joined the fray. Obanai Aguro leapt into the battle with a hiss, his serpent winding around his neck. "You're a disgrace, Tomioka," he said as he lunged. "Siding with demons over slayers." His sword lashed out like a viper. Jiyu sidestepped, eyes never blinking. 2 against 1. Wind and serpent circled. But Jiyu's heart was calm. And in that moment, he felt them. Sabito. Mekomo. Their voices echoed within his soul. "You were never alone, Jiyu. Remember who you are." The weight lifted. The doubt disappeared. And Jiyu unleashed everything. Water-breathing, 9th form, splashing water flow, turbulent. He moved like liquid rage, flowing between Seinmi and Obanai, striking, deflecting, driving them back with relentless precision. They attacked in tandem, but he anticipated every move, his blade dancing like a storm-fed river. Obanai stumbled back, breath short. Seinmi gritted his teeth, drawing blood from his palms as he charged again, but Jiyu met him head-on. Their blades locked. And then a voice cut through the chaos. "Enough." Everyone froze. From behind the doors of the mansion, Kaguya Yubayashiki, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, had arrived. Carried in by attendants, his fragile body wrapped in silks, his face calm and smiling. The 3 combatants lowered their blades. Kaguya's soft voice drifted through the stunned courtyard. "Jiyu, why did you raise your sword against your comrades?" Jiyu sheathed his blade. "Because they sought to kill a girl who has harmed no one. A demon, yes, but one who chose not to devour even when drenched in blood. That is not a monster." Kaguya looked toward Nezuko's box, then at Tanjiro, then back to Jiyu. "A demon who refuses blood," he murmured, "and a Hashira who chooses her over wrath." He closed his eyes, smiled gently. "There is blood in this courtyard," he said, "and yet she stays silent." He turned to the others. "She shall be accepted. The Kamato siblings are under my protection now." Seinmi trembled with fury, but said nothing. Jiyu remained still, his blade sheathed, his eyes serene. From where he lay, Tanjiro's breath caught. His chest swelled, not with pain but pride. Jiyu Tomioka had faced his fellow Hashira for their sake, alone. Tanjiro bowed deeply from the ground, forehead pressing against stone. In his heart, Jiyu was no longer just the man who spared his life. He was the one who stood against the storm. Chapter 17, Chapter 15, A Calm Poison. Sunlight spilled gently over the courtyard as the unrest settled. Jiyu had vanished quietly after the confrontation, like a wave that surged and receded, leaving only whispers in its wake. Tanjiro, though still weak, had been permitted to rest in the butterfly estate under Shinobu Kacho's watchful eye. It was serene here. The scent of herbs hung in the air, and butterflies flitted across the wooden walkways. Tanjiro sat on the porch, bandaged and thoughtful, watching the sky turn amber. A soft voice broke the stillness. "You seem deep in thought, Tanjiro Kamato." He turned. Shinobu Kacho stood beside him, arms folded neatly within her haori, a delicate smile on her lips. "Kacho-san, I was just thinking about Jiyu-san." Shinobu knelt beside him, her gaze drifting toward the garden. "Aren't we all?" she said with a quiet chuckle. Tanjiro blinked, I didn't know he could be that fierce, that emotional. Shinobu rested her chin on one hand, her smile thinning. He's always been like that, just not in front of others. He's a still river, Tanjiro. You won't see the depth unless you fall in. She paused. But what he did back there, she continued, her tone shifting, was reckless, risking everything for a demon. Tanjiro looked down. I know, but if he didn't, Nezuko would have been. Yes, and that's what makes it all so complicated. Shinobu's voice had softened. You should know, many of us believed he would never raise his blade for anything but duty. But there he was defying Sanemi, Obanai, and nearly crushing them. Her fingers tightened slightly. I've never seen Jiyu like that. I've known him since I was a child, and I've never seen that fire in his eyes. Tanjiro stayed quiet. Shinobu's gaze narrowed, but not unkindly. I don't know if he did it for you, or for your sister, or for something he's trying to atone for. She stood slowly, letting the fabric of her haori flutter in the breeze. But I do know this. Whatever he's carrying, it runs deep. You'd best be strong, Tanjiro, or you won't be able to walk beside him. Tanjiro's heart stirred with quiet resolve. I will be, he said softly. Shinobu smiled once more. Good. And then, like a butterfly drifting on wind, she turned and disappeared into the corridors of the estate, leaving Tanjiro alone with the evening sky and a growing flame of admiration in his heart. Chapter 18, Chapter 16, Unbreakable Spirit. Days bled into weeks at the butterfly estate. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, 3 wounded swordsmen, slowly returned from the edge of death. Bruised ribs, cracked skulls, battered bodies, but none of them gave up, especially not when she entered the room. Good morning, time for your stretches, Ai Kanzaki announced cheerfully, holding a bucket in one hand and a bamboo stick in the other. Tanjiro smiled weakly. Let's give it our best, everyone. Inosuke snarled from his futon, wrapped in bandages from neck to toe. Don't you dare go ahead without me. Zenitsu, of course, wailed. Why is this happening to me? I just wanted to hold a girl's hand. What followed were days of relentless rehabilitation training. At first, their bodies resisted. Stretching tore at wounds that hadn't fully closed. Reflex drills pushed them to the brink, but behind each sting was a purpose, to rise stronger, to be worthy of the battlefield again. Tanjiro pushed through the pain, focusing with quiet determination. Inosuke roared through it, declaring he'd become the king of muscle. Zenitsu mostly cried, but even he began to grit his teeth and move. Kano Tsuyuri joined them in training, a silent, graceful shadow who never faltered. Tanjiro noticed how she never spoke and always flipped a coin to decide her actions. He watched her with quiet curiosity, wondering what kind of pain hid behind her smile. As their strength returned, so did their laughter. They sparred, stumbled, laughed, and healed. Elsewhere, far from the light-hearted air of the estate, the Hashira gathered once more in the mansion of Kaguya Yubayashiki. Moonlight seeped through the wooden lattice, silent, serene. The Hashira knelt in a circle before the pale figure of their leader, whose voice floated like wind through reeds. I've gathered you all, Kaguya began gently, to speak of a matter most grave, and yet one with hope buried inside it. The Hashira listened, still and attentive. Tanjiro Kamado, Kaguya continued, has not only demonstrated courage, but he has come face to face with Mugen Kibutsuji himself. The room stirred. Obanai's eyes sharpened, Sanemi's teeth clenched, Mitsuri gasped. Mugen, Tenjin muttered, leaning back. That's not something most people live to talk about. Muakairo's expression didn't change, but his fingers twitched slightly. Mugen approached him under the veil of the city, Kaguya said. He did not attack, he blended with the humans. The Demon King walks freely. Kaguya's fingers trembled slightly as he folded them. This boy, this child, has seen the face of the very evil we've hunted for centuries. That alone makes him a vessel of knowledge. And you still trust him, Sanemi growled. I trust in what I see, Kaguya replied, and I see in him the wind that precedes the dawn. The Hashira said nothing. Let us prepare, Kaguya finished. A storm brews, and the boy with the scar may be the spark that lights the fire. As the Hashira bowed and began to leave, the wind outside whispered through the trees. Back at the butterfly estate, Tanjiro's blade was already swinging through the evening air. Step by step, breath by breath. He was rising. Chapter 19, Chapter 17, Choices. The night air was cool atop the butterfly estate. A pale crescent moon hung low in the sky, its silver light washing gently over the rooftop tiles. Crickets chirped in the silence as Tanjiro sat alone, his eyes tracing the stars. He heard the soft shuffle of sandals before a gentle voice spoke behind him. "You're up late." He turned. Shinobu Kacho stood there, her haori swaying in the breeze, her smile as delicate as always. But tonight it felt more sincere. "I couldn't sleep," Tanjiro admitted, "too much on my mind." Shinobu walked beside him and took a seat, folding her hands on her lap as she looked up at the moon. "The sky always seems bigger when you're carrying something heavy," she said. Tanjiro tilted his head. "Is that how you feel?" Her smile wavered, just for a second. "I carry a great many things, Tanjiro. Hatred, love, memories." She looked out toward the garden. "But what I carry most is the burden of kindness I couldn't give." Tanjiro listened closely, sensing the truth behind her words. "Do you know about Kano Tsuyuri?" she asked gently. He nodded. "She's strong, quiet but graceful." Shinobu's eyes lowered. She wasn't always like that. And then she told him of a child born into cruelty, sold like livestock by her own blood. A girl who was beaten, starved, and silenced by the world before she was even old enough to speak her name. "When we found her," Shinobu said softly, "she didn't cry, not even once. She had no will of her own. Kanny and I gave her a new home, a new life, but the damage had already been done." Tanjiro's chest tightened. He imagined the small girl, eyes dull, spirit caged. "She couldn't decide anything," Shinobu continued. "Not even what to eat, so we gave her a coin. She'd flip it to make decisions. That's how she learned to move forward, by leaving her life to chance." Tanjiro looked down, his hands tightening around his knees. "She's strong now," he said, voice firm, "but she shouldn't have to depend on luck to live." Shinobu smiled gently. "You're a kind boy, Tanjiro. Maybe that's what she needs." The next morning, Kano was in the courtyard, watering flowers. Her expression was blank as always, her motions practiced and flawless. Tanjiro approached quietly, watching her for a moment before calling out. "Kano." She looked up slowly, silently. He stepped forward and reached into his pocket. "I heard you flip this when you need to decide something." He pulled out a similar coin. "That's okay, but I think you should try something else." Kano tilted her head. Tanjiro gave her a warm smile. "Your heart is beautiful. It deserves to make its own choices." He placed the coin in her hand. "Next time, don't flip it. Just listen to your heart." She stared at the coin. And for the first time, her fingers trembled. She didn't speak. But as he turned to walk away, she held the coin tightly to her chest. A petal fell from the sakura tree above them. And in that soft, blooming silence, a choice had been made. Chapter 20, Chapter 18, The Demon King. In the dim, suffocating depths of the Infinity Castle, time twisted and space folded upon itself. The air grew heavy with malice. Cold, eternal shadows clung to the corners of the impossibly large chamber where crimson pillars spiraled infinitely upward. The lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki had been summoned. They knelt in a perfect circle on the polished floor, heads bowed, foreheads nearly touching the ground. Fear clung to their skin like oil. Then came the silence. And then he appeared. Mugen Kibitsuji. Dressed in a flawless black suit and tie, his pale skin almost glowing in the gloom, eyes cold as ancient ice. Tonight, he wore the face of a refined man, calm, controlled, yet brimming with concealed rage. The lower moons did not dare breathe. "Lower 5 is dead," Mugen said at last, voice like a whisper wrapped in a knife. The room trembled. "You are weak." None of them moved. "One child, a mere boy with a sword, killed one of you, and yet you sit here like cowards, trembling behind numbers." Still, no one responded. Even the sound of a heartbeat was absent. Musen's tone sharpened. "Should I erase all of you?" he asked, stepping forward. "Would that cleanse this rotting weakness?" But then, "No, my lord," said Enmu, raising his head slightly, voice trembling. We will not fail again. A second voice followed. We will kill the Hashira, every last one. One by one, the lower moons lifted their heads, not out of defiance, but in desperate, trembling loyalty. Their eyes burned with a mix of terror and hunger. Mugen narrowed his gaze. Very well. With a wave of his hand, black veins erupted from his palm, pure demonic blood. The air pulsed with its overwhelming aura. This is my blood, drink it. Each of them opened their mouths as the blood slithered toward them like a living serpent. Upon contact, their bodies convulsed, bones snapping, muscles screaming, but they did not scream. They accepted the agony. You will not be forgiven if you fail, Mugen hissed. Kill the Hashira, break the core, begin with the weak, then drag the strong into ruin. He turned to Enmu. You will go to the Mugen train, begin there. Enmu bowed, wicked grin spreading across his lips. It will be done, my lord. Mugen then gestured at the others. Lower 3, 6, and 2, head for the Demon Slayer core border, spread chaos, let them bleed. The air grew heavier as 3 figures vanished into the shadows, their blood-laced bodies trembling with newfound strength. But as lower 4 moved swiftly through a blood-soaked forest, en route to his mission, he stopped. A chill wind brushed past him. From the canopy above, a fan twirled gently. Heading somewhere lower 4, a silky, amused voice spoke. Dauma. Upper rank 2 descended like a falling petal, smiling, radiant, and terrifying. His rainbow-colored eyes shimmered like glass soaked in poison. I couldn't help but overhear you had business with the core. Lower 4 took a cautious step back. I was ordered by Lord Mugen. Dauma waved a hand playfully. Oh, don't worry, I'm not here to stop you. Then his smile sharpened. I'm here to take your place. Lower 4's heart stopped. But... SHHH, Dauma said, raising a finger. You're too weak. Besides, it's been so long since I danced with the pillars. The night warped around him, as Dauma vanished into a swirl of mist and lotus petals. The lower moon collapsed to his knees. Even among demons, there were monsters. Chapter 21, Chapter 19, The Letter. The wind howled softly over the mountaintop as cherry blossoms drifted across the sky like scattered fragments of a dream. Tanjiro sat quietly beneath the porch of the butterfly estate, watching the petals fall, his eyes thoughtful, his body still tender from recent rehabilitation training. A soft knock tapped the wooden frame. It was Kano, silent as ever, holding an envelope marked with a familiar insignia, one that made Tanjiro instinctively stand. The Yubayashiki crest. Tanjiro bowed with gratitude as he took the letter and watched her retreat with silent footsteps. He slowly peeled open the seal, the faint scent of incense escaping with the parchment inside. He read aloud in a hushed voice. To Kamado Tanjiro. Your recovery has been noted with satisfaction. The time has come to rise again. A powerful demon has appeared, its presence tied directly to Mugen Kibutsuji. You are to rendezvous with Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, and board the train bound for the Western lands. This Mugen train holds danger buried deep within its steel frame. Enmu, Lower Moon One, has been sighted. The mission: protect the passengers, assist Rengoku, and eliminate all demonic threats. Be cautious. You are not alone in the dark. There are many styles, many swords. And among them, there is facade breathing. Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly at the unfamiliar term. This style is not part of our core. It belongs to one who walks alone in Tokyo, Saharu, the masked swordsman. He obeys no master, yet slays demons with surgical silence. You may not meet him, you may not even hear of him again, but should you ever find yourself lost in a city cloaked by lies, remember, not every slayer fights for the same sun. May your blade remain pure. Kagya Yubayashiki. Tanjiro folded the letter slowly, fingers trembling not with fear, but with resolve. Another warrior, using another style. Facade breathing. The name itself felt elusive, like smoke through fingers. He wondered what it could be. Was it swift, deceptive, beautiful, cruel? He had no answers. Only the train, only the mission. Tanjiro walked out into the afternoon light, his Haori fluttering behind him. Zenitsu and Inosuke were already gathering supplies, their energy restless, unaware of the danger waiting on those tracks. The journey ahead would be filled with iron and flame, blood and screams. But Tanjiro's heart beat with calm purpose. They were heading to the Mugen train. Chapter 22, Chapter 20, Amusean train. The station was alive with smoke and hissing steam, metal shrieking against metal as the iron serpent loomed ahead. Mugen train. Tanjiro stepped onto the platform alongside Zenitsu and Inosuke, the weight of Kaguya's letter pressed against his chest like a second heart. The locomotive stood still for now, yet there was a tension in the air, a stillness that screamed louder than any engine. They boarded cautiously, eyes scanning the quiet corridors lit by flickering lanterns. Inside, seated like a flame that refused to dim, was Kyojuro Rengoku. Delicious, delicious. He beamed with unwavering spirit, a stack of bentos vanishing before their eyes. Tanjiro bowed respectfully. You must be Tanjiro Kamado. I've heard of you. Let's ride this train to victory. Rengoku's voice burned with confidence. They exchanged brief tales of breathing styles, of Nezuko, of Musen. The flame Hashira's kindness was as strong as his sword arm, and when the train whistled its final call, they were off. But they weren't alone. Enmu, Lower Moon One, smiled beneath the train's floor, whispering sweet promises into the dreams of the conductors. His blood-fueled plan had begun. Passengers fell asleep soft, one by one. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and even Rengoku collapsed into dreams not their own. Tanjiro's dream was gentle. His family was alive. Smiles, warmth, laughter. But something was wrong, he knew it wasn't real. Tears welled as he turned from them, staggering through a dream he didn't want to leave. A haunting voice echoed through the void. To protect, you must sever it. His sword flared, he cut his own neck. Reality returned like fire. The train shook violently. Demonic vines writhed from the walls, passengers shrieked. Enmu's body had fused with the train itself, a grotesque parasite of machinery and flesh. Rengoku-san, Tanjiro cried. Rengoku was already mid-strike, slashing car after car to protect passengers. His flames burned through Enmu's cursed flesh. Zenitsu, even in sleep, moved like lightning to guard the women and children. Inosuke, his wild instincts keeping him sharp, tore through the enemy like a beast unleashed. Tanjiro and Inosuke reached the train's head where Enmu's neckbone, his true weak point, throbbed like a living heart. Inosuke, I'll distract it. Save the yelling, let's kill this train worm. Their swords danced in tandem. With a scream and a final slice, Tanjiro drove his blade into the core. Silence. Then, a crash. The wreckage of the train lay twisted in the forest, but the battle was far from over. He arrived. A demon stepped forth from the shadows, not Enmu, far stronger. Akaza, Upper Moon 3. Power surged from his body, like a blood moon rising. Come flame Hashira, let us dance in death. Rengoku stepped forward, unshaken. I refuse to let anyone here die, my flame shall never waver. The clash was beyond words. Fists against flame, martial fury against sword precision. Rengoku fought with every ounce of strength, his body breaking, his spirit unbending. Tanjiro, wounded, could only watch, his throat dry with helpless awe. Set your heart ablaze. Rengoku's voice echoed like a prayer. His body moved even as his vision blurred, his muscles torn, but Akaza was too powerful. A final blow, a pierced gut, yet Rengoku stood. He held Akaza in place as the sun began to rise. Your kind fears the dawn, he whispered, blood staining his lips. Akaza tore himself free and vanished into the forest, fleeing the sunlight like a coward. Tanjiro hurled his sword after him, screaming tears and fury. You ran, you lost to someone stronger than you. Rengoku fell to his knees, smiling. He spoke of his mother, of living with honor, of protecting the weak. Then silence. The flame went out. But not the fire. Not in Tanjiro's heart. Not in Zenitsu's, Inosuke's. Not in anyone who watched him burn so brightly. The flame Hashira had passed, but his legacy had only just begun. Chapter 23, Chapter 21, Ashes of the Past. The forest roared with silence. Not a single crow cawed, not a single breeze stirred. Akaza's body flickered through the trees like a phantom, muscles twitching with rage. Each step he took cracked the earth beneath him. His thoughts were a hurricane. He dared to insult me. That brat, that slayer. He slammed his fist into a tree, reducing it to splinters. Bark and blood flew. The remnants of the sun still crept low behind the mountains, and yet Akaza's fury glowed brighter. He was human, Akaza growled, the memory of Rengoku's unyielding flame clawing at his pride. He should have fallen like all the rest. But even in his wrath, something stirred. A strange stillness overcame him. The trees around him dimmed, faded, melted into soft white. The demon's breathing slowed. His fingers trembled. And then, a voice. Soft, sweet, and unmistakable. Is this what you've become, Hakuji? Akaza's eyes widened. His name, the one no one had spoken since he became a demon, the name that belonged to someone human. There, beneath a pale tree that didn't belong to this world, stood a girl. Her hair was tied the way he remembered. A flower pin gently swayed in the breeze. Her smile, soft, sad, pierced deeper than any blade. Kyoki. His dead lover, her spirit untouched by time. She stepped closer, and with her presence, the world twisted further into memory. You once said you'd grow stronger to protect, to heal, not harm. Do you still remember why? Akaza staggered backward. This is a trick. Her eyes didn't change. Then why do you look so broken now, Hakuji? The forest around them dissolved into memories of his human life. His dojo, the laughter of students, the warmth of her hand in his. He saw again the graves, the poison. The moment everything fell into ruin. And then he saw himself, now, standing in that same ruin, drenched in another's blood. You've become strong, yes, but do you know why you swing your fists anymore? Kayuki asked. Akaza's fist clenched. I fight for strength. Strength is all that matters. The weak perish like we did back then. She gazed at him with such sorrow it made the wind weep. No, we died because hatred found us, not because we were weak. The silence after her words was heavy. It was not pain that stilled him, it was the ghost of love. Then, slowly, the vision faded. The white forest bled into the shadows of the real one. Kyuki's final whisper hung in the air. I hope, one day, you'll stop running from your pain. Akaza stood alone again, but not unchanged. He didn't speak, he didn't roar, he just looked at his hands. And for the first time in centuries. They trembled. Chapter 24, Chapter 22, Strings of the Heart. The wind howled through the hollowed shrine of the mountain pass. Blood soaked the soil, and two figures stood surrounded by ruin and echo. Obanai Aguro, serpent Hashira, coiled and ever ready. Mitsuri Kenroji, love Hashira, graceful, fierce, and unyielding. They had tracked the trail of slaughter deep into the forest. Corpses of villagers were left mangled, eyes wide with horror. It was unmistakable. One of the lower moons had descended. And he was waiting. Lower two, cloaked in robes of dusk and madness, sat atop a mound of tangled flesh and bones. His eyes, half-lidded with disdain, flickered red with Musen's blood. You're the pretty ones, he whispered, smiling in a twisted curve. I'll make you dance for me. Obanai said nothing. His blade was already drawn. Mitsuri stepped forward, her smile tight with battle readiness. You won't harm another soul. The clash began. The demon's blood demon art. Marionette sin came alive, thin invisible threads snaked through the air like strands of fate. The moment they touched Mitsuri, her body froze. Obanai, my arms, my legs. She spun on him. Before she could scream, her blade came down on him with the speed of a hurricane. Obanai parried, shocked. Mitsuri, it's me. Her eyes shimmered, but her expression was hollow, like her soul had been moved somewhere deep. Her strikes were elegant, ruthless. Each blow aimed to kill. She fought like the Hashira she was, only now against her friend. Obanai weaved between her strikes, trying not to harm her. The demon chuckled in glee. The ones who love each other always bleed the best. Fight him, break him. Mitsuri's lips quivered. Obanai knew she was in there. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't call her name like a warrior. He whispered it like a prayer. Mitsuri, you're the light of spring, the only color in my gray world. A shudder. Her grip faltered. A crack split the shell of her trance. You once said you fight because you love, he breathed. Then remember, who do you love? Something inside Mitsuri trembled. Her body froze mid-swing. Her breath hitched. She felt him, not the control, but the warmth, the truth. The one who watched her silently at meetings, always nearby, always guarding. Obanai. The thread snapped, like glass shattering. Her heart returned to her. She collapsed for a moment, gasping. The demon snarled. No, not yet. He surged forward, trying to reclaim control. But it was too late. They rose together. Obanai's sword gleamed, slithering like his namesake. Mitsuri's whip blade danced in pink fury. Love breathing, fifth form, swaying love, wildclaw. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. The demon barely screamed as their blades struck as one, severing his head and body in a crimson flash. The air hissed. Silence fell. The threads were gone. Obanai caught Mitsuri before she stumbled. She clutched his Haori. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He didn't answer, just rested his hand on her shoulder. Soft, reassuring. No words were needed. They had fought through hell and returned holding hands. Chapter 25, Chapter 23, SDONES Wrath. The rain had started to fall. Heavy droplets pattered against the canopy as three Hashira stood at the edge of a ruined village, homes reduced to rubble, and silence that screamed with unseen horror. Jaiomai Haimjima, the stone Hashira, knelt in prayer beside a crushed child's doll. Behind him, the towering presence of Tenjin Yuzui, flamboyant as ever even with battle imminent, cracked his neck. Beside them, silent and calculating, Muakairo Takedo, Mist Hashira, stared into the shadows where danger festered. Then they came. Lower Moon 3 and Lower Moon 6. The air distorted as two demons emerged from mist and rain, walking on walls, crawling on ceilings. One was muscular, brutal, a beast with fangs and claws. The other was serpentine and twisted, his voice layered with madness. Tenjin scoffed. Two at once, I'd call that flashy. Muakairo unsheathed his blade. Don't let your ego slow you down. Then the carnage began. Stone shattered, blades sang. Jaiomai's chained flail roared as it tore the ground open. Tenjin's dual Nichiren cleavers spun like twin comets, slicing and exploding through the air. Muakairo moved like fog itself, mist swirling behind each cut, untouchable and sharp. But the demons had been given Musen's blood, more than ever before. Their regeneration was instant. Their blood demon arts merged into a chaotic dance of destruction. Then something changed. The two demons began to laugh. Their bodies pulsed and quivered. Flesh rippled, cracked, and merged. Their forms intertwined in gruesome symmetry, one torso growing out of the other, multiple arms, glowing veins, muscles bulging like boulders. A hideous cry echoed across the ruins. We are one. The fused demon, a mountain of rage and brutality, charged. Muakairo was flung back. Tenjin clashed, slashed, but was overpowered and forced into retreat. Then Jaiomai stood tall, the beads around his neck clattering. Rain poured across his blind eyes, his tears blending with the sky. He whispered, Lord, let this strength serve them. The demon mocked, You cry, priest. But Jaiomai had stopped praying. He raised his chained flail and axe, and for the first time in years, he roared. Stone-breathing fifth form, Arhat's judgment. The ground split. His flail struck like a meteor, shattering the fused demon's arm. His axe followed, embedding deep into the monstrous back. Every movement of Jaiomai was thunder, righteous fury, fueled by the memory of fallen comrades, of innocence lost. The fused demon howled, struggling against the sheer force of divine strength. Muakairo returned, slashing tendons. Tenjin used sound, his explosives detonating across the demon's eyes, but it was Jaiomai, calm, relentless, unstoppable, who kept them steady. He bore the brunt, he bore the storm. Stone-breathing, seventh form, bell of salvation. The demon's core shattered with a reverberating crack, its monstrous scream fading into the rainfall. And then silence. Tenjin collapsed, breathing heavy. Muakairo sheathed his blade, slightly impressed. Jaiomai fell to one knee, hands clasped again. Forgive me, but I had to protect them. The rain fell softer now. The stone had stood unshaken. Chapter 26, Chapter 24, Dioyume. Snowflakes drifted through the cold morning air. A temple lay in ruins, walls half buried in frost, ice creeping along the scorched earth like death's whisper. Among the shattered remains stood Seinmi Shinizugawa, wind Hashira, blood staining his Haori. Opposite him, breathing ragged yet eyes aflame with fury, was Shinobu Kacho, the insect Hashira. The chill wasn't from the wind. It came from the demon before them. Dauma. Smiling, unbothered, his delicate fan rested loosely between two fingers. His appearance was eerily serene, multicolored eyes glowing with amusement, a grace that masked grotesque cruelty. "Ah, what charming company," Dauma said, voice syrupy and cold. "I was beginning to think the Hashira wouldn't show up." Neither Seinmi nor Shinobu replied. Dauma's gaze drifted. "You, the insect girl, you remind me of someone. Oh, yes, the one with such beautiful eyes. What was her name?" Then he smirked. "Ah, Canny Kacho. She begged me not to hurt anyone else as she died. Sweet, wasn't she?" Shinobu froze. The snow was forgotten. Her heartbeat surged. Her blade trembled not from fear but fury. "You," she whispered. Seinmi blinked, confused until he saw Shinobu's expression. Her rage. Then he turned to Dauma, piecing it together. "Canny?" he asked, voice low. Shinobu didn't answer. But something in Seinmi cracked. He remembered her, Canny's gentle smile, her warmth, her quiet voice that somehow made him feel calm. A moment in his storm. The only one who ever truly softened him. And now, this monster was mocking her memory. "You killed her." Wind exploded. Seinmi launched himself, blade roaring with pressure and fury. Shinobu followed in a flurry, her form flickering through the snow with pinpoint precision. But Dauma danced. Ice blossomed with each step, lotus-shaped, beautiful and deadly. His fans weaved frost that sliced and froze. Despite their combined strength, they could barely touch him. Seinmi's wind was deflected. Shinobu's poison-laced thrusts were shattered midair. Every strike they landed healed instantly. Every wound they took slowed them down. Dauma chuckled. "So passionate, so human, you'd make wonderful ice sculptures." Seinmi panted, blood dripping from his forehead. "I'll kill you with my last breath." Shinobu, despite a broken rib, steadied her blade. Dauma's smile widened. He paused and tilted his head to the sky. "Ah, the sun's rising." Warm light crept over the horizon. Dauma sighed with exaggerated regret. "We'll continue our little dance later. I'm starting to enjoy your company." Then, like melting frost, he dissolved into mist. "Gone." Silence returned. Shinobu stared at the spot where he'd vanished. Her fingers clenched the hilt of her sword so tightly her knuckles turned white. Seinmi dropped to one knee, teeth gritted. "Canny," he muttered. Shinobu turned her face away. Tears were falling. But the fire in her eyes had only just begun to burn. Chapter 27, Chapter 25, Arigato Arenoku. The storm of battle had passed. Broken temples, frozen lakes, scorched hills, all bore the scars of demonic war. In these scattered, ruined lands stood the Hashira, bruised and bloodied, yet undefeated. Victory came at a cost, but none were prepared for the message carried on the wind. A cry pierced the dawn sky. "KRA message, message." The Kasugai crows flapped toward their assigned masters, feathers matted with fatigue, eyes wet with a sorrow they rarely carried. There was no ceremony this time, no playful squawking. Only trembling voices, raw from delivering the same soul-crushing truth. First came to Mitsuri Kenroji, resting under the shade of a ruined gate beside Obanai. Her wounds were wrapped, her smile faint, recovering from the harrowing manipulation she endured. The crow landed with a soft thud on her shoulder. "Arenoku Kyojioro is dead, fell in battle on Mugen train." Her smile broke. Obanai turned sharply, disbelieving. "What?" Elsewhere in the mountains, Jaiomai Haimjima stood in silent prayer. His crow landed before him with tearful urgency. As the news spilled out, the monk's breath hitched. The prayer beads in his hand snapped, one by one, each echo a silent grief. Farther down, Tenjin Yuzui sat resting against Muakairo, the mist-haired boy asleep after the brutal fight with the fused demons. Tenjin's crow perched beside him. Arianjokeyu has fallen. For a long moment, the sound Hashira said nothing. Then finally, a quiet whisper, flamboyant idiot. His head lowered, eyes hidden behind his headband. Seinmi Shinizugawa, still seething from the battle with Dauma, looked up as his crow swooped down. Kyojiro Rengoku, it began. His fists clenched. The wind Hashira let out a breathless curse and punched the tree beside him, bark exploding off its trunk. Shinobu received the news at the Butterfly Mansion. Her fingers curled around the window frame. Behind her, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke froze. Shinobu closed her eyes, voice barely a whisper. He smiled, even at the end, I'm sure. Chapter 28, Epilogue, Tianjros Resolve. At the Yubayashiki estate, the flame crow sat atop Kaguya's hand. The master of the corps listened, his wife and children at his side. I see, Kaguya murmured, his voice full of gentle sorrow. Another light extinguished, yet it did not flicker. It roared until its final breath. Tanjiro sat alone on the roof that night. He remembered Rengoku's final moments, his burning resolve, his final words. The ember that was passed to him. Tears spilled silently. Thank you, Rengoku-san, he whispered to the stars. I'll keep moving forward. I'll make your flame reach the dawn. A wind passed. Not cold, but warm. As if the flame had not vanished, but lived on in those who would carry it forward. End of Volume 1. Thanks for reading. What does fate bring to the Demon Slayers? Who is Saharu Urasawa? The answers coming in Demon Slayer, Kaimsu no Yaiba. The Alternate Fate, Volume 2. By Sahl Mishr. Chapter 29, Prologue, The Shadow Watches. The rain whispered softly outside, casting watery trails down the window pane of a tall, forgotten tower nestled deep within Tokyo, far from the borders of the Demon Slayer Corps. The room was dim. A single lantern flickered on a desk strewn with scrolls, letters, and Kasugai crow feathers, delivered by spies no one else knew existed. The documents were neatly arranged, ink still drying. A gloved hand turned the last page. Kamado Tanjiro, survivor of final selection, Mugen train incident participant, brother to the demon Kamado Nezuko. Akaza clash, resulting in the death of Rengoku Kyojiro. Multiple Hashira engagements, with lower moons across Japan. Interference from Upper Moon 2, Dauma. Blood demon art recorded, human manipulation. Spirit bond phenomenon, unconfirmed reports. The hand paused. A low voice broke the silence. It did not echo, it absorbed it. Interesting. The figure sat still, almost as if a statue carved into the very void. His body was cloaked entirely in shadows, the flicker of the lantern never reaching his face. Only a single, sharp breath betrayed life. Then silence once more. Outside, the rain intensified. Inside, the shadows deepened. And the facade breather, Saharu, read on. Chapter 30, Chapter 1, Crimson Silences. A quiet alley in the heart of Asakusa bustled under a painted moon. Laughter and chatter of late-night passers-by echoed faintly, none realizing that terror walked among them. There, under the pale glow of a gas lamp, Musen Kibitsuji stood in his human form, perfectly sculpted, elegant in his white fedora and black suit. He stared at the night with emotionless eyes, a glass of red wine in his hand that reflected far more than mere grapes. Akaza approached from the darkness, his white-pink hair dim under the moonlight. He kneeled instantly. My lord, he said, his voice resolute despite the tension, I've come to report. Musen didn't look at him. Speak. Akaza's fist clenched. Rengoku is dead, but Tanjiro survived. His injuries were. The glass in Musen's hand cracked, the red liquid spilling over his fingers like blood. Why, Musen whispered, is Kamado Tanjiro not dead yet? Akaza remained still. He was stronger than expected, the Hinokami Kagura. Musen's eyes gleamed crimson. Don't say that name, he hissed. That breathing and that child, they threaten everything. I gave you my blood, Akaza, yet you disappoint me. Akaza bowed lower, gritting his teeth. I will kill him, I swear it. Silence. Then footsteps. From behind, a smooth and cheerful voice echoed, full of false delight. Oh my, someone seems upset. Dauma, elegant in his cult-like robes and rainbow-colored eyes, stepped lightly from a nearby shadow. His smile was wide, too wide. Mugen turned his gaze slowly. You moved without my command." Dauma's smile never faded, but his eyes flickered with the cold of death. "I only wished to help, master. The lower moons were fumbling about like blind bats. I thought I'd add some grace to the chaos." "And disobey," Musen's voice was ice. Dauma raised his hands slightly in mock surrender. "Forgive me, Kibitsuji-sama, I merely wanted to see the girl myself, the one you're so interested in, Nezuko. Quite the mystery." Musen's eyes narrowed. "I let you live because you obey. Do not mistake that for trust." Dauma bowed with theatrical flair, his sleeves swaying like mist. "Of course, my lord." The air grew thick with unspoken tension, until Musen turned away, vanishing into the night like a nightmare that hadn't ended yet. Akaza stood up, fury and humiliation burning in his gut. Dauma chuckled quietly beside him. My, someone's not having a good day, are they?" Akaza didn't respond. His fists trembled, but his eyes stayed on the sky, where the moon hung cold, distant, and stained red with unfulfilled promises. Chapter 31, Chapter 2, Fake Smile. The warm sunlight filtered gently through the windows of the butterfly mansion, casting quiet golden beams over the tatami floors. Tanjiro sat quietly, bandages still wrapped around his torso, watching the soft flutter of a butterfly near the window. The calmness of the moment was rare, too rare. From behind him, a voice floated in, gentle and sweet as always. "You're healing well, Tanjiro-kun," said Shinobu Kacho, the insect Hashira, carrying a tray of medicine with her usual calm demeanor and the ever-present smile stitched to her lips. Tanjiro turned and bowed his head. "Thanks to you, Kacho-san." But something felt off her smile. It never changed, not even slightly. It was the same warm, composed, practiced expression, and beneath that smile he sensed pain. "Kacho-san," Tanjiro said, hesitant, "do you ever really smile?" Her hands paused for just a moment as she placed the medicine down. "What makes you ask that?" she asked, tilting her head with the same cheery tone. I don't mean to intrude, but your smile, it feels like it's hiding something." He looked down. "I'm sorry if that's rude." Shinobu didn't speak right away. Then slowly, she turned her gaze to the sky outside the window. The light touched her violet eyes. "My sister," she said softly. "Canny. She was always smiling, always kind, even to demons, but she was killed by a demon, and she died with a smile on her face." Tanjiro's eyes widened, his heart tightening. "I couldn't forgive that, but I couldn't carry her smile either." Her voice trembled beneath the surface. "So I wear this smile, hoping one day I might feel it for real again." For a long moment, Tanjiro said nothing. He only nodded quietly, a deep respect forming in his heart. Later that evening, as the mansion dimmed under the setting sun, Tanjiro walked the outer hallways to clear his thoughts. He paused when he saw a boy passing through the garden, a boy with short, jagged hair and a scar on his face. His eyes widened in recognition. He was there during the final selection. "Genya," Tanjiro whispered. He ducked behind a pillar, unintentionally eavesdropping. From the next courtyard, harsh voices clashed. Seinmi Shinazugawa, the wind Hashira, stood with his arms crossed, his glare colder than ice. "You don't belong here," Seinmi snapped. "You're weak. You failed the basics of the core." Genya growled back, fists clenched. "I'm doing my best. Stop acting like I'm nothing." "You're not my brother anymore." The words hit like a blade. Tanjiro's breath caught. Genya looked as if he'd been struck. "You don't mean that." "I do," Seinmi said coldly. "You're a stain on the name Shinazugawa." Genya stood frozen, trembling with rage and pain, but said nothing. He turned sharply and stormed off into the shadows, shoulders hunched and eyes burning. Seinmi stayed a moment longer, before sighing silently and walking away the opposite direction. Tanjiro remained hidden, his heart heavy. La much pain, so many wounds deeper than the flesh. And still they fought on. Chapter 32, Chapter 3, A Broken Dad. Tanjiro's breath came out in a white puff as he stood before the Rengoku household, the air heavy with both silence and memory. The house, once vibrant with the energy of a flame Hashira, now stood dim under the muted sky, its gates slightly open as if waiting for someone. He stepped forward, clutching tightly the thoughts of Rengoku Kyojiro. His fire, his strength, his final words. Inside, Tanjiro was greeted not by warmth, but by scorn. The man who met him in the hallway, Shinjiro Rengoku, Kyojiro's father, was nothing like the noble flame Hashira Tanjiro admired. His beard was unkempt and his eyes bloodshot. His posture held the weight of exhaustion, bitterness, and loss. You're that boy with the earrings," Shinjiro muttered, eyes narrowing. Tanjiro bowed deeply. "I came to pay my respects to your son, Rengoku-san he was." Before he could finish, Shinjiro scoffed. "Bah, Kyojiro died because he was weak." Tanjiro's head snapped up. "Don't talk about Rengoku-san like that," he shouted, fists shaking. "He wasn't weak. He saved everyone. He stood until the end. You should be proud." Shinjiro glared. "Proud? Of what? Of a fool who died meaninglessly? All of us Hashira are the same, worthless, just wielding swords until we fall like insects." Tanjiro clenched his jaw, furious tears pricking his eyes. He launched himself forward, throwing a punch only to be countered and struck back. Pain shot through his body as he hit the ground, but his spirit didn't waver. "Even if you say that, even if you think it's meaningless, Rengoku-san died protecting people. That's never meaningless." Suddenly, a softer voice called out. "Father, that's enough." Senjiro Rengoku, Kyojiro's younger brother, stepped in from the hall, placing a hand on his father's shoulder. Shinjiro turned away wordlessly and disappeared into his room, leaving behind only the sound of quiet footsteps. Senjiro knelt beside Tanjiro. "I'm sorry," he said. "He's been like that ever since Kyojiro died." Tanjiro sat up wincing. "It's okay, I understand." The two sat in silence for a long moment, the pain of loss shared in the stillness between them. Before Tanjiro stood to leave, Senjiro stopped him and walked into a side room. When he returned, his hands were trembling slightly. "This was my brother's. He would have wanted you to have it." He opened his palms to reveal the flame-patterned hilt of Kyojiro's sword, the same symbol of courage that once burned in the hands of the flame Hashira. Tanjiro took it with both hands, eyes shining. "I'll honor him, I swear." As he turned to leave the house, he felt the weight of the hilt in his hands, not just a weapon, but a promise. The flame of Kyojiro Rengoku hadn't gone out. It had been passed on. Chapter 33, Chapter 4, Entertainment District PT.I. A new mission arrived. The sun had just risen above the hills of the Butterfly Mansion when Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were summoned. Standing tall before them was the flamboyant and glittering figure of Tenjin Uzui, the former Sound Hashira. "Come with me, you flashy fools," Tenjin declared, arms crossed and eyes glowing with confidence. "We're heading to Yashiwara, the entertainment district." Zenitsu was immediately suspicious, while Inosuke leapt with excitement. Tanjiro, ever serious, simply nodded. But the uncertainty was clear in their eyes. What kind of mission could require them to infiltrate a place filled with music, color, and the shadows of secrets? Tenjin explained briefly. His 3 wives, Kunoichi trained in combat and espionage, had gone missing during an investigation in Yashiwara. Contact was cut off. He feared the presence of a demon. Disguised in wigs, makeup, and elegant kimonos, the trio entered the red lantern-lit streets under cover of dusk. Assigned to 3 different courtesan houses, each began their investigation while trying to maintain their cover. Tanjiro was placed at Takedo House, where he carefully asked questions, piecing together the last known whereabouts of Tenjin's wife, Hinetsuru. He noticed strange happenings, people vanishing overnight, rooms going silent, the lingering scent of something unnatural. Zenitsu, although grumbling, found his heightened hearing invaluable at Kyogoku House, where he detected unsettling whispers in the walls. Inosuke, placed at Ajimoto House, used his beast instincts to sneak through rafters and hidden crawlspaces. But soon, signs of something sinister emerged. Tanjiro heard hushed voices of Warren whispering about women who simply vanished. Zenitsu caught a shriek from a locked room. Inosuke spotted a glimmer of silk moving unnaturally through the shadows. The night crept forward. The mystery thickened. And above it all, a demon lurked beneath the veil of beauty and illusion. A haunting melody echoed through the district, soft and sorrowful, like the song of someone long forgotten. The hunt had begun. Chapter 34, Chapter 5, Entertainment District PT, II. The air was thick in Yashiwara, the scent of incense tangled with something far more ominous, blood and silence. Tanjiro, still undercover at Takedo House, was investigating a lead when something strange occurred. Just as he stepped into a narrow, lantern-lit alley between two courtesan homes, a figure passed by. A boy, perhaps 20 at most, cloaked in deep, layered robes, his face hidden beneath a porcelain mask. His stride was silent, his aura unreadable. "You are interesting Tanjiro Kamado," he said softly, not stopping, not even turning. Tanjiro froze, heart thrumming. By the time he turned to look, the boy was gone, not a footstep echoed. No presence remained. Only a strange sense of authority and pressure, like the presence of a Hashira, or perhaps something older. Tanjiro stood in the alley for a moment longer before shaking the chill off his spine and continuing his search. The mission took priority. Back in their assigned houses, each of the trio gathered their evidence. The clues pointed to one central figure, the renowned Warren Warabeheim, famed for her beauty and the air of death that clung to her. It was soon revealed that Warabeheim was in fact a demon, Daki, one of the 12 Kazuki. Her silken sashes, her blood demon art, allowed her to separate her body and control the district unseen. Tanjiro confronted her first. The battle erupted into the night sky, paper lanterns shattered, windows broke, rooftops were torn apart. Daki unleashed her razor-sharp belts, slicing through buildings as if they were nothing. Tanjiro countered with Hinokami Kagura, flames lighting the air with each swing. His movements grew faster, sharper, more refined, but the cost to his body was steep. Zenitsu and Inosuke joined the fray when Daki's belt revealed it had swallowed Tenjin's wives alive. They coordinated to free them, barely dodging the sash's vicious whip-like attacks. But then the true terror emerged. Daki's body, sliced cleanly in two by Tanjiro's blade, did not fall. From her shadow, another demon rose. Jutaro, her elder brother, fused to her by flesh and fury. His grotesque, twisted form and twin scythes emanated hatred. His speed was monstrous, his attacks laced with venom. And worst of all, the two shared one life. Only by cutting both of their heads off at the same time could they be defeated. Tenjin Uzui joined the battle then, leaping through the fire, blades singing with sound and steel. He clashed with Jutaro in a symphony of sparks and blood. Tanjiro and the others supported him with everything they had, even as their bodies screamed in pain and fatigue. Daki's screams filled the district. Jutaro laughed maniacally, his voice a mockery of humanity. "Look at you, panting, struggling, pathetic," he snarled at Tanjiro as the flames of the burning district danced around him. "How can someone like you hope to kill a demon like me?" Tanjiro's breathing faltered. The flames consumed everything. And still they stood. Chapter 35, Chapter 6, Entertainment District PTIII. The air burned with smoke and ash. Tanjiro's vision blurred from exhaustion, pain, and the poison laced through his veins. Blood trickled from his mouth, mixing with sweat as he forced himself upright, his trembling hands gripping the hilt of his broken blade. Jutaro's sickle pressed deep into Tanjiro's jaw, lifting him like a rag doll, eyes gleaming with mockery. "You're still breathing," Jutaro hissed. "You don't know when to die." But just as everything dimmed, it happened. Tanjiro's left eye snapped bloodshot, veins bulging with desperation and fury. A vision flashed in his mind, Mugen Kibitsuji's suppressed memories, uninvited and raw. Yoriichi Tsujikuni stood in a blinding field of light. His voice cut through the memory like a blade. "What is the weight of a human life, Kibitsuji? Can you calculate it? Do your countless slaughters ever feel heavy upon your shoulders?" Jutaro stumbled, his grip weakening. Something inside him twitched, an ancestral fear that even his demon blood couldn't suppress. Tanjiro's flame exploded. Hinokami Kagura, Sun Halo Dragon Dance, his blade carved arcs of fire through the air, slashing Jutaro's abdomen, knocking him back just long enough for Tenjin Uzui to reappear. "Yo, sorry I kept you waiting." He was bleeding, one arm gone, poison flowing through him, but his grin burned like lightning. "You forgot about me, huh? That's flashy of you." The battle ignited. Tenjin and Jutaro clashed under the burning sky, blades and scythes singing their final verses. The Hashira's movements were pure artistry, each strike timed with the beat of his heartbeat, each step part of a deadly performance. Jutaro matched him, sickles slicing through rooftops, his venom-laced blood spinning like death incarnate. The sheer scale of the battle cracked the district. Rubble crumbled, windows shattered. Elsewhere, from the ruins of a collapsed building, a bolt of lightning flared. Zenitsu, unconscious but moving with divine instinct, burst from the wreckage, his yellow haori torn but his eyes closed, calm and focused. Inosuke, impaled earlier, emerged too, despite his injuries. His breathing slowed his heartbeat, delaying the poison's effect. Together, they charged at Daki, who hovered in panic. Zenitsu, swifter than ever, unleashed Thunderclap and Flash. Godspeed, slicing through Daki's belts like silk. Inosuke struck in tandem. As Daki screamed in disbelief, both blades rose and sliced her head clean off. Back to Tanjiro. Jutaro pinned him again, venom dripping from his twisted smile. Any last words? But Tanjiro didn't speak. He moved, faster than Jutaro expected. He plunged his broken blade into Jutaro's neck. Just as Tenjin, with a final roar, locked Jutaro in place. Their blades shone. A heartbeat later, both heads flew into the air, severed simultaneously. The silence afterward was deafening. The flames devoured the entertainment district. Buildings collapsed. Tanjiro collapsed too. The night was over. The demons were dead. And yet the cost was heavy. Chapter 36, Chapter 7, Entertainment District PT, IV. Smoke drifted across the scorched ruins of the entertainment district, curling in the air like the fading breath of the demons who had brought this place to ruin. Tanjiro lay unmoving, his body battered beyond recognition, lungs wheezing for breath. Not far from him, Tenjin Uzui gasped against the wall, his severed arm wrapped in cloth, his entire body reeking of poison. Zenitsu and Inosuke were down too, barely conscious, the venom slowly stealing away their lives. Then came the soft sound of footsteps. Nezuko emerged from the smoke, untouched by the destruction, her eyes glowing with sorrow and fierce resolve. Her small figure glowed with a burning crimson aura. She walked first to Tanjiro, kneeling beside him. Without hesitation, her blood ignited. Exploding blood. A wave of crimson fire burst across Tanjiro's body, but it didn't burn him. It healed. The poison hissed and vanished in an instant. She ran next to Inosuke, his chest barely rising. The flames wrapped around him and devoured the toxin. Then Zenitsu. Then, at last, Tenjin. One by one, her blood burned away the poison from their veins, saving them all with a power that defied her demon nature. Tenjin, watching in disbelief, chuckled. She's really a miracle, huh? Meanwhile, deep in the ash and rubble, as their bodies disintegrated under the sun, Jutaro and Daki saw something. Memories. A cold street, a dying mother, a starving child. Jutaro remembered hunger, scraps, the pain of never being wanted. He remembered protecting his sister, Ume, who would later become Daki. He remembered how she was burned alive. He remembered the despair, the rage, and the offer of demonhood. Ume, still clinging to her brother in death, cried as her body faded. Oni-chan, I was scared. I didn't want to be alone. We'll go together, Ume, like we always have. Jutaro, as his body began to crumble into ash, turned slightly, his eyes dim yet strangely soft. Oi, Kamado Tanjiro, he muttered, the words scraping out of his fading throat. You're a strange one. Thanks, and all the best. Daki, her voice barely a whisper in the wind, echoed with a hint of emotion. Live well, Tanjiro. Don't become like us. And then they were gone. Ash on the wind. Hours later, Obanai Aguro arrived at the district, his snake slithering along his shoulders. His eyes scanned the carnage, his jaw clenched. He found Uzui, sitting on a collapsed beam, his face pale but alive, one arm missing, bloodied, barely able to keep upright. You've disgraced the title of Sound Hashira, Obanai muttered, his voice cold. Yuzui smirked. "You're late, snake boy, the fight's already over. You should have died fighting." "Don't worry, I'm retiring." Obanai turned to leave, disappointed, until Tenjin spoke again. "Oh, by the way, Tanjiro's alive." The words struck Aguro like a blade. He paused. What?" Tenjin smiled faintly. "You heard me." For the first time in a long while, Aguro said nothing. He simply walked away, quiet, thoughtful, and shaken. Chapter 37, Chapter 8, The Tide Has Turned. High above the broken horizon, a lone kasugai crow soared through the skies, its black wings catching the morning sun. Below, the once thriving entertainment district lay in ruins, but the fires of hope still flickered in the hearts of the survivors. With urgent purpose, the crow flapped onward until it reached the estate of the Yubayashiki family. There, Kaguya Yubayashiki sat in silence beneath the blooming wisteria trees, his wife beside him, his children playing quietly in the garden. The calm was broken by the rustling of feathers. The crow landed, bowing its head, then spoke. "Report, Upper Moon 6, Jutaro and Daki have been eliminated. Demon Slayers injured. Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashibira Inasuke, and Sound Hashira Yuzui Tenjin. Status, alive. Tenjin Yuzui has declared retirement. Victory achieved under severe cost." Kaguya closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. So the sun has risen upon another night of sorrow and sacrifice. He placed a hand over his chest. To slay an upper moon, it has been over 100 years since that happened. Their strength must be growing, but so must ours. A soft smile formed on his lips, gentle yet filled with unshakable belief. "Kamado Tanjiro, you truly are a miracle. To all of them, I am grateful." He turned to his wife. "It is beginning, the tide is shifting. Slowly the end approaches." And with the wind rustling the petals above, the scene faded to stillness once more. Chapter 38, Chapter 9, UPPRMON Meeting. Somewhere far removed from mortal comprehension, space warped, ceilings flowed like liquid, and walls spiraled infinitely. This was the Infinity Castle, the twisted throne room of Mugen Kibutsuji. With a thunderous pulse, the upper moons were summoned. First to arrive, Koko Chibio, the stoic and unreadable upper moon one. Then Dauma, smiling eerily as always, waving to Akaza mockingly. Akaza stood still, his aura already simmering. Following them, the hulking form of Upper Moon 4 and the crooked laughter of 5. All stood in silent reverence or dread as the air turned cold. From above, a mass of black ooze coalesced, and Mugen emerged. "Jutaro and Daki are dead." His voice was deathly calm. None dared speak. "Kamado Tanjiro, the boy with the Hanafuda earrings. Yoricha is shadow." His crimson eyes glowed as he gazed into each demon's soul. "Only 2 beings in this world ever held the right to challenge me. One was Yoricha Tsujikuni." The mere mention of the name made Koko Chibio flinch, even if ever so subtly. "And the other," Mugen continued, "is the one they call Saharu from the shadows of Tokyo Core." A pause. Tanjiro must not become a third. Suddenly, Dauma chuckled, lazily fanning himself. Perhaps if Akaza had finished the job, instead of exchanging fists like lovers, things would have gone smoother. The moment shattered. Akaza's fists clenched, muscles taut. "You speak too much, Dauma." They stepped forward, the space around them trembling. Dauma, eyes glittering with madness, merely smiled. "Then hit me again, coward, like last time." Clang! A thunderous pulse echoed as Koko Chibio moved with a blur. His blade was drawn but had not yet struck. "Enough," he commanded, voice deep and commanding. His 6 eyes bore into them. Mugen-sama does not tolerate failure, but neither does he tolerate squabbling. Musen's gaze narrowed. "You will all remember your place." The demons fell silent once more, tension thick as death itself. Elsewhere, a warm morning breeze carried distant scents of blooming sakura. Tanjiro sat on a hilltop, gazing out toward the horizon. Nezuko quietly slept beside him. His thoughts wandered. That night in the district, just before the true battle began. A man in a cloak and mask, no aura, no sound, only words. "You are interesting, Tanjiro Kamado." Tanjiro's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Who was he? The question haunted him. And yet he somehow felt that he would meet that person again. Chapter 39, Chapter 10, SWRDSMITH Village. The cherry blossoms had faded, replaced by the thick green canopy of the swordsmith village, hidden deep within the mountains. After recovering from the entertainment district battle, Tanjiro Kamado was sent here for one purpose: to receive a new sword. Arriving with Nezuko at his side, Tanjiro was in awe of the peaceful serenity. Hot springs, warm lantern lights, and masked swordsmiths filled the remote village. Yet he was warned the village's location must remain secret, for it was the lifeblood of the demon Slayer Corps. Soon, he was welcomed by Hotaru Hagenzuka's master, who informed him that Hotaru was preparing a new blade in the mountains, cutting off all contact with the world in pure obsession. Tanjiro began training again, his body not yet fully healed, but his resolve unwavering. Elsewhere in the village, a familiar voice screamed through the skies, Genya Shinazugawa. Now reunited, Tanjiro was both shocked and curious to see him again, especially after overhearing the conflict between Genya and Seinmi. But there was no time for pleasantries. On the third day of his stay, Tanjiro was led to an abandoned training ground, overgrown, old, but filled with the air of battle. In its center stood a strange, massive mechanical construct. "This is the Yorichai Zero model," said one of the swordsmiths. Tanjiro's heart skipped a beat. The figure looked ancient, 6 arms, each holding a sword, standing in silent reverence like a guardian of a forgotten era. "Why does this exist?" Tanjiro asked, unable to tear his eyes away. The model was built based on the movements of the strongest swordsman in history, Yorichai Tsujikuni. The name struck like lightning. The figure was hauntingly reminiscent of the man in Tanjiro's dreams, the one in Musen's blood memories. Tanjiro reached out slowly, breath trembling. Something deep inside him stirred, not fear but a weight. A burden of legacy. Chapter 40, Chapter 11, The Presence. Morning bathed the swordsmith village in a gentle gold as the trees swayed and the hot springs hissed quietly in the distance. The Yorichai Zero model stood tall in the clearing, and beside it, Muakairo Takido, the mist Hashira, practiced in silent focus. His strikes were sharp, relentless, yet cold, mechanical. Tanjiro watched him with admiration, but also concern. "You know, your strikes are powerful, but your heart, it's not in them," Tanjiro said softly. Muakairo paused, turning his gaze slightly. "Feelings don't matter in combat." Tanjiro smiled gently, walking closer. "Maybe not to you, but your strength isn't just in your sword. There's more to you, something you haven't remembered yet." Muakairo said nothing, but a glint of emotion crossed his eyes before he turned back to the Zero model, striking again, this time with a little more breath in his movement. Later that evening, Tanjiro met Mitsuri Kenroji at the hot springs. The sun dipped low, painting the skies with pink and orange. Mitsuri greeted him with her usual warmth. "You're working so hard again, Tanjiro," she beamed. "It's inspiring." Tanjiro chuckled sheepishly. "I guess I just don't want to fall behind." Mitsuri leaned against the wooden fence, looking toward the distant mountains. "Just don't forget to smile. That's a kind of strength, too." Night fell quietly. Tanjiro sat with Muakairo and Nezuko under the stars, resting beside a flowing stream. They shared rice balls, laughter, and a rare moment of peace. But behind the tree line he watched. Koko Chibio, upper rank 1. His eyes, with rings like celestial curses, stared not at Tanjiro himself, but at his Hanafuda earrings. Memories flickered, the image of Yorichai, his brother, burned into his mind even after centuries. "So you wear his legacy," Koko Chibio murmured, "but are you his heir?" He stepped closer, silent, deadly. And then a shift in the wind. From the shadows, a masked figure emerged. Koko Chibio's instincts flared. In a blink, his blade was out, 6 slashes of moon-breathing arced toward the stranger. But then clang. The masked man caught Koko Chibio's blade mid-strike, bare-handed. Koko Chibio's eyes widened. What? The moonlight caught only fragments of the masked man's form. Clad in dense fabric, his face concealed in shadow, his presence immense, yet calm still. "I'll say it once," the stranger's voice echoed beneath the mask, deep and unwavering. "Not tonight." Koko Chibo's blade trembled slightly in his hand. Chapter 41, Chapter 12, Leaf Breathing. The blade was released. Koko Chibo narrowed his eyes, bloodlust simmering just beneath the surface as he spoke coldly. "Who are you?" The masked man tilted his head slightly. His voice remained quiet but resolute. "You'll understand later." Koko Chibo stood still. For the first time in centuries, he felt off-balanced. The stranger's presence wasn't born from raw power alone, but something deeper. A weight, a purpose. They sat across from each other on a mossy boulder beneath the canopy, moonlight filtering between the leaves. For a whole hour, the two warriors spoke. Not of blood nor flesh, but philosophies. The masked man's words were sharp and logical, each laced with undertones of Machiavellianism. "Empathy leads to weakness if not tethered by control," he stated. "Fear is more reliable than love. Peace is temporary, power determines the cycle." Koko Chibo listened, intrigued. The stranger's ideals were colder than Musen's, yet far more structured. Not selfish chaos, but calculated strategy. When Koko Chibo asked if he followed Kaguya or the demon slayers, the man stood and walked into the shadows again. "I follow reason, and reason alone." And then he was gone, like mist slipping through fingers. Koko Chibo stood silently, but didn't move for a while. Just as he turned to depart, the sound of rushing air came. He spun and was met with a flurry of leaf-like blades of wind, striking from above. A young woman landed before him, poised, sharp-eyed, barely 19. Hiyori Yubaka. Dark green hair tied behind her back, amber eyes bright with fire. Her haori was lighter, a unique blue tone, laced with green vine patterns. "I've been tracking you," she said calmly. "I'm from the Tokyo Corps." Koko Chibo recognized the mark on her uniform. It wasn't of Kaguya's authority. This one belonged to Saharu's line. "Leaf breathing," she whispered, taking stance. "A deviation of wind. Let's see if it can reach the first moon." Koko Chibo answered with steel. The battle was brutal. Hiyori's style was flowing, deceptive, her movements like rustling trees in a storm, her strikes cutting the air with fierce elegance. But Koko Chibo was unrelenting. He slashed across her chest, another to her waist, blood sprayed across the forest floor. She collapsed on one knee, breathing ragged, her blade cracked. He stepped forward. And then the sun rose. Light crept into the trees. Koko Chibo hissed, his body smoking faintly. And like shadow fleeing dawn, he vanished into the forest. Hiyori slammed her fist into the dirt, teeth gritted, blood dripping from her wounds. "Damn it, Saharu, how do I reach you?" Her voice trembled not with fear but frustration, desperation. "I'm not even close." Her amber eyes burned into the rising sun, as she swore she'd get stronger. No matter how long it took. Chapter 42, Chapter 13, Storm of Four Hearts. The wind was thick with killing intent. Tanjiro gritted his teeth as he stood protectively in front of Nezuko. The forest around the swordsmith village echoed with the unnatural laughter of the Hantingu clones, each born from the original demon's fear-driven split. One moment of hesitation had caused the demon to clone himself, 4 distinct personalities. Sekido, anger; Karaku, relaxation; Yorogi, joy; and Izetsu, sorrow, each faster, stronger, and deadlier than expected. Nezuko growled and pounced first, her limbs stretching unnaturally, flames dancing on her blood. She kicked Yorogi midair with enough force to shatter the nearby boulder. Tanjiro followed in her wake, spinning his blade with practiced fury. Water breathing, 4th form striking tide. His strikes slashed through the mist, deflecting Izetsu's spear just before it could pierce Nezuko's side. But then a gust of wind. Karaku's fan slammed into them both, launching them into a tree with brutal force. Nezuko's body cushioned Tanjiro's from impact, her back sizzling with scorched bark and blood. "Stay sharp," Tanjiro shouted, his eyes wild with motion. Suddenly, Sekido's staff crackled with lightning, and he hurled it into the ground. Red thunder exploded, turning the area into an electric death trap. Tanjiro and Nezuko leapt into opposite directions, dodging by inches. But they were being overwhelmed, 4 demons, 4 relentless styles. Tanjiro remembered Rengoku, the Mugen train, the entertainment district. He steadied his breath, eyes narrowing. Nezuko. She turned, reading her brother's resolve. Let's go. He combined water and Hinokami Kagura, flames wrapping around flowing tides. Sun-water hybrid technique, blooming flame cascade. Nezuko followed, her blood igniting like wildflowers in a forest fire. Together, they disoriented Yorogi and Karaku, cutting down on their wings and fanning arms. One after another, the clones were severed, but they regenerated almost instantly. Sekido snarled, "You pests!" Aizetsu wept even as he lunged, so much pain. But Tanjiro didn't stop. Every strike had to count, every breath had to be perfect. Nezuko caught Yorogi again, tearing into his wing with clawed hands. Her foot slammed into Karaku's jaw, cracking it sideways. The tide was shifting, but the battle wasn't over. Because with a scream, a 5th clone emerged, born from the fusion of the 4. Zohakute, embodying hatred. Tanjiro's blade shook in his hands. Nezuko's flames flickered wildly. This was only the beginning of the storm. Chapter 43, Chapter 14, Hatred. The storm of battle raged on. Tanjiro's breath was ragged, blade trembling as Zohakute emerged, taller and more monstrous than the clones before. Enshrouded by a grotesque wooden dragon-like structure formed from his own flesh, his voice was deeper, soaked in venom. "You hurt my brothers, you will suffer." Tanjiro's hand gripped tighter around the hilt of his blade, Nezuko beside him, still burning bright with her demonic flames. Then, a loud bang echoed. A shotgun shell tore through the air, shattering one of Zohakuten's mouths before it could scream. Genya stepped into the fray. Blood trickled from the edge of his mouth, his eyes feral, voice hoarse but clear. "You two really can't fight without drawing attention." Tanjiro blinked, Genya. But something was off. Genya's veins were pulsating darkly, his teeth sharper, his body regenerating rapidly. He was part demon now, something that made even Zohakute hesitate. "I'll keep him busy. Tanjiro, finish what you started with the others." Zohakute growled, "Another cockroach." Genya raised his gun with a grin. "This cockroach has fangs." He charged, unloading rounds infused with wisteria and his own blood, while Tanjiro and Nezuko went back for the fractured clones, preventing them from reforming fully. Elsewhere in the swordsmith village, mist and rot clashed violently. Muakiro Takedo, his expression unreadable as always, stood locked in a deadly dance against Jayako, the Upper Moon 5, a grotesque demon who slithered from one monstrous vase to another. Jayako's attacks were erratic, grotesque aquatic creatures sculpted from flesh and porcelain, each exploding or slashing with poisonous water. Muakiro's blade cut with tranquil efficiency. Mist breathing, 3rd form scattering mist splash. He dashed through Jayako's minions, cutting their twisted forms in a blur of silver-blue mist. But the poison had already begun seeping into his body from a previous wound. His breathing slowed. "Not yet," Muakiro muttered. Suddenly, Jayako emerged behind him, attempting a lethal strike, but Muakiro had anticipated it. 7th form obscuring clouds. In an instant, his presence vanished. The mist thickened, swallowing the demon whole. Then came a single flash. Jayako shrieked, one of his vases shattered. Muakiro dropped to one knee, panting. "I may be poisoned," he whispered, "but I'll still carve you down." The battle was far from over. Back with Tanjiro, Zohakute laughed, his wooden dragons coiling. Nezuko snarled beside her brother. Genya reloaded. And Tanjiro's eyes sharpened. They wouldn't fall here. Not now, not ever. Chapter 44, Chapter 15, Mist of Resolve. The battlefield cracked under the weight of fury and memory. Zohakute roared, his monstrous wooden dragons lashing out in a storm of destruction. But Tanjiro stood rooted, his blade steady, his body bruised, and his soul blazing. In a split second, everything froze. In that silence, Tanjiro's mind plunged into the depths. A warm light enveloped him. There, standing before him, was a man, gentle eyes, long hair, and a pair of earrings that mirrored his own. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The ghost of the greatest demon slayer reached out and rested a hand on Tanjiro's chest. Not a word was spoken, only memories of flame, of sorrow, and of infinite resolve. Then sanctity burned. Hinokami Kagura, halo head dance. Tanjiro's sword gleamed, arcs of fire spinning around him like divine halos. Zohakuten's dragons lunged, but were cleaved one after the other. The earth shook with the impact. Zohakuten faltered. And in that moment, Musen's blood within him trembled. Visions, not his own, assaulted him. A field of corpses. The face of a demon reduced to fear. A man in red, his sword glowing like the sun. Yoriichi. Zohakuten screamed, "Stop, you're not HIM." Tanjiro didn't flinch. Flames danced at his feet. Nezuko burned bright beside him. And Genya gritted his teeth as he reloaded once more, his body shaking from the toll of demonization. Suddenly, a crash. Mitsuri Kenroji flew through the smoke, her flexible blade cracking into one of Zohakuten's wooden arms. "I'm late," she beamed, "but I brought love." Her speed was dazzling, her strength overwhelming. Love-breathing fifth form, swaying love wildclaw. The ground split. Zohakuten was forced into retreat, but he was no longer laughing. 3 demon slayers now stood against him, their breathing in perfect rhythm. Elsewhere, deep within the mist, Muakairo dragged his poisoned limbs, sweat pouring from his temples. His uniform was torn, the green veins of Jayako's venom pulsing through his skin. Jayako laughed, twisted and vile. "Why don't you lay down and die, mist boy?" Muakairo gripped his blade harder. "Because," he whispered, "I remember now." Memories of his family, of his brother, of why he held the sword. Mist breathing, 7th form obscuring clouds. The battlefield dissolved into shifting fog. Jayako spun, searching, but saw nothing, only the breath of death. And then, a single clean cut. Jayako's vase shattered, his voice choked. Muakairo fell to one knee again, but he'd done it. He had won. And the mist cleared to reveal a dawn of hope on both fronts. Chapter 45, Chapter 16, When ICHAN. The forest trembled as the battle roared on. Zohakuten, the amalgamation of Hantingu's wrath, fury, and hatred, was now crumbling. Mitsuri clashed with his rage, Genya's bullets tore through wood and flesh, and Tanjiro's blade shimmered with flames of destiny. But something shifted. Tanjiro's eyes flickered. He looked past the rage, past the demons, into the shadows of the trees. "He's hiding," Tanjiro muttered. "The real one." Zohakuten howled in anger, but he was too late. Tanjiro had leapt into the forest with Nezuko and Genya close behind. They sprinted, their breathing heavy, senses sharpened. Suddenly, they saw him. A trembling figure, tiny, pitiful, crawling beneath twisted roots. Hantingu. The true body. Tanjiro raised his blade. But his hand hesitated. His eyes widened as he saw Hantingu sobbing, begging for forgiveness, visions of a lifetime of selfish cowardice bleeding from his form. His crimes, his sins, his terror of ever being wrong. Genya growled, "He's just pretending." Tanjiro clenched his blade tighter. Nezuko stepped beside him, her small hand touched his wrist. And in that moment, the truth was clear. This being, a demon consumed by fear, would never change. His sorrow was never for others, only himself, and if spared, he would kill again. Tanjiro's eyes sharpened. "I carry the weight of every life." Hinokami Kagura, flame dance. Slash. In one motion, the blade severed Hantingu's neck. His head hit the ground, eyes wide, mouth parted as if to beg again. The clone body screamed in agony and exploded in a flash of demonic energy, causing the earth to shake. Tanjiro dropped to one knee, exhausted. Genya panted beside him, bloodied but still on his feet. But then, Tanjiro. He turned. Nezuko was standing in the sunlight. Her skin began to blister. Flames crawled across her arms. She looked at Tanjiro. And smiled. His heart stopped. No, not now, not again. He rushed forward, reaching for her, crying her name. Nizuko. But something was different. The flames didn't consume her. They danced on her skin, fading, flickering. And stopped. She wasn't burning. Her skin hardened. The sun kissed her, but she did not die. Tanjiro collapsed, sobbing in disbelief. Genya fell to his knees, staring in awe. She conquered the sun. Nezuko walked forward, her eyes full of warmth. She touched Tanjiro's face and spoke for the first time in years. "Welcome back, Oniai-chan." The forest stilled. The Demon Slayer Corps had witnessed a miracle. Elsewhere, far beyond, Kaguya Yubayashiki sat still as the Kasugai crow landed near his side. "Another moon has fallen," he said with a gentle smile. "The sun has returned to us." Chapter 46, Chapter 17, The Calamity WATCHES. Deep within the fortified Tokyo Corps headquarters, silence reigned under the weight of tension. A lone room stood in dim light, scattered scrolls and reports delivered by Kasugai crows resting neatly across the polished wood table. Behind the veil of a shadow-cast wall, Seru sat. The papers before him detailed every thread of blood spilled in the swordsmith village. The fall of Hantingu and Jayako, the awakening of Nezuko to the sun, Tanjiro's new blade, Muakairo's elevation in strength. And finally, a separate report. Hiyori Yubaka, the 19-year-old swordswoman of the Tokyo Corps who dared clash with Koko Chibio, the Upper Moon one. Her condition, alive but heavily wounded. Saharu's fingers lightly tapped the paper. His eyes, hidden in darkness, flicked across every word, every detail of the blade she drew, the way she fought, her unfinished strikes. A short silence. Then a soft scoff escaped him. So, she rushed into a storm and expected to command the wind. His voice was cold, not cruel, but cutting, like tempered steel. She burns with ambition, yet forgets she's just an ember. He leaned back slightly, the shadow around him stretching wider. But, Saharu continued, even an ember can scorch the hand if held too long. He rose, footsteps echoing with quiet power as he approached the open window. The city skyline gleamed beyond, and the wind carried distant crow cries. "She faced the strongest demon to ever walk these lands," he murmured, almost to himself. "Though she failed, she didn't die. Perhaps she's not worthless yet." A pause. He turned toward the window, gaze still unreadable. "Still, if she ever hopes to stand beside me, she must learn that resolve without clarity is just noise." The door creaked open. A Tokyo Corps messenger stepped in with another report. Saharu didn't even turn. "Send word to Hiyori. Tell her this. If you can't land a cut, don't draw your blade." The messenger nodded and vanished. Alone again, Saharu folded his arms. The flames of war were growing. And soon, even the upper moons would learn that Tokyo's shadow watches all. Chapter 47, Chapter 18, Amusean's Fury. A sudden stillness swallowed the infinite expanse of the Infinity Castle, that otherworldly realm twisted in endless shapes, pulsing with the will of its creator. And then, like the snap of fate's fingers, they appeared, one by one. Akaza, Dauma, Koko Chibio, Hantingu's absence, Jayako's silence. Upper moons gathered, but silence was never a refuge here. Because in the center of it all stood Mugen Kibitsuji, not seated, not composed, but seething. His crimson eyes burned, veins bulging under pale skin. His rage made even the castle walls quiver. "How many times must I remind you all?" Mugen's voice was thunder laced in silk. "One child, one sun-conquering demon, one boy with earrings, and you allow him to live." The pressure in the room grew suffocating. Akaza bowed his head in silence, fists clenched tight. Dauma leaned with a smile, balancing a finger on his chin. My, Lord Mugen, you almost look frightened." The castle froze. Even Koko Chibio's breathing paused. Dauma giggled. "I mean no disrespect, of course, but your fury reminds me of that day." His eyes twinkled with sadistic glee. "The day Saharu appeared and wiped out your entire experimental upper moon branch stationed in Osaka." Akaza's jaw tightened. Koko Chibio's eye twitched. Mugen's gaze turned deadly still. "Dauma," he whispered. Dauma laughed again, twirling a shard of ice between his fingers. "I only speak truth. Saharu is an anomaly even we can't explain." He doesn't belong to the core, yet moves like a god among men, a mask, no name, a breath no one understands. Even you, Lord Musen, never speak of what happened when you... Slash. In a heartbeat, Musen's hand extended, slashing the air, just grazing Dauma's cheek, but blood was drawn. Dauma paused, his smile faltered for just a second, then returned. Koko Chibio, silent as always, finally spoke. Saharu is not a warrior, he is a force of nature, and nature does not fear us. Musen's eyes pulsed again. I don't care how strong he is not Yoriche. He bleeds, he will fall. Akaza finally broke his silence. What if Tanjiro becomes like him? Silence again. Musen's glare stabbed through Akaza, then returned to nothingness. Then he will die alongside him. The room shifted. The meeting ended. But as each upper moon vanished, tension still choked the air. And in the deepest corners of the Infinity Castle, something ancient stirred. Elsewhere in the quiet night, Tanjiro stared at the stars, clutching the earring hanging by his cheek. That man in the mask, who was he? His heart beat heavier with each memory. He didn't know the answer. But Saharu did. And from within the veiled shadows of Tokyo, he was watching. Chapter 48, Chapter 19, The Invitation. Moonlight dripped across the ancient rooftops of Tokyo, casting long silhouettes across the city. Inside a dimly lit room tucked in an abandoned shrine, where incense still faintly burned despite the decades, a single figure stood surrounded by silence. Saharu. A letter lay open in his gloved hands, its edges faintly glowing under the silver light. To Saharu. I speak to you not as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, but as a man desperate for balance. The fall of Rengoku Kyojiro, the retirement of Yuzui Tenjin, the tides shift against us. I have seen what you are, what you can be. You are a phantom that walks without chain. But I ask you now, walk with us, even if only once more. For if we are to weather this storm, we will need a shadow stronger than fate. Yubayashiki Kaguya. The masked man remained still. Shadows clung to the walls around him, wrapping the room in mystery. He didn't move for a long while. The letter trembled slightly in his hand, not from hesitation, but memory. Kaguya, you still believe and hope. His voice was low, deeper than steel, carried by thought rather than tone. A gust of wind passed through the broken windows, and the candles inside flickered like dying breaths. Saharu raised the letter once more, reading it again, not for clarity, but out of respect. I told myself I would never return, that my blade had drawn enough blood, burned enough futures. He stepped out into the moonlight, his coat flared with the wind. The mask never moved, but beneath it, he was thinking. He looked toward the sky. But if I don't step forward, who will? He pocketed the letter and vanished into the wind. Chapter 49, Chapter 20, Cult Leader. Deep within the Infinity Castle, the halls twisted like illusions made real, ceiling flowing like rivers, walls pulsing with a heartbeat not of this world. Somewhere beneath it all, in a golden room laced with red petals and frost-lined pillars, Dauma sat cross-legged, a grin painted across his flawless face. Across from him knelt the new lower moon 4, a demon with long, twitching limbs and an expression of eternal nervous laughter. Tazuna. Ah, Tazuna-chan, Dauma cooed, playfully twirling a lotus petal between his fingers. How wonderful it must feel to have inherited such a fragile seat after the last rampage. Your lucky Lord Musen was feeling merciful. Tazuna bowed lower, his clawed fingers trembling. I will do whatever Lord Musen asks, anything. Dauma's eyes glinted with amusement, and something far colder. Then listen closely. I have an opportunity for you, something that could make you more useful than your shattered predecessor. He leaned closer, breath like frozen perfume. The butterfly mansion. No one's there now except 2 lovely girls, one of them. His smile widened. Is Nezuko Kamado? Tazuna's head shot up, the sun demon. Yes, yes, Dauma sang. The girl who conquered the sun, Lord Musen wants her. Devoured. Can you imagine the promotion that awaits if you succeed? Tazuna's eyes widened, with a madness nearing desperation. I'll go right away. I'll make her scream. Dauma rose slowly, clapping his hands like a proud parent. "Ata boy, go then. Leave no trace except ash and silence." As Tazuna vanished into darkness, Dauma turned toward the wall of ice behind him, where a distorted reflection of his face lingered. "Now then, let's see how Nezuko-chan blooms under winter's kiss." Far away, in the quiet halls of the butterfly mansion, Nezuko hummed softly while Kana watered flowers under the morning sun. Neither of them knew. Death was already walking through the trees. Chapter 50, Chapter 21, Redemption. The sun hovered high above the butterfly mansion, casting rays of warmth through the garden trees. Inside the peaceful estate, Nezuko giggled as she played with the butterflies fluttering around, while Kana remained quietly attentive nearby, tending to a row of blooming lilacs. Suddenly, an eerie gust swept through the air, cold, foul, unnatural. The trees quivered, shadows twisted unnaturally at the gate. A grotesque, thin-limbed demon emerged with a deranged grin stretching across its face. Lower Moon 4, Tazuna. His presence was suffocating, like rotting laughter wrapped in fog. "Well, well, such sweet flowers waiting to be plucked," he hissed. Kano stepped forward immediately, unsheathing her sword in a swift flash. "Nezuko, behind me," she whispered. Nezuko's eyes sharpened, her fangs flashing, ready to pounce if needed. Tazuna lunged, his claws elongated, slicing the air like scythes. Kano moved with grace, countering his strikes in a deadly dance. Nezuko joined in, unleashing her blood demon art, crimson flames bursting into the wind. But Tazuna was relentless, his regeneration abnormally fast for a lower rank. He bled mist and hate. Just as Kano was knocked back, and Nezuko was barely on her feet, a windstorm erupted in the middle of the garden. "Don't touch them." In an instant, Sanmi Shinazugawa stood between the demon and the girls, the wind Hashira's eyes burning with fury. His haori fluttered like a storm banner. Tazuna hissed and swiped, only to find his arm torn off before he even realized Sanmi had moved. The wind Hashira showed no mercy. He carved through Tazuna like he was butchering a wild animal. His blade danced with rage, slicing through bone and demonic tissue until there was nothing left but dissolving ash. Silence fell. Sanmi turned toward Nezuko, who blinked in shock, her fangs still bared defensively. For a moment, memories of their first violent meeting hung in the air, of him stabbing her, testing her resolve. He knelt slowly, and with a rough, weathered hand, he patted her head. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "Back then I was wrong." Nezuko's eyes widened. The apology wasn't grand nor poetic, but from Sanmi it was a hurricane's whisper. She smiled, and Kano, silent as always, gently smiled too. Chapter 51, Chapter 22, Masdrplan. In the flickering maze of the Infinity Castle, Dauma reclined on a throne sculpted from ice and bones, his laughter echoing through the ever-shifting corridors. "Haha, just as I thought. That lower moon was nothing more than bait," he said, twirling a lotus-shaped ice crystal between his fingers. "Now I've seen how fast little Nezuko heals, how fiercely she fights, and more importantly, how protective Sanmi is." He grinned like a serpent. "I do love watching people struggle in vain." Not far from his lair, within the deeper, stiller halls of the castle, Mugen Kibitsuji stood in an ethereal silence, his back turned to the void. His presence pulsed like the heartbeat of death. Koko Chibio stood before him, head lowered in stoic obedience. "Nezuko is growing stronger, and now Shinazugawa dares to defend her." Musen's voice trembled with disgust. "Too many of my plans have been disturbed." From the shadows, Nakime plucked a string on her biwa, a soft tone echoing through the darkness. "Shinobu Kacho is currently in the Higanbana forest. Alone, she was last seen collecting wisteria for antidotes." Musen turned toward Koko Chibio, his eyes burning red with cold fury. "End her. She is a threat not because of her sword, but because of her mind. I want no trace of her remaining." Koko Chibio raised his head slightly. "Understood." Without another word, he vanished, leaving behind only the flicker of his six-eyed gaze and the cold tension of impending death. In the Higanbana forest, a serene wind danced through the crimson spider lilies. Shinobu Kacho knelt by a tree, carefully extracting a rare herb. Her expression was calm, her eyes light and warm, though the world around her had grown eerily still. Then the temperature dropped. The birds ceased singing. She slowly rose, her grip tightening on her sword, and looked toward the darkening trees. From the gloom, Koko Chibio emerged, his towering figure wrapped in his moon-patterned kimono, his blade already half unsheathed. The forest trembled in silence. Shinobu whispered to herself, "So, you came personally, Upper Moon One." And Koko Chibio responded, "You will die here, insect Hashira." The duel of night and venom was about to begin. Chapter 52, Chapter 23, Chinobu vs. Koko Chibio. The wind howled across the Higanbana forest, but its gentle whisper could not mask the brutality that had just occurred. Shinobu Kacho, the insect Hashira, lay crumpled on the blood-stained earth, her haori torn, her body fractured beyond recognition. Her blade was snapped in half beside her, her poison having done little against the immovable wall that was Koko Chibio. The six-eyed demon stood silently above her broken form, his breathing calm, his blade humming with residual heat. "You were light, but too faint to pierce the night," Koko Chibio murmured before vanishing into the wind, leaving nothing behind but scattered spider lilies and a whisper of death. At the Demon Slayer Corps HQ, a Kasugai crow soared through the skies, voice trembling with urgency. "Shinobu Kacho has fallen." Inside the main chamber, the announcement landed like a thunderbolt. Sanmi Shinizugawa stood frozen for a second, then his fist slammed into the wall, splitting it. "Damn it." Obanai Aguro's grip on his sword tightened. His serpent hissed violently, sensing the storm within its master. "We're too far. By the time we reach, it'll be over. It's already over." The rage in their eyes was unmatched, but so too was the helplessness. Neither of them could move fast enough. Within the dim candlelight of the HQ, Kaguya Yubayashiki closed his eyes. "She knew the risks," he said gently, his voice laced with sadness yet acceptance. Shinobu's resolve was unwavering, pray not in anger, but in peace for her soul to find rest in the light. A hush fell upon the room. And far away, within the scorched remains of the forest, butterflies fluttered silently, as if mourning the death of the one who once bore their wings. Chapter 53, Chapter 24, SAHIRU ORASAWA. As Koko Chibio raised his blade for the final strike upon the broken body of Shinobu, the air around him trembled, not with fear, but with the sudden and thunderous presence of power. Clang! A flash of scarlet and violet light collided with Koko Chibio's sword, forcing it back. Sparks erupted across the forest floor as two monstrous auras clashed. Standing between Koko Chibio and Shinobu was a tall young man. His haori was a deep violet, and a long black cape billowed behind him in the wind. His eyes, one glowing violet, the other scarlet, burned with resolve and judgment. A dark black conical hat rested upon his head, shadowing his upper face. Golden dragon patterns coiled across his demon slayer uniform like a symbol of forgotten royalty. A crimson aura flared around him like a storm restrained by sheer will. "You," Koko Chibio muttered, his six eyes focused sharply. "It's been centuries since I've felt this presence." "Saharu," the young man answered coldly, his voice calm but soaked in disdain. "You've done enough damage, Koko Chibio." Koko Chibio's lips curled into something between a smile and a grimace. "So it is you, the one who slaughtered the alternate upper moons. I thought you were myth, but now I see why Mugen fears your name." Saharu's grip tightened on his sword, a curved blade laced with strange markings, marks of deception and death. Without another word, they clashed. Silver hound slash. Saharu vanished and reappeared behind Koko Chibio in an instant, blade sweeping in a spiral. Wisteria blizzard. The wind carried dozens of petal-shaped slashes laced with wisteria essence, keeping Koko Chibio at bay. The moonlight bore witness to a battle of monsters, but Saharu's movements carried something refined, almost illusory. Koko Chibio snarled, the weight of centuries of battle in every blow, yet Saharu countered each one, his facade breathing both unpredictable and devastating. "You are strong," Koko Chibio admitted. "After so long, someone worthy has come." Then suddenly, he stepped back into the shadows. "I will not destroy a relic, not yet." And with that, Koko Chibio vanished into the forest, leaving behind nothing but a memory. Saharu stood silently, his blade dripping crimson from a shallow cut. He turned to Shinobu, gently lifting her. "You'll live," he said softly. "You don't get to die today." The crimson aura slowly receded, and as the sun peeked over the horizon, a new storm had begun to rise, one wearing the mask of silence and strength. Chapter 54, Chapter 25, Facade Master. The forest had gone quiet. Saharu moved carefully, the weight of Shinobu light against his back, yet heavy with the blood and breath she had lost. Her wounds were grave, deep gashes torn through her side, and her breathing shallow, but her eyes, though dim, were still burning with life. "You didn't need to save me," she murmured hoarsely, voice faint against his shoulder. Saharu didn't look back. "You would have died." "I was prepared too." "That's what weaklings say." A pause. Despite her condition, a small, pained smile tugged at her lips. "You really are the infamous Saharu, cold, cruel, and annoyingly honest." He didn't reply, but the way he adjusted his hold, gentler, more secure, was answer enough. As they walked beneath the rising sun, blood trailing behind them, a Kasugai crow soared high above, shrieking with urgency. "Report, attention, all HASHIRA. SAHIRU has returned and saved SHINOBU from KOKUSHIBO. Repeat, SAHIRU has appeared and DFIED in Upper Moon." The news struck the core like lightning. At the Butterfly Mansion, Nezuko and Kanao looked at one another in stunned silence. In a training ground, Seinmi stopped mid-punch, jaw clenching. Jiu, silent as ever, stared into the sky, expression unreadable. Obanai dropped his scroll mid-read. He actually came back. In the Yubayashiki estate, the master closed his eyes with a soft breath. The blade of deception has returned to the battlefield. Chapter 55, Epilogue, The Demon King Remembers. Elsewhere in the depths of the Infinity Castle, Koko Chibio knelt before Musen, his expression composed but shadowed. "I failed to kill her," he admitted, "because he came." Musen's eyes narrowed. The room darkened, pulsating with his fury. "Saharu," he growled, "he interferes again." Koko Chibio's voice was even. "He is no ordinary slayer. He held back, yet still matched me." Musen turned away, cape shifting like living shadow. "So, the facade has finally stepped onto the real stage. Shall I prepare for another confrontation?" "No," Musen said coldly. "We wait. He will come again, and when he does, the true hunt begins." Far away, Saharu walked toward the Butterfly Mansion, carrying Shinobu silently. The war had shifted, and its greatest variable had finally moved. End of Volume 2. Thanks for reading. The Blade of Deception has finally arrived. Will Saharu be the one to turn the tides? But before that, how did demons originate, and what's the story of Yoricha Tsu Jukyuanai? Read Demon Slayer Kaimsu no Yaiba, The Alternate Fate, Volume 3 to find out. By SAHIL MISHRA. Chapter 56, Prologue, Sengoku Era. Long before the rise of Tanjiro Kamado, before Musen's terror spread like wildfire across the nation, there existed a generation of warriors whose strength carved the foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Sengoku Era, a time of relentless bloodshed, unshakable honor, and unbreakable will, gave rise to the first Hashira. Among them stood legends like Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the bearer of the sun breathing, and his brother Michikatsu, who would later become the feared Koko Chibio. Alongside them fought heroes lost to history, the Mountain Bell, the Typhoon Fang, and the Silver Flash of Thunder. This is their story, the beginning of everything. Long ago, during the chaos of the Sengoku Era, when war, disease, and famine gripped the land, a frail man clung to the edges of life. His name was Kibutsuji Musen, a name once whispered in pity by healers and nobles alike. Cursed with a mysterious illness that left his body weak and decaying, Musen was told he would not live past his 20s. Writhing in fear and rage, he turned to forbidden arts and obscure physicians, searching not for comfort, but for an escape from death. One doctor offered him a strange remedy, an experimental treatment brewed from rare ingredients and infused with ancient blood techniques. Musen consumed it with desperation. At first, nothing changed. Then, the fever came. He lost consciousness for days, teetering between life and death. But when he awoke, the sickness was gone. His body pulsed with newfound strength. His senses sharpened. his heart beat like a war drum. But with that life came a hunger. A hunger for blood. Maddened by confusion and driven by instinct, Mugen slaughtered the very man who had saved him. Thus began the path of the first demon, the crimson curse born into the world. And with it, a new darkness. Chapter 57, Chapter 1, Waioraishi. In a small, quiet province nestled between valleys and shaded groves, there lived a man whose presence often passed unnoticed, like the wind between stalks of rice. His name was Yoriichi. He was a tall, lean man with a calm demeanor, his movements as quiet as snowfall. Long, dark hair often tied behind his back, and eyes a soft hue of crimson that glowed subtly in the dusk. He lived simply in a wooden cottage on the outskirts of the village, away from the bustle of market lanes and travelers. Beside him lived his wife, Yuta, a gentle soul with a voice like spring rain. The two shared a bond of few words but deep understanding. Their days were spent tending to the fields, cooking warm meals, and living without grand ambition. It was a life of silence, peace, and humble joy. What few villagers knew was that Yoriichi possessed an uncanny gift. From a young age, his body moved with unnatural grace and precision. His eyes could track even the fastest of motions. And when he held a sword, an old one passed to him by a wandering monk. His strikes were so clean, they split leaves without damaging their veins. He never spoke of his past. Some whispered he was born under a celestial sign, others said the gods had touched him, but to those who met him, he was simply a kind man, soft-spoken, still. Yet there was something in his silence, a heaviness in his gaze, as if he had seen sorrow that words could not hold. And though he bore no title, no crest, and no pride in skill, he was a swordsman unmatched. But fate does not allow such peace to last. Chapter 58, Chapter 2, Keabutiasudai. Within the grand shadows of an abandoned Heian manor, seated beneath a withered cherry tree that no longer bloomed, Mugen Kibitsuji sat in silence. His eyes, crimson as freshly drawn blood, stared into the distance, though nothing in particular drew his gaze. He no longer heard the wind, no longer smelled the spring. Life had become muted. Immortality, he whispered aloud, though none were near. The only rightful form of existence. Long ago, he had been weak, frail from the moment of birth. A body that faltered at every breath, skin like wax, and a heart that barely beat. The physicians called it divine punishment. The monks called it karmic decay. His family called it shame. But Mugen rejected death with every part of his soul. That day, the day of transformation, when the failed experiments of desperate healers finally gave rise to something forbidden, he knew. He had surpassed the cage of mortality. Though cursed by sunlight, he had become what no one else had. A perfect being, freed from illness, free of limits. And yet, even now, he felt anger, disgust. Because perfection remained incomplete. The blue spider lily, the final component of the elusive cure that made him what he was, still evaded him. It was the key to complete immunity, to walk beneath the sun again. He had devoured hundreds, created dozens of demons, commanded monsters to tear through the lands, and still, the flower remained hidden. "I will create the world I deserve," Mugen said to the air, "and it shall be one where only the strong, only I may decide who lives or dies." His voice was calm, but his blood boiled beneath his pale skin. And so, deep in the folds of time, a tyrant born of desperation began moving once more. And the age of demons would soon begin. Chapter 59, Chapter 3, The Wife of Peace. The sun dipped behind the distant mountains, casting a soft amber hue across the rice fields. Crickets began their evening chorus, and smoke rose gently from the thatched roof of a modest home nestled near the forest's edge. Yoriichi Tsujikuni sat on the porch, his sword resting beside him. His eyes, calm and unreadable, were fixed on the horizon. His hands, though calloused from years of training, moved gently as he whittled a piece of wood into the shape of a bird. Behind him, the sliding door opened with a faint thump. Yuta, his wife, stepped out, her footsteps light. She carried a small bowl of rice and fish, steam curling from the edge. "You've barely eaten today," she said softly, kneeling beside him. "Are you trying to become one with the wind?" Yoriichi gave a faint smile. "Perhaps it's quieter there." Yuta nudged the bowl toward him, folding her hands in her lap. You've been distant today." A moment passed. "I saw something," Yoriichi finally said. "In a dream or a memory." Yuta tilted her head. "Was it a bad dream?" "No," he replied, "just strange. The sky was red, there was fire everywhere, and I was alone, even though I was surrounded by people." Yuta looked at him gently, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. "You were born with quiet eyes, Yoriichi. People often fear what they can't understand. Maybe in your dream, they feared that quiet." He looked down at the carved bird. "I don't want to be feared, I just want to live here, with you, grow old and become ordinary." Yuta smiled softly. "You'll never be ordinary to me." He looked at her, and for a moment, the weight he carried seemed to lift. "Do you ever regret marrying a man like me?" he asked. She laughed, not loudly, never loudly, but with the kind of warmth that filled the empty spaces in his soul. "You're a man who sits with trees, listens to wind, and feeds birds with broken wings," she said. "If that's something to regret, I must be the most foolish woman in this village." The wind stirred the grass around them. Fireflies began to blink in the distance. Yoriichi reached over and gently placed the carved bird into her hands. "Then let's stay foolish together." They sat like that until the stars claimed the sky. And for a while, just a while, peace held them like a promise not yet broken. Chapter 60, Chapter 4, Sun Breathing. The morning sun shimmered through the trees, casting long golden beams across the forest floor. The air was crisp, still carrying a hint of night's chill. Birds called gently, and the sound of a blade slicing the wind echoed through the clearing. Yoriichi Tsujikuni stood alone in the heart of the forest, bare feet pressed against the mossy earth. His katana moved slowly at first, controlled, deliberate. He breathed in sync with the flow of nature, every motion guided by the rhythm of his body and the pulse of the world around him. He had practiced swordsmanship all his life, but something had begun to change. As he focused deeper, each breath ignited something different. His body moved faster, lighter, the air seemed to bend around him. Heat shimmered at the edge of his blade. Suddenly, light, real and sharp, flashed as his katana sliced through the air, creating a ripple like sunlight bursting through a cloud. He stopped, panting slightly, looking down at his hands. Steam curled off his shoulders. His breathing, once simple, had grown deeper, fuller. The warmth that coursed through him wasn't fatigue, it was power. From behind him came a soft voice. "What was that just now?" He turned to see Yuta, her eyes wide with quiet awe. She stepped into the clearing slowly, her sandals crunching over twigs. "I don't know," Yoriichi admitted, looking down at his sword. "It's not something I was taught. My body, it moved on its own, and my breath felt like it carried the heat of the sun." Yuta looked at the blade, then at him. It was beautiful, like watching flame dance. He sheathed his sword gently and turned toward her. It didn't feel like a technique. It felt like something old, ancient, as if it didn't come from me. Yuta placed her hand over his chest. "Then maybe it came through you." Yoriichi blinked. "What do you mean?" "You're always listening to things no one else hears. Wind, fire, the earth. Maybe this power is their way of speaking back." He looked away, thoughtful. "If that's true, it must be used to protect, never destroy." Yuta smiled. "Then it's in the right hands." The sun rose higher through the trees, its golden light painting them both in warmth. And without realizing it, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had taken the first steps toward the breath that would one day shape history. Chapter 61, Chapter 5, Heartbreak. The sky was painted a soft amber, birds chirping as the sun began its gentle descent. Yoriichi Tsujikuni walked along the wooded path that led to the village market. On his back, he carried bundles of straw rope, small tools, and a sack of rice. In his hand, a thick bundle of firewood. He moved slowly, humming softly, a tune Yuta had once hummed while making miso soup. He remembered her smiling that morning, brushing strands of hair behind her ear as she waved him off. It had been peaceful. It was supposed to stay that way. As Yoriichi crested the final hill before their home, he stopped. The air was wrong. There were no birds singing, the breeze had stilled, the smell iron, blood. He dropped everything and ran. The wooden steps of his house were cracked. The front door was torn from its hinges. Claw marks scarred the walls. His breath grew shaky as he stepped inside. And there, Yuta collapsed near the corner of the room, torn cloth, blood pooled beneath her breathing shallow, her body mangled, her arms trembled as she tried to lift herself. Yuta, Yoriichi dropped beside her, his voice breaking. Yuta, I'm here, what happened? Her lips moved slowly, a whisper. They came the shadows. Yoriichi held her trembling hands. What shadows, who? She coughed, blood slipping from her mouth. Monsters, demons, eyes that weren't human. Yoriichi's heart pounded. Demons, he echoed, voice numb. She nodded weakly, and with a final smile, her hand brushed his cheek. Don't follow them. And then her eyes dulled, her body went still. Yuta was gone. Silence fell, broken only by the wind outside. Yoriichi sat frozen. The warmth in the room vanished. His hand gripped the wooden floor until his knuckles bled. The scent of blood, the void of loss. His breath trembled. And for the first time in his life, rage bloomed quietly inside him. Chapter 62, Chapter 6, Brother's Perspective. The rain fell lightly on the roof of the Tsujikuni home, now cold and hollow. Yoriichi sat in the center of the room, unmoving, facing the dried bloodstains that once marked where Yuta had breathed her last. Days had passed, yet he hadn't eaten. The world had dimmed. The funeral pyre had long turned to ash, but the ache in his chest stayed alive. If only I had been faster. If I had stayed home. If I had known. Regret dug into him like a blade. Then came the sound of sandals against wet earth. A familiar presence stepped into the ruined house. Michikatsu Tsujikuni, Yoriichi's elder brother, stood at the entrance, his expression unreadable under the hood of his traveling cloak. His dark eyes scanned the room, the silence pressing down on him like the storm outside. You should have sent word, Michikatsu said, his voice even. You shouldn't have faced this alone. Yoriichi didn't look up. I wasn't fast enough, I didn't know, I wasn't strong enough. Michikatsu took a few steps closer, frowning. You were always the strongest of us. Even now, even broken, you're stronger. Yoriichi's eyes slowly rose. That strength, it was meaningless. Michikatsu clenched his jaw. Meaningless? You wield a blade as if it dances with the gods. You discovered something beyond human breathing. I saw it even as boys. There was a pause before he added. And yet, you wasted in grief. Yoriichi's fists tightened. Yuta was my light, that sword didn't protect her. Michikatsu's voice cracked for a second, emotion slipping in. Then let it protect others. He looked away, eyes narrowed. You think you suffer alone? I've trained every day, pushing my body to ruin, just to reach your level. I've bled trying to become your equal, and still I'm left behind. Yoriichi looked at his brother, finally seeing the fire that burned behind Michikatsu's calm. It wasn't hatred. It was envy and something deeper, a longing to matter. Michikatsu softened just slightly. Don't let this destroy you, little brother. Use it. Forge something from the pain. The rain continued to fall. Yoriichi didn't answer. But the seed of resolve had been planted. Chapter 63, Chapter 7, The Birth of the Core. A quiet morning breeze rolled across the fields as Yoriichi stood outside, eyes closed, listening to the rustle of wind through tall grass. He had begun to breathe again, not just with lungs, but with purpose. His sword, once set aside in grief, now rested at his side. That day, a crow descended with a sealed scroll. Its emblem was unfamiliar, a stylized wisteria crest, a symbol meant to ward off demons. Yoriichi opened the scroll, the wax seal cracking like brittle memories. Inside. To Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Word of your swordsmanship and instinct has reached us. We are the Demon Slayer Corps, recently founded by those seeking to push back the terror that has begun to spread across villages and provinces. Demons, creatures of shadow and blood, threaten innocent lives, and we lack the strength to face them alone. We ask you to join us. Your skill may be the light humanity needs. He read it again and again. Yuta's face, her final breath, flashed through his mind. By nightfall, Yoriichi stood before his brother. Michikatsu, he said, eyes clear for the first time in months. We are not alone. There are others who want to fight. Michikatsu's eyes narrowed, curious. You mean the Corps? Yoriichi nodded. I'm going to join them. Will you come with me? After a beat, Michikatsu smirked. Of course I will. Someone needs to make sure you don't get all the glory. Soon, 5 others stood with them. Kazuyoshi Iwamoto, the calm giant with a will as steady as stone. Shin Kaminari, swift as a thunderbolt, joking even in battle. And Jiro Rengoku, whose flamelit passion burned through fear. Takeshi Hade, wind-scarred and wild, unafraid of chaos. Yusuke Mizuhara, silent as water but swift to strike. 7 swordsmen, bound by fate and forged by loss. That night, as torches lit the forest path, they gathered beneath the stars. No uniforms yet, no ranks, just resolve. The Demon Slayer Corps was born not from might, but from grief, and a single flickering hope. And Yoriichi, once a humble swordsman, unknowingly became its soul. Chapter 64, Chapter 8, Mastery. The wind swept across the training grounds, stirring dust and petals alike. Morning light glinted off Yoriichi's blade as he stood alone, shirt damp with sweat, breath steady, measured. Focused. He had been coming here every day, ever since the letter, ever since her. With each strike, he tried to cut away the helplessness. With every breath, he tried to remember her face, not in blood, but in light. And something within him was awakening. His feet moved in a rhythm foreign to others, but natural to him. His blade carved arcs through the air that shimmered with heat. His chest rose and fell in harmony with the world around him. And then, a flash. The first form emerged. Sun-breathing, flame halo dance. It scorched the training pole to splinters. The other slayers had stopped sparring. Even Kazuyoshi dropped his stone-weighted training boulder. What was that? Whispered Yusuke, eyes wide. Yoriichi stepped back, blinking. I don't know, he replied honestly. But he kept going. His body moved on instinct. Form after form came, fluid, explosive, elegant, terrifying. It wasn't just power, it was something divine. Dance of the fire wheel. Solar flash thrust. Blazing mirage. Flame-linked vortex. Radiant finish. Twilight fade. Each one born from pain. Each one a tribute to the sun's purity, its ability to both burn and nurture. Michikatsu, watching from a distance, gritted his teeth. Sweat rolled down his cheek, not from the heat, but from the rising storm within. Yoriichi collapsed to one knee, panting, blade glowing faintly. And in that moment, the others knew. Something ancient had returned to the world. The breath of the sun. But for Yoriichi, it was never about power. It was about never letting another Yuta happen again. Chapter 65, Chapter 9, Light. The bells of morning still echoed in Yoriichi's heart. But now, the fire in his eyes burned with purpose. The village that once slept in peace was now plagued by darkness. The elders whispered of missing children, of livestock found gutted in the fields, of red-eyed silhouettes lurking at night. Yoriichi did not wait for orders. He simply picked up his blade and walked. Night fell, and the demons came. The first one lunged at him from the tree line, a twisted beast with blades for arms. Yoriichi didn't blink. Sun-breathing, first form flame halo dance. A single arc of heat. The demon's head fell before it even realized it had been struck. Its body ignited in golden flames, reduced to ash under the moonlight. From the rooftops, 2 more descended, fangs bared, blood dripping from their claws. Yoriichi spun midair. Second form, solar flash thrust. A blinding spear of light pierced both of them through. They wailed, but he had already moved on. The forest behind the village became his battlefield. He carved a path through darkness. A demon that split into 3. Fourth form, blazing mirage. He outpaced them all, burning each copy to cinders. One with hardened skin like iron. Fifth form, radiant finish. His blade glowed with celestial heat and severed it at the core. Blood sprayed, ash rose, but Yoriichi's eyes stayed calm, resolute. When dawn finally came, 7 demons had fallen. The ground smoked with remnants of his fury. Villagers emerged from their homes, stunned. And there stood Yoriichi, sword at his side, face tilted toward the rising sun. The light has returned, whispered an elder. But Yoriichi said nothing. He had only just begun. Chapter 66, Chapter 10, Legacy. The demon threat was spreading. its tendrils creeping further across villages and towns. Yoriichi, though still grieving, understood something clearly now. He could not carry this burden alone. Beneath the mountain sky, he gathered the 5 swordsmen who had joined the corps. None bore the same strength or rhythm of breathing as him, but Yoriichi saw something deeper in each of them: potential. Not all can wield the sun, he said, but from it other paths may bloom. And so he began to guide them, one by one. Kazuyoshi Iwamoto stood silently, like a boulder that could not be moved. Yoriichi observed his patience, his firm footwork, his rooted stance. "Yours is the stillness of stone," Yoriichi said. Stone breathing was born. Every swing of Kazuyoshi's blade now struck with the weight of the earth. Shin Kaminari was erratic, always shifting, laughing even in combat. He darted like lightning, his grip unpredictable. "Your breath is thunder," Yoriichi told him. Thus came thunder breathing, and Shin's strikes moved faster than the eye could see, electric and wild. Enjiro Rengoku, passionate and proud, burned with a sense of honor. His strikes carried raw heat, fiery emotion, and unshakable resolve. "You are flame blazing in the dark," said Yoriichi. Flame breathing took form, fierce and bold, his sword roaring like a wildfire with each swing. Takeshi Height, unruly and savage, fought like the wind, wild, untamed, and free. His swordplay howled with unpredictability. "You ride the wind," Yoriichi observed, "so let it become your weapon." And thus, wind breathing emerged, slashing, spiraling, always moving forward. Yusuke Mizuhara, tranquil and observant, adapted like water. He changed with his opponent, always flowing. "You carry the stillness and force of rivers," Yoriichi said. From him, water breathing was born, fluid, elegant, but no less deadly. By the month's end, the Demon Slayer Corps had something it never had before: form, direction, and legacy. No longer were they scattered swords. They were breathing in harmony with nature, becoming one with it. And Yoriichi stood among them, proud, but solemn. "These are only beginnings," he said to the wind. "From these breaths, generations will rise." But in the shadows, his brother watched in silence. Chapter 67, Chapter 11, Moon Breathing. Under the pale moonlight, Michikatsu Tsujikuni stood in the center of the training ground, drenched in sweat. His blade trembled slightly, not from fatigue but frustration. He had tried, again and again, to match the rhythm of Yoriichi's sun breathing. The stances, the control, the purity of movement, but each attempt only reminded him of how wide the gap truly was. Why can't I reach him? Yoriichi had never boasted, never sought recognition, and yet every warrior, every commander, every eye they saw Yoriichi as the pinnacle. Even the demons whispered of a man in red, with movements like the dawn itself. Michikatsu gritted his teeth. He began to adjust his breathing, force it into a new shape. He remembered how the moonlight glimmered cold and distant, how his heart, in contrast to Yoriichi's warmth, felt colder, more desperate. He abandoned the warmth of the sun and forged something else. That night, Michikatsu's sword danced under the silver sky, wide arcs, slow curves, flickering strikes like phases of the moon. Each movement was elegant yet eerie, graceful yet distant. It was the opposite of his brother's, calculated rather than instinctual, severing rather than illuminating. "This is mine," he whispered, "not his, never his." And from that quiet fury, moon breathing was born. When Yoriichi saw it the next day, he smiled faintly. "Your path is different," he said, "but it's yours, brother." But that smile, that calm acceptance, only dug deeper into Michikatsu's heart. "You still look down on me," Michikatsu thought, "even now." Thus, though they stood side by side, the distance between the brothers had never been greater. Chapter 68, Chapter 12, Fire, Wind and Water. The wind carried the scent of rain as Yoriichi sat beneath the training hall's open canopy. Across from him were 3 of his closest comrades, the newly formed Demon Slayer Corps, first flame, water, and wind users. Their swords rested beside them, and the silence between them was peaceful, not from awkwardness, but understanding. Yoriichi spoke first, his voice gentle like still water. "We've come far, but I wish to know the roots of those who now fight beside me." Enjiro Rengoku, flame breathing. The eldest among them, Enjiro Rengoku, with his wild orange hair and blazing eyes, nodded proudly. I was a soldier once, fought in the wars for lords who saw us as disposable. One day, demons razed my village, my younger brother and mother gone in one night. He looked down at the flame-patterned hilt of his sword. When I met you, Yoriichi, I saw purpose in fire, not for destruction but for protection, so I shaped it into flame-breathing. Yoriichi bowed slightly. Your flame will never flicker out, Enjuro. Takeshi Hayat, wind-breathing. Takeshi smirked, arms folded behind his head, hair messily caught by the breeze. I grew up on the cliffs near the sea, lost both parents to a demon pretending to be a fisherman. The winds that carried my screams were the only thing left after that. His smile faded for a moment. So I decided to become the storm. Not for revenge, but because demons need to know they can't fly free anymore. Yoriichi nodded. Your wind is loud, but it sings for justice. Yusuke Mizuhara, water-breathing. Finally, the quietest of the three, Yusuke Mizuhara, spoke with a calm, flowing cadence. My family guarded rivers and waterways for generations. When a demon poisoned our stream and killed my sister, I dove in after her, but only found her too late. He paused, gazing at the reflective surface of a nearby water basin. Water is life. It adapts, flows, and when needed, it cuts deep. That's what I turn my grief into. Yoriichi looked at each of them. Though their pasts were marred by pain, their hearts carried resolve. Then we all carry loss, he said, but in our breaths, our blades, we carry hope too. They shared a moment of silence, broken only by the soft rustling of trees. Their paths were different, but on the battlefield they would be one. Chapter 69, Chapter 13, Thunder and Stone. The sun had begun to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Yoriichi found Shin Kaminari and Kazuyoshi Iwamoto meditating beneath an old pine tree, one with roots deep and a trunk scarred by years of wind and war. He approached them with soft steps, and both looked up, Kaminari with a grin, Kazuyoshi with a silent nod. I wish to hear your stories, Yoriichi said gently, so I may understand the lightning and the stone that fight by my side. Shin Kaminari, thunder breathing. Kaminari stretched his arms behind his head, his youthful face bright despite the fading light. I wasn't born into war like some of the others. My parents were merchants. My life was loud, chaotic, full of joy. His smile dimmed slightly. One night, a demon attacked during a festival. I tried to outrun it with my younger sister. I was fast, but not fast enough. The silence that followed was bitter. That's why I trained to be faster than lightning. Thunder breathing isn't just about speed, it's about not letting grief catch up again. Yoriichi placed a hand on his shoulder. Your heart strikes harder than any bolt, Shin. Kazuyoshi Iwamoto, stone breathing. Kazuyoshi remained seated, his eyes closed as he spoke. His voice was slow, grounded, but each word landed with weight. I was raised in the mountains. My family were monks, men of silence and strength. He opened his eyes, deep and unmoving like ancient earth. A demon came during a blizzard. We had no weapons, only prayers. None survived but me. I buried them all with my hands. There was no sorrow in his tone, only a sacred calm. Stone endures, it breaks not from grief but holds it. Stone breathing was not something I chose, it chose me, in the stillness after the avalanche. Yoriichi bowed deeply to him. Then you are the mountain we all stand upon, Kazuyoshi. The three sat in silence after that, no words left to say. The storm, the stone, and the sun, together in harmony. Chapter 70, Chapter 14, 7 Blades. The Demon Slayer Corps had never seen such unity. 7 elite swordsmen, the first of their kind, walking as one. From the hills of Kyushu to the borders of Edo, the shadows had grown too bold. 14 powerful demons were reported gathering under the cover of darkness. The mission letter was clear: eliminate them all. Each of the 7 slayers would face 2. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Michikatsu Tsujikuni, Kazuyoshi Remote, Shin Kaminari, Enjiro Rengoku, Yusuke Mizuhara, Takeshi Hayat. The battle began beneath a blood-red sky. 7 blades, 14 demons, 1 purpose. Blades clashed and roared like thunder. Each demon was a nightmare of flesh and fangs, and yet the Hashira prototypes moved like gods among men. Tanjiro's flames swept through the battlefield, carving blazing arcs through his foes with unrelenting resolve. Yusuke fought like a river unbound, his water-breathing weaving through demon claws with graceful fury. Takeshi unleashed storm after storm with wind-breathing, feral and unpredictable, carving gusts sharp enough to shred skin. Kazuyoshi, the stone wall, stood unshaken. His strikes were few but devastating. He crushed the will of his enemies as surely as their bones. Kaminari became lightning incarnate, a blur of yellow-white death tearing across the battlefield with deafening speed. And Michikatsu fought valiantly with moon-breathing, his newly forged style emanating elegance and deadly precision. But amidst his duel, one of his two opponents revealed a hidden form, tentacles and scales bursting forth in a frenzy of cursed power. Michikatsu staggered, blade slipping. A claw slashed toward his chest. But it never landed. Yoriichi was there. With a single, effortless motion, Yoriichi cut down the demon's arm midair, then followed with a clean horizontal slice that bisected the beast in one instant. The demon disintegrated into ash before it could scream. Michikatsu collapsed to one knee, stunned not just by his brush with death, but by his brother's mercy. "You why?" he asked, still panting. Yoriichi only smiled, kneeling beside him. "Because you are my brother, Michikatsu, always will be." No judgment, no gloating, just kindness. That quiet compassion burned Michikatsu more than any flame. And from afar, the remaining 5 Hashira stared in silent respect. The battle was over. The legend had only just begun. Chapter 71, Chapter 15, Koko Chibio. The moon hung low, veiled in a crimson haze. The night was quiet, too quiet, and in that silence, Michikatsu Tsujikuni's thoughts screamed louder than any blade. He stood alone atop the cliff behind the training grounds, his sword planted beside him, fists clenched, eyes burning with resentment. Why can't I surpass him? I breathe, I fight, I bleed like him, yet I remain in his shadow. Every victory felt lesser. Every step forward felt like a step behind Yoriichi. He struck the ground, again and again, his breathing ragged. Even now, he looks at me with pity. Then came a whisper, like smoke curling through his thoughts. "You are more than this." Michikatsu turned. A man stood behind him in the mist, pale and elegant, eyes like pools of malice and intellect. "Kibutsuji Musen. You were never meant to follow, Michikatsu. You were born to lead." Michikatsu's hand hovered over his blade. "Who are you?" "Someone who sees your greatness when even your own brother does not. He holds you back, buried under kindness, under sentiment, but I can release you." The wind stilled, the trees seemed to shiver. "What if I could give you eternity?" Musen's voice coiled like a serpent. "The strength to become more than just the brother of Yoriichi, to become something divine." Michikatsu's breath caught. "You can do that. All you must do is let go of your humanity." There was no scream, no thunderclap, only the sound of transformation, bones stretching, blood boiling, flesh turning to something beyond mortal. The moon overhead flickered and dimmed. Michikatsu Tsujikuni was no more. Koko Chibio, the first upper moon, had been born. And far away, Yoriichi stirred in his sleep, a chill crawling up his spine. Chapter 72, Chapter 16, Raid. The core grounds were quiet, too quiet. Yoriichi arrived after weeks of demon hunting, his blade newly sharpened, his breathing deeper than before. But something was missing. Someone was missing. He looked around, no sign of Michikatsu. Then came Tanjiro Rengoku, shoulders low, his usual blazing spirit dimmed. "Yoriichi, I'm sorry, your brother is gone." Yoriichi's expression did not shift. He waited, stone still, his silence asking for more. Rengoku sighed, voice strained with sadness. "He left, but not as your brother. He's changed, transformed, taken by the demon who calls himself Musen." The words struck like thunder. "No," Yoriichi whispered, "he wouldn't." But deep inside he knew, the subtle signs, the jealousy, the silence, the late-night disappearances. He turned away, unable to speak. That night by a quiet mountain lake, the stars reflected like a shattered sky. Yoriichi knelt, eyes shut, blade across his knees. Yuta now him too. The sorrow was quiet, controlled, but deep as the lake itself. The wind shifted. A presence behind him. Still meditating like a monk. Yoriichi stood slowly. Koko Chibio. His brother's body warped. Horns twisted from his temple. A demonic third eye opened in his forehead. But the voice still bore traces of Michikatsu. Why? Yoriichi asked, barely above a whisper. Because I refuse to live in your shadow, Koko Chibio replied coldly. As a man, I could never surpass you, but as a demon. He drew his sword, twisted, veined, alive with pulsing blood. I will. Steel clashed under moonlight. Sun and moon collided in the silent woods. Each breath, each strike, carved the night open. But Yoriichi was faster. Stronger. Calmer. He parried each of Koko Chibio's demonic strikes with grace. He pushed him back, not with rage, but with grief. You were my brothers. Then prove it now. They clashed again, until the sky blushed with the first kiss of dawn. Sunlight peeked through the trees. Koko Chibio hissed, retreating into the forest shadows, eyes glowing. This isn't over. And he vanished. Yoriichi collapsed to his knees, sword plunged into the earth. He didn't scream. He didn't shout. He simply wept. Yuta Michikatsu, I will stop him, I swear it. The sun rose behind him, bathing him in light, his breathing silent but burning with purpose. His goal was clear, hunt down Mugen Kibitsuji. Chapter 73, Chapter 17, The Weight of a Human Life. The nights grew longer. Yoriichi had searched far and wide, across villages plagued by death, forests swallowed in silence, and mountains where even crows feared to land. Each whisper of destruction pointed in one direction, and finally he found them. In the heart of a decaying temple, bathed in moonlight, stood two figures. Mugen Kibitsuji, clad in black robes that rippled like ink, his skin pale as snow, eyes red with endless hunger. And beside him, Tamyo, quiet, unreadable, her expression veiled in silence. Yoriichi stepped forward. The wind stilled. Mugen turned, mildly amused. So the ghost finally arrives. Yoriichi said nothing. He merely unsheathed his blade. The temperature shifted. In a blink, the dance began. Mugen lunged, his body splitting and reforming midair, claws flashing like sickles. Yoriichi countered, his sun-breathing forms flowing one into another like an endless rhythm. First form, flame waltz light-seared the night, cutting into Mugen's flesh. Third form, dragon sun halo head dance, a spinning arc that grazed the demon's neck. Seventh form, solar heat haze, a blur of motion, too fast to track. Mugen screamed, blood spattered across the rotting floor. His body convulsed, splitting into hundreds of pieces, writhing like serpents, trying to escape. But Yoriichi was faster. He moved as if guided by the gods. Each cut severed escape, every form closed a path. Finally, Mugen fell. Slumped, breathing shallow, blood pooling at his feet. Yoriichi stood over him, silent, eyes glowing in golden rage. Mugen forced a sick grin. Even if I die, demons will live on. I have scattered my flesh. You cannot. But Yoriichi stepped forward, blade still glowing. What do you find so amusing? His voice was colder than death. You've lived for centuries, killing, deceiving, hiding, and now, in the face of true light, you run. Tamyo stared, wide-eyed, as Mugen's smirk finally faded into something darker, fear. This is the weight of a human life. You never understood it, you never will. Yoriichi raised his sword. But Mugen's body convulsed violently, shattering into hundreds of tiny chunks, fleeing into the shadows like red worms, scattering into the wind. Too fast. Too many. Too small. He escaped. Yoriichi stood motionless, the silence swallowing the night once again. Tamyo knelt, stunned, trembling. You nearly killed him. But not enough, Yoriichi whispered, lowering his sword. The dawn broke. And once again, the demon vanished. Chapter 74, Chapter 18, Kindness. The night was still, the broken temple bathed in the pale gold of sunrise. Tamyo knelt amid the scattered remnants of the battle. Her hands trembled, not out of fear, but out of guilt. The scent of blood still clung to the air, but Mugen was gone and she was still here. Yoriichi turned to leave. But her voice broke through the silence. "Wait, please." He stopped. Tamyo's face was wet with tears. Her voice quivered as she spoke. I was forced, turned against my will. Mugen, he used me, controlled me. Every life I took, it wasn't by choice, but the blood is still on my hands. Her forehead touched the ground in a deep bow. If you must strike me down, then do it. I will not run. For a long moment, Yoriichi said nothing. Then he stepped forward, his expression calm, his golden eyes softened not by pity, but understanding. I was never going to harm you. Tamyo slowly raised her head, eyes wide in disbelief. You chose remorse over indulgence. That is more strength than most can ever claim. He sheathed his blade and turned toward the morning light. Live Tamyo. Why, she asked, voice cracking, after everything? Yoriichi's answer was quiet but certain. Because you will be the one to turn the tide one day. You'll be there when it matters most. When humanity forgets me, you'll still be there, guiding them in your own way. Tamyo stared as the man began to walk away, his silhouette glowing in the sunrise, tired, burdened, yet unwavering. In that moment, something took root in her heart. Not vengeance. Not hate. But hope. Chapter 75, Chapter 19, Outcasted Son. The walk back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was silent. Birds chirped, and wind rustled through the trees, but Yoriichi's thoughts were heavy with what had transpired. He had wounded Mugen, perhaps fatally, but failed to kill him. And now he had spared a demon. Though Tamyo had shown true sorrow, Yoriichi knew the Corps would see it differently. And they did. The Corps headquarters was not filled with praise, nor pride. It was filled with silence. Then whispers. Then anger. At the main hall, the Hashira stood, Rengoku, Kaminari, Mizuhara, Hate, and Iwamoto, saddened, but unable to raise their voices against what followed. The Corps leader stepped forward, voice sharp and judgmental. You spared a demon, and let Mugen live. Your own brother is now a demon, a betrayal of blood. Yoriichi bowed his head, not in submission, but in quiet acceptance of their grief and rage. I did what I thought was right. And for that, the leader said, you are banished. You shall no longer carry the mark of this Corps. Leave. The sentence hit harder than any blade, but Yoriichi did not argue. As he stepped outside, the sun above seemed dimmer. Word had spread quickly to nearby villages. People whispered as he walked by, eyes averted or full of contempt. There he is, the demon's brother. He let one go, they say he's cursed. He brought ruins. He had no home now. No Corps. No brother. Yoriichi wandered to the edge of the village, wind blowing through the cherry blossoms, now beginning to fall. His footsteps left no sound as he passed through the path out of the village. He did not look back. And the road ahead was now only his to walk. Chapter 76, Chapter 20, Why? The road stretched far beyond the horizon, winding through mountains, forests, and sunlit fields. With every footfall, Yoriichi Tsujikuni felt the weight of memories like stones upon his shoulders. He walked alone. No sword drawn. No battles fought. Only thoughts. The sunlight warmed his back, but his heart remained cold. Each step whispered echoes of his past. Yuta's laughter in the early mornings. The warmth of her hands as they planted rice. Her dying breath trembling in his arms. Demons came. Her final words haunted him like a ghost behind his every breath. Then came his brother's shadow, once proud, now consumed. He remembered Michikatsu's frustration, the way his fists clenched when Yoriichi succeeded, the way jealousy festered, turning into bitterness. Why is it always you? Mugen's smirk. The Corps rejection. The villagers' cruel whispers. Everything collapsed into a single truth. He was alive, but hollow. At a quiet cliffside overlooking a river valley, Yoriichi stopped. The wind blew through his long hair. His crimson eyes looked out toward the distant mountains, silent and unchanging. He dropped to his knees. Was it all meaningless? No answer came, only the cry of a hawk flying above. Yet in that silence, he remembered Tamyo's trembling voice, begging to be free. Not all demons were alike. Not all hope was lost. Yoriichi's hand gripped the hilt of his blade again, not in anger, not in vengeance, but as a silent vow. So long as the sun rises, I will walk. Even if alone. Even if forgotten. He would carry his pain like armor, and one day, end the curse Mugen cast upon the world. He stood again, the wind at his back. And walked. Chapter 77, Chapter 21, Kaamadio Household. The afternoon sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the mountain path as Yoriichi's legs weakened from his endless journey. Dust coated his feet, his lips were parched, his eyes tired. Then he saw it. A small, modest house nestled in the forest clearing. Smoke curled from its chimney, the scent of cooked rice lingered in the air. Yoriichi approached slowly, hesitant. With a soft knock on the wooden frame of the sliding door, he called out gently. I asked for nothing but a cup of water, may I? There was a pause, then the shoji slid open. A warm smile greeted him. A kind-faced man, middle-aged with deep brown eyes, nodded. You must be tired, traveler. Please come in. Yoriichi entered quietly. A woman handed him a wooden cup, water fresh from the nearby spring. Children peeked out from behind her, wide-eyed but curious. The man sat beside him and said, We know you. You're the swordsman they speak of, the one with the red earrings. Yoriichi blinked, surprised. You do. The woman laughed softly. We live deep in the mountains, but word still travels. They say a warrior walks the earth alone, with eyes of fire, carrying sorrow on his back. He looked down, the sorrow in those words cutting deeper than blades. I'm not worthy of stories. The man placed a firm, kind hand on his shoulder. Then let us simply call you a guest. You're welcome here always. They shared a quiet meal. The fire crackled softly. One of the children climbed onto Yoriichi's lap, placing a hand on his sun-patterned earrings. Why are they like the sunrise? Yoriichi managed a small smile. Because they remind me of something precious. The night passed gently, filled with laughter, food, and warmth, things he had nearly forgotten. As he left the next morning, the woman handed him a cloth-wrapped parcel of dried rice and pickled vegetables. For your travels, she said. He bowed deeply. I'll remember your kindness. The Kamado household. Unknown to them, they had rekindled a small ember inside the broken swordsman. One that would burn quietly, across generations. Chapter 78, Chapter 22, Hinokami Kagura. Days turned into weeks. Yoriichi, though burdened still by sorrow, found moments of peace in the Kamado household. They treated him not as a fallen warrior or a banished soul, but as family. He would help with the chores, cut firewood with a single stroke, carry water from the spring, and play with the children. When the nights grew long and the air cold, he would stoke the fire and share tales, carefully choosing ones with light instead of blood. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountains, casting gold across the forest, the family gathered outside to celebrate the end of the harvest. Will you dance with us, Yoriichi-san? One of the children asked, tugging at his sleeve. He stood silent for a moment. Then slowly, he nodded. And there, under the setting sun, Yoriichi unsheathed his blade. But this was no dance of war. It was beauty. His steps were fluid, measured, his sword moving in arcs of fire and grace. It was as if he were one with the sun itself, breathing with the wind, becoming rhythm and radiance. The children clapped in awe. The parents watched, mesmerized. When he stopped, breath calm and eyes steady, the eldest son of the Kamado family stepped forward and asked, What is that dance called, Yoriichi-san? Yoriichi paused, gazing up at the sun now retreating behind the hills. It is something I once created to bring light in the face of darkness. He looked at the boy and smiled, a soft, mournful smile. From now on, you may call it Hinokami Kagura, the dance of the fire god. Pass it on to protect those you love. The flames from the bonfire reflected in his crimson and violet eyes. From that day forward, each New Year's Eve, the Kamado family would perform the dance in his honor, never knowing it would one day live on in the hands of another boy with a kind heart and a fiery spirit. And so the legacy of the sun did not fade. It was reborn, among embers within kindness and through memory. Chapter 79, Chapter 23, Admire. The sky had grown colder, but the fire within Yoriichi Tsujikuni had been reignited. Banished or not, he knew his purpose had not ended. Though he no longer wore the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, he still bore its will. The sword on his back was not for fame, and his breathing was not bound by command. It was his resolve now, to rid the world of demons, even if the world had turned its back on him. He walked from village to village, humble and quiet, never seeking praise or shelter. Many had heard of him, few had seen him, but every now and then a tale would be whispered. Of a tall man with a black and red sword, who appeared when the night was darkest and left only silence and safety in his wake. The people called him the Unseen Flame. In one such village, Yoriichi found a child crying by a grave. The boy had lost his family to a demon attack the night before. Yoriichi sat beside him, placing his sword gently on the ground. "Grief is a heavy burden, but you can choose what to do with its weight," he said softly. The boy looked at him, eyes filled with fear and sorrow. "Can I be strong like you one day?" Yoriichi nodded slowly. "Strength is not in the sword, nor in vengeance. It is in protecting. If you walk that path, then yes, you will be stronger than me." And so he passed on his wisdom, not just through the sword, but through his soul. Every village he entered, he taught a child, spoke to a mother, or saved a life. Quietly, silently, like a shadow of the sun. He was no longer a hero to the world. But to those he saved, he was hope. A sun still burning, just beyond the clouds. Chapter 80, Chapter 24, Final Showdown. The river flowed gently, carrying with it leaves of crimson and gold. On its bank, an old man sat with calm eyes and a weathered face. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, now 60 years old, watched the waters as though they carried the memories of 1,000 lifetimes. His sword lay beside him, untouched, its sheath reflecting the golden light of sunset. He had lived a quiet life, one not of praise but of peace. And then the silence broke. From behind the trees, a chilling presence emerged, tall, clad in robes dark as the void, a crescent mark glowing on his forehead. "Koko Chibio. I have come to end it. This dance of ghosts must be over." Yoriichi stood slowly, his bones aching but his eyes unshaken. He picked up his blade, not as a warrior but as a brother. "Then let it be the final song, brother." The clash was thunder across the hills. Steel struck steel as the old man moved with fading grace. He no longer had the speed of youth, nor the strength of vengeance. But his spirit, his resolve, remained as fierce as the sun itself. Koko Chibio's moon breathing clashed with Yoriichi's sun. It was a battle of past and present, light and shadow. And then Yoriichi slowed. Koko Chibio's blade pierced his chest. Time stood still. Yoriichi fell to his knees, blood staining the riverside. But his face, it was still smiling. "Even now, I'm proud of you, brother." His voice faded with the wind. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, hero outcast son, was gone. Koko Chibio stood frozen. He looked at the body of the man he once loved, once envied. His enemy, his savior. His brother. Without a word, he knelt. And from his robe, he pulled out a small wooden flute. The same one Yoriichi had made as a child and gifted to him. Koko Chibio held it in trembling hands, and though his heart no longer beat like a man's, it ached. For the first time in centuries, he felt something real. Regret. And the river flowed on. Chapter 81, Chapter 25, Aftermath. Deep within the shadows of an abandoned mountain temple, Koko Chibio knelt before his master, Mugen Kibitsuji. Candles flickered as if threatened by the aura of the Demon King. Musen's crimson eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure. So, the sun has finally set. Koko Chibio remained silent, head bowed. "With Yoriichi dead, nothing stands in our way," Musen declared. "Now begins the era of domination. I will forge my 12 Kazuki, the strongest demons to ever exist." He turned to Koko Chibio. "You will be my blade in the dark, my first crescent moon. Guide them." Koko Chibio nodded without a word. Chapter 82, Epilogue, Regret. But as Koko Chibio walked away through the empty halls, something inside him stirred. That smile. That flute. That final kindness. Later that night, Seated atop a silent cliff under the glow of a pale full moon, Koko Chibio stared into the distance. The flute still rested inside his robe. He whispered, as if someone might answer. "Why did I kill him?" The wind didn't reply. Only the silence of a broken soul remained. And the moon, so full and cold, watched over him. End of Volume 3. Thanks for reading. A betrayal, this was the story of the strongest. A legacy to carry forward. Tanjiro Kagura, the heir to the legacy of the sun. But what about the blade of the shadow? SLAYER, what's his story? Red Demon Slayer Calamity no Yaba. The Alternate Fate, Volume 4 to find out. By SAHL MISHRA. Chapter 83, Prologue, The Night Everything Changed. Before the boy with the Hanafuda earrings took his first step, another child stood at the edge of destiny. 7 years before Tanjiro Kamado's journey began, a different story unfolded in the shadows. Saharu, a 13-year-old boy, quiet yet perceptive, lived in a world teetering on the brink of change. Unknown to him, Mugen Kibutsuji had begun shaping a new generation of demons, the Eclipse Moons, a forced testament to the current 12 Kazuki. In a timeline where fate fractured and the old heroes faded into legend, Saharu would become a new light, or shadow, in the war against demons. This is his beginning. Saharu was only 13 when the world around him turned to ash. He had always been a quiet boy, eyes wide with wonder, with a pair of distinct violet irises that shimmered like twilight. His family lived in a peaceful village nestled between mountains, far from the noise of cities or wars. He smiled often, laughed freely, and never once imagined that something sinister could find its way into their tranquil life. But one night, beneath a moonless sky, it did. The air had gone cold, unnaturally still. Saharu woke to screams. His father burst into the room, sword in hand, eyes full of panic. Behind him, his mother cried out his name as shadows tore through their home like wild beasts. The demons were fast, silent, and cruel. His parents fought with everything they had, not with training or technique, but with love. They shielded him with their bodies, holding back the demons until the sky began to pale. The first touch of sunlight sent the monsters retreating into the trees, snarling and shrieking as their flesh sizzled into smoke. Morning came, but peace did not. His father lay slumped against the wall, chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. His mother was by his side, her arms wrapped around Saharu protectively. With the last of their strength, they looked into his tear-filled eyes. "Live, Saharu," his mother whispered, blood staining her lips. "Be strong, stronger than we ever were," his father added, his voice trembling. And then silence. He sat alone in the wreckage of his home, violet eyes wide and unblinking. That moment branded itself into his heart, not just grief, but a spark of something deeper. Resolve. Chapter 84, Chapter 1, Bloodbound. 3 years had passed since the night that scarred Saharu's soul. Now 16, the boy who once laughed under falling cherry blossoms stood alone in a dense forest clearing, his breath rising in the morning air. In his hand was a chipped, ordinary blade, not a Nicaran sword, but a rusted katana salvaged from the ruins of an old battlefield. The steel was dull, but Saharu's grip was steady. His red haori fluttered in the wind, faded with time and stained with training scars. Every day, every moment since his parents' death had been spent mastering the blade. Slashes, stances, footwork, his muscles remembered them like prayers. Yet no matter how sharp his skill became, the weight in his chest never lifted. He stood in silence, eyes half-lidded, violet orbs gazing toward the canopy above. "Is this enough?" he muttered. "Am I strong enough now?" The wind didn't answer. Instead, pain surged through his head like lightning. His knees buckled, his sword clattered to the dirt. "NGH," Saharu clutched his skull, breath short and broken. A voice, his own voice but layered, echoing, cold and knowing. "All this time, you've been pretending." What are yous?" "You wear a mask of calm, but you're filled with rage, regret, sorrow. You train to forget, you fight to escape, but you cannot run from yourself." The world dimmed. Saharu fell into darkness, not sleep, but something deeper. A mirror appeared in the void. In it, he saw himself, smiling gently, but behind that smile was something broken, something waiting. "Let me in," the voice said. "Let the facade begin." Saharu gasped and awoke, sprawled in the clearing. His body trembled, but not from fear. A strange calm washed over him, not peace but focus. His breath deepened, his violet eyes sharpened. Somewhere inside him, something had changed. And though the blade in his hand was still dull, Saharu knew. His true path had begun. Chapter 85, Chapter 2, Facade Breathing. The forest echoed, with the steady rhythm of sword swings. Saharu stood at the center of a ruined clearing, his red haori stained with sweat, sleeves fluttering as his blade cut through the morning air. Every motion was practiced, refined by years of silent dedication. But today, something felt different. His hand tightened around the hilt. He moved faster, harder. Each swing was more than training, it was war against the memory carved into his soul. "Stronger," he whispered between breaths. "Faster." But then it returned, the piercing pain in his head. "Not now," he growled, clutching his temple. The agony was unbearable. A thunderclap of emotion echoed inside him, rage, sorrow, fear, and despair all clashing at once. The voice returned, echoing louder this time. "Let go, stop pretending." But Saharu didn't flinch. "I don't care," he shouted. "If it hurts, then I'll swing through the pain." His body moved. Something awakened. His grip shifted instinctively. His breath deepened, controlled, yet unnaturally silent. The pattern was unfamiliar, but felt right. He exhaled. The moment his blade moved, a burst of white and scarlet light exploded from the slash. A brilliant arc carved through the air and ripped half the trees in the clearing into splinters. Saharu stumbled back, panting. His eyes widened as he saw the devastation. The very ground was scorched in a crescent-shaped wave. He dropped to one knee, sword still shaking in his grip. "What was that?" he whispered. Then, within his mind, the voice answered gently this time. "The mask breaks, the soul speaks. This is facade breathing." Chapter 86, Chapter 3, Tokyo Core. The road to Tokyo was long, but Saharu walked it with purpose. His red haori fluttered in the wind, and the weight of his sword grounded each step. His violet eyes, once filled with sorrow, now carried quiet resolve. 3 years after the death of his parents, Saharu stood before the gates of the Tokyo Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike the main Demon Slayer Corps, this one was humble. It lacked Hashira, lacked prestige, yet it held courage in its foundation. No grand towers or shining armor, just swordsmen, simple, dedicated, brave. At the center of the headquarters stood an old man with a calm smile and warm, observant eyes. "Welcome," he said softly. "You must be Saharu." The boy bowed respectfully. "I am." "I'm Kenta," the elder said, voice steady with years of wisdom. "I founded this corps to protect our corner of the world. We aren't blessed with breathing styles or master swordsmen, but we fight. We endure." Saharu nodded. "But," Kenta continued, "if you wish to join, you must pass our trial. Show us your strength, not just in swordsmanship, but in heart." Word spread fast. By noon, every active member of the Tokyo branch gathered in the courtyard. About 30 slayers, all of them older than Saharu, stood in rows. Some smirked, some scoffed, others simply watched. "Is that the boy, with the red haori?" "No Nichiren blade either. What's he gonna do?" Kenta raised his hand. "Begin, Saharu." He stepped forward. Eyes closed. Breath drawn. And then his foot shifted. Facade breathing, first veil, pale fracture. His blade danced in an arc so fast it blurred. Scarlet and white light spiraled across the ground. The courtyard's stone cracked in elegant fractures, shaped like shards of shattered glass. A gust of wind followed. And then silence. Not a whisper, not a breath. Even the scoffers sat speechless, eyes wide. Kenta's mouth opened slightly. That was breathing technique. Saharu slowly sheathed his blade. "I don't know what to call it, but it's what I have." Kenta stepped forward. "You have more than a blade, Saharu, you have a gift." He turned to the others. "From this day forward, he is one of us." And the courtyard, still silent, slowly bowed their heads, not out of command but in respect. Chapter 87, Chapter 4, MY Blade. The quiet of the morning hung gently over the Tokyo branch. The courtyard, still etched with the marks of Saharu's demonstration, bore silent witness to the turning of fate. In Kenta's quarters, the old commander sat across from the boy, a sheathed blade resting on the table between them. "You've done something no one here has," Kenta said softly. "You've brought something lost back to the world, a style born from your soul." He slid the blade forward. "A Nichiren sword, black forged. It's not much, but it's yours to wield. From this moment on, I name you Commander Class, highest among us." Saharu stared at the blade for a long time. And then he shook his head. "I'm honored, Lord Kenta, but I cannot take this sword." Kenta blinked. "Why not?" Saharu's violet eyes gleamed in the sunlight. "This sword wasn't born with me. I need to forge one that belongs to my path." Days later, near the banks of a rushing river just outside Tokyo, Saharu knelt over glowing coals and a small portable forge he had crafted himself. Sparks lit the air as he hammered and shaped the metal with patience and pain, each strike echoing like a heartbeat. He didn't know who taught him this, only that his body moved with certainty. Clang clang. Ash floated in the wind. Finally, after hours, maybe days, he withdrew a completed blade. It was pitch black, the metal as dark as obsidian, but beneath the surface, a golden shimmer pulsed like a sleeping sun. It wasn't a single color. When he gripped the hilt, the blade responded. Scarlet in the heat of anger. Violet in the stillness of grief. A mirror of his soul. As he admired the blade, the world seemed to fade, until the voice returned. "You've made it," it said. "The blade that speaks for you, not forged from steel, but from what lies behind your smile." Saharu closed his eyes. "The facade breathes now, so will you." He stood, blade resting against his shoulder, its edge gleaming under the rising sun. Chapter 88, Chapter 5, Esuziwani Eziurai. The river flowed gently, the sun's reflection dancing across its surface. Saharu sat beneath a tree with his blade resting beside him, the wind tugging lightly at the sleeves of his red haori. His expression was as distant as the sky, still weighed down by memory and purpose. The silence was broken by the sound of fast footsteps splashing in the shallows. "Found you." Saharu blinked and turned. A girl rushed toward him, spinning a green and white parasol above her head like a fan of petals. Her long brown hair swayed in the breeze, and her emerald green robe shimmered with gold as she reached the riverbank. There was a spark in her wide, expressive eyes, a joy he hadn't seen in years. "I knew I'd find you here again," she grinned, tapping the parasol on her shoulder. "You always come to this river after training, don't you?" "I like the quiet," Saharu replied softly. The girl spun her parasol shut with a flourish and stuck it into the ground before sitting beside him. "I'm Suzune Azuri, remember?" she chirped. "From the Corps, I watched your trial the day you joined. You were incredible." Saharu gave a brief nod. "Thanks." She leaned in, pouting slightly. "You never smile." He paused. "I don't have a reason to." "Well then," she stood up and raised her parasol high into the air, casting a speckled pattern of light over them. "Train with me, that's your new reason." Days turned to weeks. They sparred by the river, challenged each other through form and footwork, and laughed when one of them slipped into the water. Saharu's cold silence slowly began to thaw under her warmth. He taught her the foundations of his technique: how to breathe, how to conceal pain, how to strike with truth hidden behind expression. And one morning, as dew still clung to the grass, Suzune stood across from him with her blade drawn. She focused, breathing steady, heart open. Then she moved. A swirl of color burst from her swing, soft pink petals edged in crimson, rippling through the air like a dance of emotion and memory. The trees behind her shuddered, petals scattered through the light. Saharu's eyes widened. "You created your own variation," he whispered. Suzune smiled brightly, twirling the sword once. "I call it mystic breathing." Her parasol rested in the grass behind her, and for the first time, Saharu smiled. Just a little. Chapter 89, Chapter 6, Mystic Breathing. Under the glowing sun and rustling leaves of their river haven, Saharu and Suzune became inseparable, sparring partners, comrades, and the unmatched swords of the Tokyo Corps. Though the organization lacked the glory and strength of the main Demon Slayer Corps, within its humble grounds, the two rose like twin flames. Saharu had grown sharper, swifter, more in control. Through countless days of silent, relentless training, he mastered 6 forms of the powerful technique he had once birthed through pain and awakening. Facade breathing known forms. Wisteria Blizzard, a wide arc flurry of petal-like slashes that confuse and corner the enemy. Silver Hound Slash, a high-speed, precision dash strike that mimics the sudden snap of a hunting wolf. Earthbreaker, a downward cleave capable of fracturing even stone, focused entirely on overwhelming force. Red Spider Lily Dance, a graceful, twisting flurry of curved strikes, evasive and unpredictable. Riptide, a spiraling midair slash that uses momentum to enhance cutting speed. White Tiger Fang, twin diagonal slashes from opposing angles, representing deception and ferocity. He had discovered 5 more techniques within himself, forms born from the quiet voice that whispered within, the inner self that still stirred, but he had not yet perfected them. They would come, but not yet. Meanwhile, Suzyun had not been idle. Her breathing, mystic breathing, had taken shape with distinct color and tone, matching her flair and gentle strength. Her movements were elegant, and each form reflected a story, an emotion, a flash of something deeply human. Though not all her forms were fully revealed yet, 3 had already dazzled the core. Mystic Bloom, a burst of speed with slashes blooming outward like a flower opening to sunlight. Flicker Step Waltz, a rhythmic, evasive footwork-based form that created afterimages to confuse opponents. Petal Veil, a defensive flourish that masked movement and redirected incoming attacks with artistic grace. The other Slayers, once skeptical, now watched the two with reverence. Some even began training under them. For the first time, the Tokyo branch felt alive. And as Saharu watched Suzyun practice under the golden sky, her blade tracing trails of crimson and pink, he understood something. They were no longer alone in their path. Chapter 90, Chapter 7, Into the Silent Forest. The air in the forest was thick, damp with mist and the stench of blood. Towering trees twisted upward like claws trying to claw the sky. Somewhere deep within, 10 demons lurked. Not mindless ones either, these were seasoned killers, lurking in a den of darkness. The Tokyo Corps was limited. Every swordsman mattered, and so only 2 names were whispered for this mission. Saharu and Suzyun. Kenta had called them privately. "I won't lie," the old man said with weary eyes. "The others aren't strong enough for this. If you 2 fail, the entire corps might falter, but if you succeed, hope will spread like wildfire." Saharu nodded. He didn't even hesitate. Suzyun gave her usual bright grin. "Let's turn this forest into a legend." Hours later, beneath the choking fog and ghostlight moon, the silence was shattered by a roar. A demon lunged from the trees. Saharu didn't blink. Facade breathing, second form, Silver Hound Slash. His blade shimmered in violet and white arcs, slicing through the beast before its claw reached them. Another demon came from behind. Third form, Earthbreaker. The ground split as Saharu's sword cleaved downward, splitting another foe in 2. He danced through the forest like a reaper cloaked in crimson, each form flowing into the next, Red Spider Lily Dance, Riptide White Tiger Fang, until the trees themselves wept from the cuts of his sword. Suzyun followed with elegance, her parasol fluttering behind her like a banner. Her blade shimmered pink and red with each step, and then Mystic Breathing, fourth form, Peacock's Eye. A beautiful arc sliced through the mist, painted in hues of green and blue. The form was dazzling, her blade spinning once, then striking with a blossom-like burst of curved lines, striking 3 demons at once with pinpoint precision. Their bodies exploded into ash. "Nice one," Saharu called out, smiling for once. She beamed. "I told you I'd make a new one soon." By the time dawn broke, silence fell once more. 10 demons had been slain, not a single fatal injury between the 2 of them. Suzyun sheathed her blade slowly, her breath even. Saharu wiped the edge of his sword, eyes thoughtful. They had become more than just swordsmen. They were a force. Chapter 91, Chapter 8, A New Threat. The sun dipped low over the mountains, casting long shadows over the training grounds of the Tokyo Corps. Wind rustled the sakura trees, their petals fluttering in slow dances across the empty courtyard. Only two figures remained. Saharu and Suzyun. Their blades clashed in rhythm, a soft cadence of sparks in motion, more a duet than a duel. "You're holding back," Suzyun teased, brushing aside a strike with her parasol. "Am I getting that good, or are you just distracted?" Saharu for once smiled faintly, maybe both. Their spar ended with Suzyun's blade at his shoulder, and her face inches from his. A pause, then she smiled. "You smiled again." "I do that sometimes," Saharu muttered, brushing past her, but the red in his cheeks betrayed him. Over weeks, their bond only deepened. They trained, laughed, and fought side by side. In missions, their synchronization was flawless. In battle, they needed no words. Perfect partners, perfect harmony. Saharu now stood at the peak of the Tokyo core, with Suzyun right beside him. He, the silent sword of vengeance, she, the radiant storm. Kenta often watched them from the shrine steps, a gentle smile on his face. "They're more than warriors," he whispered to an old crow. "They're light in the shadows." But light always draws the gaze of darkness. Deep within the Infinity Castle, a chilling calm echoed through the endless halls of shifting rooms and floating stone. Mugen Kibutsuji stood before a circular mirror, his crimson eyes unblinking. "Koko Chibio," he said, his voice smooth as death. "What do you make of this, Saharu?" From the shadows, the towering form of the first upper moon stepped forward, arms crossed. "He's unrefined but dangerous. That sword style of his, facade breathing, it's unnatural." "And growing," said Mugen, "too quickly." Akaza, perched atop a broken pillar, scoffed. "Just another child with a sword. I'll crush him." Musen's gaze narrowed. "No, not yet. I want to see how far he rises. The greater the flame, the sweeter the extinguishing." Koko Chibio said nothing, but deep within his forgotten heart, something stirred. Another sun-touched prodigy. Another boy with eyes of burning resolve. Another Yoriichi. Musen turned to the vast chamber of the eclipse moons, preparing his next move. A storm was coming. Chapter 92, Chapter 9, Star in Tokyo. Saharu stood at the center of the Tokyo core courtyard, his crimson haori fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Slayers, veterans, and new recruits alike circled around him in reverent silence. His violet eyes, calm and steady, scanned the eager faces. He drew his blade slowly, the black and gold Nichiren steel gleaming under the light. "Begin," he said, voice soft but unshakable. What followed was a blur of grace and power, his strikes painting the air with vivid arcs of light. His technique had evolved far beyond what even the oldest slayers had seen. Each movement was deliberate, each breath refined, each form impeccable. Wisteria blizzard. The air filled with swirling slashes, petals of energy floating before vanishing like illusions. Awe rippled through the audience. By now, Saharu's legend had grown. He wasn't just the strongest in the Tokyo core, he was its heart. Later that evening, in the headquarters main chamber, Kenta sat cross-legged near a small, candlelit altar, a letter held delicately in his wrinkled hands. It bore the seal of the Yubayashiki family. As he opened it, a gentle fragrance of wisteria wafted out. To head Kenta of the Tokyo core. May the moon always guide your warriors, and the sun bless your blades. Word of a young swordsman named Saharu has reached even our estate. His growth, his heart, his technique, it echoes through our slayers like a wind of promise. Though we are separated in structure and land, know that our cause remains one. I look forward to the day our paths converge. Until then, please give Saharu my personal regards. He walks a path not unlike a great warrior from long ago. Kaguya Yubayashiki, head of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kenta folded the letter with quiet pride, eyes misted with emotion. "He sees it too," he murmured. "This boy, he's meant for something far beyond Tokyo." Outside, Saharu trained under the starlight. His blade shimmered with every motion, each step another note in the silent symphony he played. Suzyun stood nearby, arms folded, watching him with a smile. "Legend ha," she whispered. To her, he was still the boy who once refused to smile, and yet lit the world brighter than anyone else. Chapter 93, Chapter 10, Eclipse Moons. 2 years had passed. Saharu was now 18, a warrior whose name echoed through the shadows like a whispered prayer or a threat. To the demons that haunted Japan, he was no longer just a slayer. He was inevitability. He stood alone in the hills outside Tokyo, wind rustling the edge of his black conical hat, a subtle silhouette against the crimson sky. The black cape hanging from his shoulders billowed behind him, tracing lines in the wind like wings. Beneath it, his dark violet haori gleamed faintly with golden dragon patterns, majestic and ominous. His eyes, still violet but deeper now, almost storm-like, narrowed as he adjusted his stance. Facade-breathing sixth form, White Tiger Fang. A devastating arc split the earth in a radiant spiral of scarlet and white. Dust flew, trees splintered. Saharu lowered his blade. 6 forms perfected. But it wasn't enough. He sheathed his black golden Nichiren blade and took a long breath. The 7th form, he whispered, is calling. Within him, the pulse of his own emotions stirred violently. His inner voice, the one that had awakened years ago, occasionally whispered in fragments. The eclipse approaches. Will you rise or fade with the light? Near the riverside, Suzune Azuri watched him silently. Her green and gold robe flowed gently with the breeze, and her parasol leaned against her shoulder. She smiled softly, her crimson-pink blade resting beside her. You've changed, she said as he returned. Saharu glanced at her. Have I? You don't smile as much anymore. He looked away, hiding a flicker of emotion. I'll try. She reached out and touched the golden pattern on his haori. The dragon still breathes, so should you. Elsewhere. The void twisted inwards as the infinity castle shifted unnaturally. Inside its blood-stained halls, Musen Kibutsuji stood before his creations, the eclipse moons. Now is the time, he said, his voice calm and cruel. They call him unstoppable, a false god of slayers, but gods bleed too. He looked at each of them, Getsugen, Kurazora, Yakusha, Kuragami, Shizume, and Zenkuro, his 6 dark stars. Begin your descent. Let the world remember fear again. And with that, the eclipse began. Chapter 94, Chapter 11, The Beginning of the Eclipse. The skies over Osaka turned red as if the heavens themselves were bleeding. Smoke and ash painted the city like a graveyard frozen in time. Buildings lay shattered, and the scent of death hung in the air like a thick fog. Back in Tokyo, Kenta turned to Suzune with urgency burning in his eyes. Saharu's away in the far north. He's handling a separate mission, he said. You'll have to go without him. Something unnatural is happening in Osaka. Suzune's brow furrowed. What kind of unnatural? Demons, more than we've ever seen, but not just that. The skies changed, the birds have fled. The scouts we sent haven't returned. I've asked Osaka Corps to send reinforcements. You'll go with them. She nodded firmly, already gripping her parasol. Hours later, Suzune stood among 30 demon slayers, half from Tokyo, half from Osaka. The moment they arrived, silence. Carnage. Osaka's streets were painted in blood. Slain civilians, crushed rooftops, and eviscerated soldiers lined the cracked roads. Fires flickered against the blackened skies. It wasn't a battlefield, it was a mass grave in progress. And then, they appeared. Like gods descending from the pit of hell, 6 figures stood tall on the scorched street. The eclipse moons. Getsugen, hooded and still, with glowing golden eyes. His staff hovered, and the air warped around it. Kurazora, monstrous and massive, flexing as his 4 burning eyes scanned the corpses hungrily. Yakusha, wild and cracked with energy, grinning like a madman. Kuragami, skeletal and grinning with his rusted scythe already dripping with blood. Shizume, poised and graceful, watching Suzune like a spider waiting for the final twitch. Zenkuro, flames roaring at his feet, his blood-stained teeth bared. Behind them stood a horde, a demon army of 100. The 30 slayers charged, roaring with fury and resolve. They were slaughtered, torn apart, burned alive, shattered by power they couldn't comprehend. Within minutes, Suzune stood alone, panting, her kimono torn, blade trembling in her hands. No, she whispered, tears building, all of them. The eclipse moons stepped forward in unison, towering above her like a wall of death. Shizume tilted her head, smiling cruelly. You must be the girl he trained. Suzyun's breathing sharpened. Her eyes burned with grief and fury. You'll have to kill me too. She stepped forward, drawing in a deep breath. Mystic breathing, third form, crimson cascade. Ribbons of red and pink light danced around her as she charged, alone against 6. Meanwhile, far to the north, Seharu paused mid-strike. His blade stopped inches from a demon's throat. His breath hitched. Suzyun. His heart pounded. He turned. The wind shifted. He ran. He didn't even look back. I'm coming. But it would take 5, maybe 6 hours. And everything now depended on her. Chapter 95, Chapter 12, Mystic Flare. Suzyun's breathing was ragged, her blade cracked, her stance faltering. Blood soaked her sleeve, dripping from her chin. But she still stood, before the 6 eclipse moons, surrounded by the corpses of over 100 demons. For 5 hours she fought. And she refused to fall. Her green parasol lay broken behind her. Her kimono, once elegant, was now torn and scorched. Cuts lined her arms, legs, face, and yet she kept slashing. They came at her in waves. Some moved like shadows, some struck like thunder. Their blood demon arts warped the battlefield. Time, fear, illusions, fire, and decay, she had fought through it all. Her blade gleamed pink and red. Her spirit would not yield. Until... Now, she whispered, collapsing to one knee, I'll give everything. Her hand trembled as she gripped the hilt. Mystic breathing, final form, Sakura flare. A storm of brilliant pink light exploded from her blade, rising like a column of divine fire. Cherry blossoms, glowing like embers, surged with each movement. The air became radiant, the earth beneath her shattered. She moved faster than light, her blade tracing radiant arcs through the army's remnants. In seconds, the last of the 100 demons were gone, burned away, shredded, obliterated. And still, the eclipse moon stood. Unharmed. Getsugan's golden eyes blinked slowly. Interesting. Yakusha laughed, voice echoing like madness. Not bad, now it's my turn. Before he could act, Kirigami was already behind her. She was too tired, too drained. Shunk. His rusted crescent blade pierced, straight through her chest. She gasped, her sword fell from her hand. Blood trickled from her mouth, her knees buckled. She fell. Kirigami grinned, lifting his scythe again. Let me finish your sorrow. But before the blade fell, it stopped. A radiant shield of red spider lilies erupted from the ground, wrapping around her like a barrier of flame and sorrow. The eclipse moons froze. From the edge of the crimson haze, a shadow emerged. A black conical hat, a flowing black cape, a dark violet haori patterned with golden dragons that shimmered in the dying light. And those violet eyes, burning with grief and rage. Seharu. The shadow of deception had arrived. Chapter 96, Chapter 13, Rampage. The air was suffocating. Suzyun lay broken behind him, her blood soaking the ground. Seharu did not speak. His violet eyes locked onto the eclipse moons with a stillness colder than death. The earth trembled, not from any demon's blood demon art, but from his fury. He stepped forward. The demons scoffed. Too late, swordsman, Kirigami sneered, licking the blood off his scythe. She's all ready. Slice. In the blink of an eye, Kirigami's arm hit the dirt. Seharu hadn't even moved, or so it seemed. Shizume opened her mouth to speak, only for her tongue to hit the ground. What the hell? Yakusha growled, flaring his aura. He's faster than... Before he could finish, he was sent flying through the trees, his chest split open. Seharu's blade was now burning scarlet at the edges, its glow pulsing like a dying star. His cape flowed like a living shadow, the golden dragons on his haori shimmering wildly with every step. They launched blood demon arts at him from all sides. Illusions, flames, claws, gravity itself twisted to break him. He walked through them. He walked through them. You mock pain, you mock love, you mock life, Seharu whispered, eyes burning, but you've never felt true loss. Zenkuro charged in a blind rage. Seharu's white tiger fang form cleaved through his ribs, spine, and rage. One by one. Eclipse 6. Eclipse 5. Eclipse 4. Eclipse 3. Eclipse 2. They fell, limbs torn, heads rolling, their screams drowned by the storm that was Saharu. And then only Getsugen, Eclipse Moon 1, remained. He stood calmly, golden serpent eyes glowing. So the shadow has stepped into the light, Getsugen said. You are close, but not yet. Saharu's head throbbed. His inner voice surged, ancient and deep. The facade ends here. Are you ready to step into the eclipse? His aura condensed into a spiral of light and void. His blade shimmered with a pulse beyond color, a hue of collapsing stars and burning hope. Saharu lifted his blade. You call yourself Eclipse Moon 1. He vanished in a flicker. Reappeared behind Getsugen. Then I am. The heavens cracked above. The greater eclipse. A single slash. A silence deeper than death. Getsugen's head slid from his shoulders, golden eyes wide. Eclipse Moon 1 was no more. Chapter 97, Chapter 14, Final Flame. The storm had passed, but the sky remained dark. Saharu rushed to her side. Suzyun, bloodied and still, lay amidst the ruins of war. Her green and gold robe was torn, her parasol broken beside her. Yet her lips held a small, trembling smile. Suzyun, he gasped, falling to his knees, lifting her gently into his arms. No, no, please hold on. Her breathing was faint, her heartbeat weaker still. Her eyes fluttered open, shimmering with the last lights of life. Saharu, she whispered softly, you did it, you saved them. Don't speak, you'll be fine, I'll get help. You were always the strongest, but also the kindest, she said, smiling through the pain. Promise me you'll keep fighting, keep saving people, keep being you. Tears welled in Saharu's violet eyes, the glow of rage now gone, only grief remained. Please don't go, he said, voice cracking. You're my partner, Suzyun, don't leave me alone again. She raised a weak hand, brushing his cheek. I'll always be by your side, watching over you, my swordsman. And with that she kissed him, a soft, lingering farewell, and her hand slipped from his face. Suzyun Azuri was gone. Saharu sat in silence. His expression didn't change. Not a scream, not a tear, just a silence colder than death. By the time Kenta and the surviving corps members arrived, the battlefield was already silent. Demons dead, the earth still, eclipse moons gone. And Saharu knelt there, holding the girl who once made him smile. Elsewhere, Infinity Castle. Nakheim knelt silently before the throne. Lord Mugen, the eclipse moons, they have been annihilated, all 6 by one swordsman, Saharu. The room froze. Mugen's crimson eyes widened. All 6, he echoed. Yes. From the side, Dema let out a twisted laugh. Maybe next time send an upper moon, my lord, he said, grinning. They might have stood a chance. Mugen did not respond. He simply stared into the darkness. Those 6 were as strong or stronger than the upper ranks. And still, his fingers trembled. For the first time in centuries, Mugen Kibutsuji felt fear. Chapter 98, Chapter 15, Broken. The sky outside was bright, but Saharu's world was still dark. He hadn't spoken in days. He trained in silence, ate little, and slept even less. His eyes, once vivid violet, had dulled. The wind blew through the core base, but his red Haori barely moved. He was like a ghost lingering among the living. Memories haunted him. Suzyun laughing. Suzyun sparring with him. Suzyun smiling through the rain. I'll always be by your side, watching over you. The ache in his heart didn't fade, it grew. And in that silence, regret gnawed away at his soul. Kenta approached quietly, bowing his head with guilt in his eyes. Saharu. There was no response. I didn't want to ask this. I swore I wouldn't give you anything for a while, but... Saharu turned his gaze, slow and tired. There have been multiple sightings in Kaminari's village. Entire families gone. If this keeps up, there won't be anything left. He clenched his fists. I hate myself for asking this, but you're the only one strong enough to stop this. If you don't want to go, I'll understand. Saharu slowly stood up. The wind stirred his cape as he looked up to the sky. How many more families will cry like I did? How many more Suzyuns will fall? His violet eyes darkened, shimmering with fury and loss. "I'll go." Kenta took a breath of relief, only to freeze at Saharu's next words. "I'll wipe them all out. Every single demon in that village will be erased from this world." The flames of vengeance burned anew, and facade breathing would dance once more. Chapter 99, Chapter 16, Kaminari Incident PT. The village of Kaminari was silent, but it wasn't peace. The silence was drenched in fear. Doors and windows were locked tight, mothers clutched their children, fathers gripped makeshift weapons, knowing they were useless. The village square was a graveyard of shattered wood, torn lanterns, and crimson stains. And in the heart of the devastation, over 250 demons, gathered like vultures, laughed and feasted. They mocked the quiet. They mocked the corpses. They mocked humanity. Until one voice cut through the air like a sword through fog. "What is the weight of a human life to you?" It echoed, not loud but heavy, a voice that carried pain, truth, and death. The demons turned. He stood alone. A black conical hat shadowed his face. His dark violet haori, lined with golden dragons, flared in the breeze. Behind him, the air twisted like a storm waiting to erupt. The moment they saw him, the laughter stopped. Panic settled into their monstrous eyes. That's him. The one from Osaka. The greater eclipse. Saharu didn't move. His violet eyes scanned the horde, not with hatred but with apathy. These weren't foes. They were filth. He gripped his blade. "You'll never understand the pain you've caused. So I'll show you." He took a single step forward. The air cracked. Facade breathing, 8th form, phantom mirage. A vortex of scarlet and white light exploded from his blade as Saharu vanished into a streak of afterimages. To the demons, it was like fighting a ghost. He was everywhere and nowhere. Blades severed heads. Bodies turned to ash. Screams echoed through the night. 50 demons were gone within minutes. And Saharu never blinked, never breathed, never hesitated. He was a phantom. He was wrath. He was the Reaper who mourned no more. Chapter 100, Chapter 17, Kaminari Incident PT, II. The battlefield had quieted. 50 demons lay in ash. But Saharu stood like a statue of grief and fury, carved from ice. His blade was still in hand, dripping remnants of scarlet energy. His cloak fluttered in the night wind. Not a single emotion flickered on his face. Then, the headache returned. It slammed into his skull like thunder against stone. He gritted his teeth, stumbled back, and fell to one knee. His breath sharpened, shallow and quick. He clutched his face. Blood dripped from his right eye. And it burned. NGH. The demons, watching from the shadows, froze. Something unnatural was happening. The wind stilled. The trees whispered warnings. Above them, the moon twisted into a deep crimson red. It was no longer night, it was an omen. And Saharu's eye changed. The blood vanished into the glow. The pupil became sharper, glowing like a blade dipped in fury and loss. From violet, it shifted to an intense scarlet, burning, cursed, eternal. The demons took a step back. What is this? That eye, it's not human. And then, facade breathing, 9th form, Death Reaper. A single swing. The world tore open. A scarlet wave surged across the land, swallowing the horde of demons like a devouring eclipse. None had time to scream. When the villagers emerged cautiously from their homes, the carnage was over. Saharu sat at the center of the battlefield, a lone figure atop mounds of ash, his sword buried in the earth beside him. One eye was hidden beneath his long bangs. The other, scarlet piercing, cold. The crimson moon lingered above. An elder stepped forward, voice trembling. Are you Saharu Arsawa? He didn't speak, he only nodded once. The people bowed in gratitude. They wrapped a clean white bandage and handed it to him. He tied it over the scarlet eye, without a word. And he walked away. By dawn he was gone. But the elders gathered and spoke in hushed voices. That young man, he carries the weight of the dead. He fought like a god, but his heart is shattered. And so, in the center of Kaminari village, they erected a small shrine. A shrine to the shadow with the scarlet eye. To Saharu. Chapter 101, Chapter 18, 2 EYES 1 Soul. Days had passed since the massacre at Kaminari. Saharu walked under the morning sun, his presence wrapped in silence and shadow. He no longer wore the bandage. His eyes now told his story for him. One violet, shimmering with memory. One scarlet, burning with wrath. At the Tokyo Corps headquarters, Kenta waited for his return. When Saharu entered, the room fell still. All the slayers parted, a silent path forming for him. The very air around him seemed heavier now. Kento approached him, concern etched across his aged face. Saharu, what happened to your eye? The young swordsman looked away slightly, his black conical hat casting a shadow over his gaze. I don't know. He didn't lie. Not completely. The voice within had been quiet since that night. The eye, it was born from something deeper than technique. Deeper than breathing styles. It was born of pain. Kenta nodded solemnly. Whatever it is, just don't lose yourself. Saharu didn't answer, his silence was enough. Elsewhere, in the Infinity Castle, Nakheim knelt before the great throne of Mugen Kibutsuji. My lord, reports confirm Eclipse Moons defeated by a single slayer. The silence in the chamber was suffocating. Mugen stood still, shadows dancing along his pale skin. One boy has awakened an eye I have not seen in centuries. Behind him, Koko Chibio opened one eye slowly. Akaza remained quiet. Dauma chuckled softly, but stopped the moment Mugen turned his gaze toward him. This Saharu is something beyond human, Mugen muttered. He clenched his fist. It trembled. For the first time in hundreds of years. Fear had found Mugen Kibutsuji. Chapter 102, Chapter 19, The Strongest. The demons had no chance. Wherever Saharu walked, they died. Without warning, without sound, without mercy. One after another, towns and villages that trembled under demon threat now sang songs of a lone swordsman with scarlet and violet eyes. A ghost in the dark. A shadow of vengeance. A storm with a sword. Kento watched him from afar. He had sent scouts, none of whom could even keep up with Saharu's movements. When he saw the aftermath of Saharu's battles himself, dozens of corpses of demons wiped out with surgical precision, it terrified him. But it wasn't just the carnage. It was his eyes. Emotionless. Silent. Burning. He finally called Saharu back. In a quiet room, Kenta poured tea with shaking hands. You've become unstoppable, but something's tearing you apart. Saharu sat, quietly sharpening his blade. I fight, that's all that's left. Kenta sighed, setting down the cup. His next words were firm but kind. Then from now on, you will no longer take orders. No more missions from me, you will choose what you want to do. You've earned your own path, Saharu Urasawa. There was no protest. No emotion. Just a slow nod. That night, Saharu sat by a quiet river under the stars. The moon reflected on the still water, casting gentle light across his face. He removed his hat and set it beside him. His scarlet and violet eyes stared into the ripples, at himself. And then, a soft smile. I'm smiling for you, Suzyun. A breeze passed. The river sparkled. Somewhere far above, maybe, she smiled back. Chapter 103, Chapter 20, SAHIRU versus Amusean PTI. The gentle murmur of the river was broken by a sudden rustle. Saharu turned. A figure dashed across the water's edge, a demon, wounded, running in desperation. Saharu's hand instinctively gripped his blade as he followed in silent pursuit. The demon sprinted into the forest until it reached an eerie, glowing gate pulsating with unnatural energy. The demon leapt inside just as the portal began to close. Saharu didn't hesitate. A single blur. And he was through just before the gate vanished. Darkness. A disorienting shift in space, twisting corridors, blood-soaked walls, a floor that pulsed like a living organism. He had entered the Infinity Castle. A demon lunged from the ceiling. Saharu's sword swung once. Gone. Another tried to strike from behind. Gone. No mercy, no hesitation. He moved like a phantom, cleaving through a horde of surprised, scattered demons. The castle, alive and shifting, twisted hallways in chaos, but Saharu remained centered, his presence piercing through the madness like a beacon. And then, a shift in the air. A suffocating silence. From the shadows emerged a figure in white, pale skin, lifeless eyes, and the presence of death incarnate. Mugen Kibutsuji. The demon king himself stood still, eyes wide, not with pride nor rage, but fear. His lips moved slowly. Who are you? The figure standing amid fallen demons raised his head. His dual-colored eyes, violet and scarlet, glowed under the blood moonlight pouring through a warped ceiling. His voice was cold, clear. Saharu Urasawa. Chapter 104, Chapter 21, SAHIRU vs. Amusean PT. II. The air inside the Infinity Castle trembled. Saharu stood tall, eyes burning with fury. The image of Suzyun, the weight of hundreds of lives lost, the mockery of demons, all burned in his mind. He pointed his sword at Mugen. You are nothing but a coward hiding behind monsters and shadows. You have no throne, you have no soul. Mugen's eyes narrowed. He launched forward, his strikes faster than lightning, but Saharu met him, strike for strike. The stone beneath their feet shattered, the very walls of the castle bending under the pressure. And then, it happened. Saharu's blade flared, an eruption of power surged through him. 10th form, Berserk Wrath. A whirlwind of white and violet slashes exploded around him. Mugen was thrown back, blood trailing from his arms. His body healed quickly, but he was stunned. This boy, this human, was pushing him back. How? Mugen muttered. He roared, Nakaim, play it. The biwa was struck, the room twisted violently. Saharu blinked, and in a flash of space-folding chaos, he was expelled from the Infinity Castle, hurled into the night sky above the countryside. Inside, the castle steadied. All the upper moons had arrived. Daki, Jutero, Jayako, Hantingu, Akaza Dama, Koko Chibio. They looked at Mugen. What happened? Akaza asked. Mugen's expression was hidden in shadow, but his voice trembled. He came. The air grew heavier, no one spoke. One day, Mugen growled, his fist cracking the stone beneath him. One day I'll kill him. Outside, under the stars, Saharu landed with control. Dirt beneath his feet, wind brushing his torn cape. Kenta and several slayers rushed to him. Where were you? Kenta demanded. What happened? Saharu looked forward, voice calm, nearly emotionless. I fought Mugen. Kenta's eyes widened, stunned silent. You what? I stood before the king of demons, and I made him bleed. Saharu turned, walking into the shadows of the trees. There's more to come. Chapter 105, Chapter 22, Spirit Bond. The night was quiet. The stars above shimmered dimly as Saharu sat alone beneath a twisted old tree, the same riverside now silent. Only the rustling of the wind kept him company. His sword lay across his lap. His hands trembled. I couldn't protect them, he whispered, voice breaking. Not my parents, not Suzyun. His scarlet and violet eyes clouded with tears. I swore I'd be strong, but I was always too late. Tears fell freely now, his shoulders heavy with grief. His breath shook. And then, the wind shifted. Soft, familiar, warm. The blade in his lap pulsed faintly. His eyes widened as a faint glow enveloped the edge of the sword. From that light, she appeared. Suzyun. Her spirit form stood beside him, soft pink light surrounding her. Her long brown hair flowed as though caught in a breeze. She smiled gently. Saharu, she said, kneeling in front of him. He looked up stunned. I failed Suzyun. No, she whispered, placing a ghostly hand over his. You lived, you kept your promise. He clenched his fists, but I couldn't save you. You're still saving others, she said with warmth. You still make me proud every day. He closed his eyes as tears streamed down his face. She leaned forward and touched her forehead to his. Live for them, win for them, and when this is all over, smile for me. Her light began to fade. Suzyun. I'm always with you, Saharu. He opened his eyes, the night returned to stillness. But his tears had stopped. And in their place, a small, broken but real smile. He stood slowly, gripping his blade tighter than ever. I will win, for my family and more than anyone for you. Chapter 106, Chapter 23, Perfection. The morning sun spilled golden light across the Tokyo Core training grounds. Slayers lined up, drenched in sweat, their faces marked by focus and fire. Their swords clashed with purpose, stronger, faster, sharper. And at the center stood Saharu. Clad in his dark violet haori with golden dragon patterns, the black cape swaying behind him, and the black conical hat casting a quiet shadow over his eyes. One violet, one scarlet. He moved like a phantom of war, demonstrating forms with grace and destruction. Every slash painted the air with flowing light and cracked the earth beneath. Again, Saharu's calm voice echoed, form is power, intent is victory. The younger slayers followed his every movement, eyes wide in awe. They had never seen anything like him. No longer just a legend. Saharu was their master. His 10 forms of facade breathing were now refined to devastating perfection. Each carried the weight of his rage, his grief, his love. Wisteria blizzard. Silverhound slash. Earthbreaker. Red spider lily dance. Riptide. White tiger fang. Eclipse surge. Phantom mirage. Death reaper. Berserk wrath. Each one had become a symbol. A promise. From broken boy to unmatched warrior. Kenta watched from the training hall, arms folded, a proud glint in his eyes. He's no longer just our strongest, he whispered. He's our guiding star. The core had changed, its heartbeat now pulsed with Saharu's strength. The future was no longer uncertain. Because they had him. Chapter 107, Chapter 24, Dragon's Voice. In the heart of a dense and misty forest, beneath a silver sky, Saharu stood alone. The wind trembled around him. His blade pulsed with energy. He closed his scarlet and violet eyes. Facade breathing, 11th form. He swung the blade with force, and the world seemed to split. A violent roar erupted from the clouds. The air cracked like thunder. A colossal dragon formed, half scarlet, half violet. Its body shimmered with ancient energy, its eyes glowing like twin suns. But the moment it rose, it resisted. Saharu fell to one knee, his hands trembling from the strain. The dragon loomed above him, its voice booming in his soul. Not yet, Saharu Urasawa. Your heart is still unstable. Control me, and I will stand beside you. Lose control, and you will become me. The vision faded. Saharu stood again, silent. His breathing slowed. Soon, he whispered, I will earn it. Just then, the bushes rustled behind him. A girl stepped out. She had deep brown eyes filled with intensity, and short dark hair tied behind her ears. A blade was strapped to her back, her posture was alert but respectful. Hiyori Yubaka. She bowed slightly. Saharu Urasawa, I've watched your journey. You've become a symbol to all of us. He turned, not saying anything yet. I want to be like you, she said. How did you become this? Saharu looked at her for a long moment. The forest wind settled. Through loss, he said softly. Through anger, through love. I didn't become strong because I wanted power. I became strong because I had no other choice. Hiyori clenched her fists. Then teach me, she said, not just how to fight. Teach me how to carry pain. A faint smile touched his lips, just for a second. Then follow me. The path of flame, shadow, and dragons had not ended. It had just found its next traveler. Chapter 108, Chapter 25, New Beginnings. 2 years had passed. The world had changed. And so had he. In the shadowy room outside the Tokyo Core, a tall figure stood silently beneath a waning moon. He wore a black conical hat, a long tattered cloak, and an ornate mask, expressionless and white. The man removed his hat slowly. His hand reached up to the mask. With a quiet motion, he removed it. Scarlet and violet eyes shone beneath it. The dragon-marked Haori fluttered behind him. It was him. Saharu Urasawa. The same masked man who had spoken with Koko Chibio during the Swordsmith Village battle. The same silent wanderer who observed Tanjiro in the entertainment district and murmured, "Interesting." He had been watching all along. Guiding, waiting, enduring. Chapter 109, Epilogue, The Truth. Switching back to the present timeline, end of Volume 2. Moonlight bathed the forest path. Saharu walked silently, his sword sheathed, his cape swaying behind him. On his back, Shinobu Kacho, weak but alive, her arms resting on his shoulders. She glanced at his profile. He wasn't smiling. Not really. Just a slight lift of the lips, a ghost of warmth. "That smile," she whispered weakly, "it's not real, is it?" Saharu didn't respond immediately. The wind rustled. The air around them was still. He finally spoke, voice low. "No, it never was." Shinobu closed her eyes softly. "Then I'm not the only one." Silence stretched. The night whispered between two broken souls. Two people who wore masks for the world. "Rest," he said gently, "you've done enough." She nodded against his back. As he carried her onward through the dark woods, the dragon on his Haori gleamed softly. A scarlet flare in a violet night. And so, the hidden legend returned to the world. But not as a savior. As a storm. End of Volume 4. Thanks for reading. This was SAHRU's story. With SAHRU now joining the Demon Slayer Corps, will he, the KAMABKO squad, and the HASHIRAS be able to stop Amusean? A lot to come in Demon Slayer KAMITSU no YABA. Alternate Fate, Volume 5. By SAHIL MISHRA. Chapter 110, Prologue, The Collision. Rises after darkness. Saharu Urasawa, forged by sorrow and cloaked in mystery, is the eclipse that hides and protects, carrying the weight of countless losses. Though different in path, both are bound by an unyielding spirit and a vow to protect humanity. As their fates slowly intertwine, one represents hope that heals, and the other, wrath that avenges. This volume is the beginning of their shared era. Let the twin paths of the sun and the eclipse begin. The village of Kaminari lay silent beneath a velvet twilight, its air heavy with mist and memory. At the heart of the forest clearing, an ancient tree stood, twisted and vast, its roots curling through stone like the fingers of a giant. Beneath it, candles flickered in still reverence around a small wooden shrine. The shrine was simple, but carved with care. At its center lay a black piece of cloth, scarlet-stained, and a folded bandage, untouched since the day it had been left behind. An elder knelt before it, placing a fresh lily by the offering bowl. "He came like a storm," the old man whispered, voice graveled with time, "and left like one too." Another elder, back-bent with age, stood nearby, staring up at the crimson-tinged moon above. The demons, all gone that night, wiped out like dust in wind. Not even the strongest among us could have done what he did. "Do you think he found peace?" asked a younger voice, an apprentice monk, barely grown, holding incense between nervous fingers. The elders exchanged glances, then looked toward the mountains where the boy had once disappeared into shadows. One of them finally spoke, voice low. "Peace? No, not yet." His eyes were too full of grief, his blade too heavy with regret. "But someday," another added, kneeling to light another candle, "when his soul finally rests and his scars fade into stories, perhaps then." The wind stirred, rustling the trees. The shrine's candle flames swayed, as if dancing. The crimson moon hung high overhead, unchanging, unmoving, as though it too was still watching over the shrine of the boy with scarlet and violet eyes. For the boy who bore sorrow like armor, may the heavens someday ease his burden. The villagers bowed in silence. And far, far away, the man once known as the Shadow of Deception walked the path of blood and fate, unaware that a forest shrine still whispered prayers in his name. Chapter 111, Chapter 1, The Return. The sun had barely risen above the horizon, its golden hues stretching across the mist-covered courtyard of the Yubayashiki estate. All the Hashira stood gathered, Tenjin flamboyant yet silent, Jiyu still as ever, Obanai frowning beneath his scarf, Mitsuri with wide, stunned eyes. Beside them were Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Nezuko, quietly observing the tension in the air. Kaguya Yubayashiki, pale and poised despite the spreading illness within him, waited with his gentle smile. His breath was slow, but anticipation pulsed through him. Then footsteps. All heads turned as a figure stepped through the arching gate. Saharu. Clad in his dark haori, scarlet and violet eyes cold as frost, he carried the unconscious Shinobu Kacho on his back, her breathing faint but stable. Blood stained both of them, but neither said a word. Kaguya bowed his head deeply. "Thank you, Saharu. You have done more than I asked. You saved her." Saharu did not bow. He simply stepped forward and laid her down gently on the prepared medical mat. His silence, as always, spoke louder than any words. Kaguya's gaze didn't waver. "As of today, I declare Saharu Urasawa worthy of the rank of Hashira." A murmur surged through the group. Seinmi took a sharp step forward. "Hold on," he snapped, glare fierce. "He just walks in and gets the title. That's not how we do things. Let him prove it." Tenjin crossed his arms. "He did take down Koko Chibio." "But did he finish him?" Seinmi barked. "We don't know the whole truth yet." Kaguya's tone remained calm. "If it would satisfy you, Seinmi, then go ahead." Seinmi's jaw clenched. He turned, stepping toward Saharu, who stood unmoved like a statue. "Let's see what you're really made of, so-called facade." Saharu looked up slowly. One eye violet, the other scarlet, gleaming like fire under ice. "Fine," he replied simply. The tension cracked like thunder. Chapter 112, Chapter 2, Testing. The courtyard buzzed with tension, swords ready, eyes locked on Saharu's still form. Seinmi stepped forward, fire in his voice. "I won't go easy on you." Before anyone could respond, Obanai Aguro silently joined him, Kaburamaru slithering restlessly down his arm. "I'll fight too," Obanai said flatly. "We should see what this phantom is really capable of." And then came the shout. "I'm joining too." Everyone turned just in time to see Inasuke charge in, blades already drawn. Tanjiro jumped forward to stop him. "Inasuke, wait, this isn't." "Out of my way, Gampakairo Kemiboko." Tanjiro froze mid-step. "It's Tanjiro Kamado." Saharu exhaled. "3 against 1, is it? Fine, I don't mind." Before Inasuke could even get a grip on his swords, Saharu moved. With a single step, he punched Inasuke clean in the chest. The boar-masked boy flew across the courtyard, through the gate, and deep into the forest. A stunned silence fell. Obanai and Seinmi wasted no time, dashing in with swift, coordinated strikes. Obanai's sword curved like a serpent. Seinmi's wind tore across the ground in violent bursts. Saharu didn't move. With a mere tilt of his neck, he dodged them both, cleanly, effortlessly. Their blades cut only air. Whispers spread among the onlookers. Was this the same Saharu, the one from the legends? He finally moved. Saharu took a single breath, his form quiet and composed. Facade breathing, second form, silver hound slash. In a blur of violet and silver arcs, both Hashira were sent flying backward, crashing hard into the stone tiles. Knocked out cold. Everyone stood frozen. Saharu adjusted his hat and turned to Kaguya. "Are we done?" Chapter 113, Chapter 3, Jiwayomi versus Sahiru. The courtyard had barely settled when heavy footsteps echoed across the stone floor, measured, powerful, and filled with presence. Jiomai Haimjima emerged, prayer beads in one hand, flail and axe hanging from the other. The air thickened with reverence. "I would like to face him next," Jiomai said calmly, facing Kaguya before turning to Saharu. "It would be my honor." Saharu stood still for a moment before slowly nodding. "As you wish," he replied. The courtyard cleared again, all eyes now on the two titans. The mightiest Hashira against the man whispered about in both fear and awe. Jiomai closed his eyes, holding his beads. "Forgive me," he said softly, "for I must give this my all." Without warning, he swung his flail with immense force. The sheer weight of it cracked the stone beneath his feet. Saharu didn't draw a sword. He raised his hand and caught the flail mid-swing. Bare-handed. The air stilled. Sparks flew from the impact, but Saharu didn't move an inch. Gasps rippled through the courtyard. Jiomai's expression faltered just slightly, not in fear, but surprise. Before he could react, Saharu shifted his stance and slammed his fist into Gyomai's chest. The rock Hashira was sent flying backwards, crashing into the far wall with thunderous force. The ground trembled from the impact. Silence again. Even the birds in the trees had gone quiet. No one spoke, no one breathed. Kaguya smiled gently. He's still holding back. Chapter 114, Chapter 4, Meiyo Rank. The courtyard remained silent, dust still settling from Gyomai's fall. Kaguya raised his hand gently, his calm voice carrying across the field. That is enough. All heads turned to him with reverence. His eyes, though clouded, held unwavering clarity. Saharu Urasawa, he said, you have not only returned to us, you've proven your strength beyond doubt. What you carry is more than raw power. It is pain, experience, resolve. He took a breath, then declared, from this day forth, you shall hold a rank above even the Hashira, a title known as Meiyo, one of honor, one of legend. Gasps echoed, even Sanmi was speechless. Saharu lowered his head in silent respect, hand resting briefly over his heart. I will accept it, but not for glory. He turned without another word and began to walk toward the edge of the courtyard. But just before the path curved into the forest, he stopped. Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro, startled, straightened up. Why yes? Saharu glanced over his shoulder, his scarlet and violet eyes unreadable. Remember that masked man, the one who called you interesting in the entertainment district? Tanjiro's eyes widened. That was you. Saharu nodded once. It always was. And with that, his cape fluttered as he vanished into the trees, leaving the Corps in awe and Tanjiro with a whirlwind of questions. Chapter 115, Chapter 5, Who is Sahiru? Inside the dim chamber of the Yubayashiki estate, the assembled Hashira stood in silence, tension heavy in the air. The paper doors closed gently behind Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke as they entered the room, summoned alongside the Corps, strongest. Kaguya Yubayashiki sat calmly at the head, his breath steady, his hands gently folded. The faint sound of the wind outside brushed against the silence like a whisper. I have called this meeting, Kaguya began, his voice low yet resolute, because a shadow of our past has returned to light. He turned slightly, his face angled towards Sanmi and Obanai. Did you truly believe either of you stood a chance? The room stilled. Kaguya's tone remained soft, but every word carried weight. Against a man who slaughtered 6 demons, each one comparable to an upper moon, alone. Sanmi's brows furrowed. Obanai looked away. And that same man, Kaguya continued, faced Mugen Kibutsuji himself and survived. Not only that, he forced the Demon King to retreat. A wave of shock swept the room. Zenitsu's jaw dropped. He fought Mugen. Inosuke blinked. That guy was insane, and he still didn't even fight seriously with me. Tanjiro lowered his head, piecing together what he already suspected. That power, that presence, it wasn't human. Kaguya gave a faint smile. Because Saharu Urasawa is no longer just a demon slayer. He is a force of nature born from loss, sharpened by hatred, and tempered by love. We are fortunate he stands with us. The Hashira remained quiet, some contemplative, others disbelieving. But the truth was undeniable. In this war, their greatest blade had finally been unsheathed. Chapter 116, Chapter 6, Truth of Osaka. The sliding doors creaked open gently. Kenta stepped in, his posture straight but solemn, eyes carrying a burden older than most in the room could understand. The Hashira, along with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Amin, and Kaguya himself, all sat in attentive silence. Kenta bowed low, thank you for hearing me. Kaguya nodded. Speak freely, Kenta. The truth behind Saharu must be known to those who fight beside him. Kenta's voice was calm, but beneath it trembled years of repressed memory. Saharu Urasawa is not just a swordsman. He is a man who has lost everything, and yet walks forward only so others do not suffer as he did. He took a breath. He was once a simple boy from a village, but he was gifted, too gifted, and cursed by it. Everyone listened intently as Kenta continued. Suzune Azuri was his light, his closest friend, and eventually the one he loved. She kept him human. Zenitsu leaned forward. So, she was the one. Kenta nodded. Yes, and then came the Osaka incident. The air shifted, even Sanmi narrowed his eyes now. Kenta looked toward the floor. Osaka was where Mugen unleashed the eclipse moons, a new breed of demons stronger than most of the upper ranks. Saharu and Suzune were there, sent without proper reinforcements. Mugen wanted everyone dead. Kaguya's fingers tensed slightly. Saharu survived. Suzune didn't. She died before his eyes. That was the moment something inside him shattered. Everyone remained still. Inosuke for once was quiet. He blamed himself, Kenta said, voice nearly cracking. And in the flames of Osaka, he unleashed power we'd never seen before. Facade breathing wasn't born to fight demons, it was born to bury grief. Tanjiro looked down, his fists clenched. So when he fights, Tanjiro whispered, he carries all of that inside him. He always has, Kenta confirmed. He doesn't fight to win, he fights so no one has to lose like he did. Kaguya looked over them all. Now you understand, he is not simply strong, he is forged from pain. The weight of Saharu's story settled into each of them. The man they had seen walk alone had carried an entire battlefield within his heart. Chapter 117, Chapter 7, Truth of Kaminari. The room stayed silent. The faint rustle of the garden trees outside whispered through the air like a ghost listening in. Kenta stood still, eyes shadowed beneath the weight of memory. Then he continued. After Osaka, Saharu disappeared. No one heard from him for weeks. Not the core, not the elders, not even me. He looked up, voice lowering. But then came the Kaminari incident. A faint chill ran through the room. Kaguya's calm voice broke the silence. The village near the shrine built in his honor. Kenta nodded slowly. Yes, that place. One night demons descended. More than a dozen, most villages would have been wiped out. He paused, but they didn't reach a single soul. What happened? Obanai asked quietly, his usually sharp tone softened. Kenta closed his eyes. The villager said the sky turned crimson, the moon bled red, and then he appeared. Zenitsu's voice cracked. You mean Saharu? He didn't speak, he didn't scream, he just walked. The demons rushed him and in seconds. He opened his eyes. They were gone, all of them, burned, sliced, erased from existence. No mercy, no hesitation. Even Jaiomai bowed his head in silent reverence. He had changed, Kenta said. When I found him, he was sitting on a pile of demon corpses. His eye was bleeding scarlet, his face cold, completely expressionless. Tanjiro felt a deep, painful knot in his chest. What did you say to him? He asked. Kenta smiled sadly. I thanked him, I gave him a bandage to cover that eye. A heavy silence followed. Kaguya spoke with quiet finality. And that is when the shrine was built. Kenta nodded. Yes, by dawn the villagers all gathered. They said he was no longer a man, he was a force. A guardian who had lost too much, but chose to protect anyway. Kaguya folded his hands, eyes soft. The facade may be cold, he murmured, but the heart beneath it still burns. Chapter 118, Chapter 8, Amazement. Kenta took a slow breath. The room remained focused, silent under the weight of his memories. After Kaminari, he stayed with me, helped me rebuild the Tokyo core. He never said it aloud, but I think he needed a reason to keep going. Kaguya nodded softly, and did he find it? Kenta smiled faintly. In helping others, yes, he trained the newer slayers, improved logistics, took on the missions no one dared to, he lowered my workload by half. Jiyu spoke up, quiet but steady. He did all of that while still grieving. Kenta looked to him. He did it because he was grieving. Tanjiro clenched his fists in his lap. And then, Kenta continued, voice more solemn now, came the night he told me about Infinity Castle. Even Amin's hands tensed slightly. Kenta turned to Kaguya. He found a demon that fled into the forest. He followed it, and the creature dove into a gate, a dimensional one. Infinity Castle, Kaguya confirmed softly. Kenta nodded. He barely made it through before it closed, and inside he fought. Zenitsu was already pale. Wait, he actually fought Mugen. He did. Everyone leaned in, their expressions grave. Saharu said he unleashed his 10th form for the first time, went toe-to-toe with the Demon King himself. Mugen was overwhelmed. Sanemi blinked, stunned. That's impossible. He said. Mugen trembled. Obanai's eye narrowed, and he lived. Kenta nodded again. Nakheim teleported him out when Mugen screamed, but Saharu said one thing I'll never forget. He looked across the room, gaze landing on Tanjiro. He said, I didn't fight to kill him, I fought to send a message. The message hung heavy in the air. He wanted Mugen to know that his time was running out. Chapter 119, Chapter 9, Forest and Fragment. The breeze drifted softly through the forest, whispering through the leaves. Sunlight filtered in patches across the mossy ground. Amidst the quiet, Saharu stood by the riverbank, unmoving. Footsteps approached. Found you, came Shinobu's gentle voice. Beside her, Mitsuri beamed brightly despite the heavy atmosphere. You really do vanish like mist, Saharu-san. Saharu didn't turn to face them. His eyes, one scarlet and one violet, stared into the water. I come here for silence, you shouldn't be here. Shinobu stepped forward, her tone calm. We came because we care, not just for what you've done, but for who you are. Saharu's lips twitched faintly, whether from amusement or scorn, it was hard to tell. You barely know who I am. Mitsuri looked down, hesitant. Maybe not everything, but enough to worry. There was a long pause before Saharu finally spoke. Her name was Suzune Azuri. Both women listened, silent. She was my light in that hell, stronger than any blade I've wielded, brighter than the sun I've forgotten. And I watched her die because I was too late. Shinobu's expression softened. You carry more than any of us, but you don't have to carry it alone. He scoffed lightly. Alone is all I know. No, it isn't, Mitsuri said, stepping forward. We're holding a small gathering. Kenta-sama came all this way from Tokyo. It would mean a lot if you came. Saharu finally turned, his gaze hard but not unkind. Let me spare you the awkwardness. Go without me. But I said no. The forest fell quiet again, save for the faint rustle of leaves. Shinobu gave a small nod, gently touching Mitsuri's arm. Let's go. They turned away, though Shinobu glanced back once more. Saharu remained by the river, unmoved, a lone figure beneath the whispering trees, haunted by love, grief, and memory. Chapter 120, Chapter 10, March of Ashes. Deep within the twisted corridors of the Infinity Castle, silence trembled beneath the weight of shadows. Mugen stood tall before the only three upper moons left, Koko Chibio, Dauma, and Akaza. The flickering crimson lamps cast eerie glows across their pale skin. We are nearing the end, Mugen said, his voice like poisoned silk. Dauma smiled playfully, fanning himself. Ooh, so dramatic today, Mugen-sama. Does it have something to do with him? Akaza's jaw clenched. He said nothing, but his fists tightened. Koko Chibio remained silent, his many eyes locked with Mugen's. Mugen's voice deepened. Saharu has disrupted the balance, but he cannot protect everyone. He turned, the folds of his cloak trailing like bleeding shadows. I am not sending you three. That would be wasteful. He has already fought several of you and survived. Dauma blinked. Then who, dear Mugen-sama? I will unleash 10,000 demons, Mugen declared. All at once. Not upper moons, but enough to swallow villages, cities, the entire land in chaos. Akaza narrowed his eyes. You're creating a bloodstorm. Yes, Mugen said, his expression unreadable. Let the demon slayers drown in corpses. Let Saharu exhaust himself trying to save them. Let their morale break, and when they are too scattered to resist. His voice dropped, low and sharp. Then we strike. Koko Chibio finally spoke. When does it begin? Mugen's mouth curled ever so slightly. Tonight. And with that, the dark god of demons vanished into the living walls of the castle. The first winds of hell stirred across Japan. Chapter 121, Chapter 11, Falter. Laughter echoed through the courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps. Paper lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting warm light across the garden as the slayers shared stories and food. Kenta chuckled with Zenitsu and Inosuke, while Shinobu and Mitsuri smiled beside Amin Yubayashiki. Even Sanemi stood still, arms crossed, lips twitching in the hint of a grin. Then, the air froze. A choking stillness fell like a death shroud. Shadows deepened unnaturally. All eyes turned to the center of the courtyard. He stood there. Mugen Kibitsuji. Uninvited. Unchallenged. Unholy. His eyes gleamed crimson beneath the moonlight, his presence alone warping the air with dread. Oh, he smiled, a party how adorable. Everyone was frozen. Kaguya stood, calm even in the presence of darkness incarnate. Mugen Kibitsuji, he said softly. Mugen's smile widened. You celebrate hope, but I bring reality. And with a wave of his hand, hell opened. The earth cracked, black portals split the ground. 1, 10, 100, thousands. From them poured horrors, grotesque demons of every shape, size, and bloodlust. 10,000 fiends screeched into the night, swarming like a storm of rot and death. Mugen turned away, already fading into shadow. You won't survive the night, goodbye Meiyo. He vanished. Screams erupted. Tanjiro unsheathed his blade. Zenitsu's breath cracked lightning. Inasu howled like a beast. The Hashira formed lines, Seinmi, Jiyu, Mitsuri, Jaiomai, Shinobu, Obanai. But the wave didn't stop. No matter how many they cut down, more came, and more. Blood rained. And for the first time in years, the Demon Slayer Corps began to falter. Chapter 122, Chapter 12, Facade Dragon. The battlefield was a canvas of blood and exhaustion. The demon slayers lay battered, their breaths ragged, their bodies bruised and broken. The relentless tide of 10,000 demons seemed endless until the air shifted. A cold wind sliced through the chaos. Every pair of eyes, heavy with fatigue and despair, lifted to the highest spire of the core grounds. There he stood. Seharu Urasawa. His scarlet and violet eyes burned with a fury that froze even the demons in place. His presence was a storm unleashed, a living tempest of wrath and power. A cruel, mocking smile curled his lips. Is this all? You call this an army? Whispers spread through the demonic horde. Fear, raw and primal, gripped their hearts. They knew him, the man who defied death itself, the demon who was no demon. Saharu drew his blade. The air exploded as he released his 10th form, a tempest of facade breathing that shattered demons like glass. Their screams echoed, then silenced. Then a voice, a deep, ancient roar from within. The dragon had awakened. Scarlet and violet flames intertwined, swirling around Saharu like living fire. With a roar that shook the heavens, Saharu unleashed his final technique, the 11th form. The facade dragon. The mighty spectral dragon, blazing with colors of blood and twilight, surged forth, obliterating every demon in its path. When the roar faded and the last demon fell, Saharu stood alone, eyes fixed on the crimson sky above. No joy, no relief, just cold resolve. Sheathed his sword with a quiet snap and turned away. The battlefield was still. The corps stared, stunned into silence. They had witnessed the legend's final awakening. Chapter 123, Chapter 13, An Offer. The Infinity Castle twisted and shifted, echoing with Mugen's laughter as he returned from the surface. His voice reverberated like a storm, mocking, triumphant. That will slow them down, he sneered. 10,000 turned to dust, let them feel the weight of futility. But the moment was brief. Nakaim bowed low, biwa strings humming behind her. A report, Lord Mugen. He stopped to speak. Her fingers trembled. All 10,000 were annihilated. Mugen's smile froze. What? One man, she continued. Saharu Urasawa, he unleashed something we've never seen before. The silence was suffocating. Then crack. A column near Mugen shattered under his fist. Damn him. He paced, fury radiating off him in waves. But then, his rage turned cold. His crimson eyes narrowed. Then we changed the game. That evening, beneath a sky dyed red with dusk, Mugen walked among the humans. In a small village on the outskirts, he found her. Hiyori Yubaka. 19, fierce, driven, the girl who once fought Koko Chibio and had survived. The same one from the Tokyo Corps who idolized Saharu, who wanted to reach his level. She stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, practicing her breathing. Mugen appeared, like a whisper in the wind. You have talent, he said smoothly, but you'll never be like him, not as you are now. Hiyori spun, blade drawn, but froze at his gaze. That pain you feel, that powerlessness, I can take it away. His voice was silk and venom. Do you want to surpass Seharu? Her grip on her sword faltered. I want to be strong enough to fight beside him. Mugen smiled, the devil's smile. No, he whispered, you want to stand above him. A moment of hesitation. Then, yes. He extended his hand. Then come. She took it. His blood flowed into her veins. And with it, her fate was sealed. Musen's grin stretched wider as her eyes began to shift, black sclera, glowing crimson. The dragon may have found his wings, he murmured, watching the transformation. But even dragons cast shadows. Chapter 124, Chapter 14, Tears. The forest was quiet again. Only the rustling of wind through the trees and the soft gurgle of the river filled the air. The Hashira had followed him, Jiyu, Seinmi, Mitsuri, Shinobu, Obanai, Gyomai, and with them Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Hidden behind trees and thick undergrowth, they watched him in silence. Seharu Arsawa knelt by the riverbank. The moonlight shimmered off the surface, casting a pale glow over his figure. He stared at his reflection, eyes hollow, face unreadable. His sword lay beside him, stained with the blood of demons, but even that wasn't what made his hands tremble. It was the silence that came after victory. He clenched his fists, head hanging low. Then, cracked. His fist slammed into the ground with a force that shook the soil, splashing water from the river. I couldn't save her. His voice was broken. I trained, I bled, I survived hell itself, but in the end, Suzyun still died. The words twisted in his throat like poison. His shoulders shook. Tears dripped onto the moss-covered stone beneath him. I keep smiling, I keep fighting, but it means nothing if I couldn't protect the one person who believed in me. From the shadows, Mitsuri covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Shinobu's fingers tightened around her Hiyori. He's still suffering this much. Jiyu closed his eyes, his jaw tight. Obanai said nothing, but his usually stern expression faltered, just for a moment. Even Seinmi, known for his temper and pride, looked down, guilt creeping into his face. Inosuke tilted his head, confused. He's crying. Zenitsu trembled. That's the strongest slayer alive, right? He looks so human, Tanjiro whispered, eyes wide. Gyomai's hands were folded silently, prayers unspoken. Saharu looked up, tears still trailing his face, and whispered to the stars. I'll keep fighting, Suzyun, even if it kills me. I'll carry your memory until the end. And then, quietly, he stood. Wiped his face. Picked up his sword. And walked deeper into the forest, unaware that for the first time, those who once judged him now truly understood the weight he carried alone. Chapter 125, Chapter 15, Upper Moon Zero. The forest was still as stone, the wind had stopped, not even the crickets dared to sing. Saharu remained kneeling by the river, tears slipping silently down his cheeks. The reflection of his face, cracked by rippling water, stared back haunted, broken, exhausted. From the shadows, the group still watched, held breathless by the sight of the strongest among them in a moment of utter vulnerability. Then, a gust of sinister wind cut through the trees. The temperature dropped. Leaves scattered violently as a presence cloaked in dread emerged from the woods. Step, step, step. Long green hair, glowing red eyes, horns curling like a twisted crown. Her kimono was stained in red too dark to be dye. A chained scythe dragged behind her, clinking against the earth, soaked in blood. Her face was cold, empty. Only the glowing kanji on her forehead, Japanese letter, hinted at the depth of her transformation. Hiyori, Saru whispered, rising to his feet. His eyes were wide, not with fear but disbelief. You. The blade in his hand trembled. She tilted her head. Her voice, when it came, was silk-thin and venom-laced. Don't look at me like that, Saharu. You made your choice to walk ahead alone. I simply found a better path. His fists clenched. You let him turn you. She smiled cruelly. Musen showed me clarity. I've surpassed you now, even Suzyun, who clung to your side like a child with a broken toy. Her words hit harder than any strike. Saharu's face lowered, His bangs hid his eyes. The others watching from the shadows felt the shift. His aura grew unstable, flickering, shaking. "Suzyun," he repeated, "don't speak her name." Hiyori raised her scythe. "You can't even hold your sword steady. Shall I end your pain?" She launched forward like a crimson comet. The chain scythe tore through the air, aimed straight for Saharu's exposed chest. Then clang. A second blade appeared between them, stopping her assault cold. A presence even darker than hers stood between them. Two katana, 6 eyes, towering presence. "Koko Chibio," Hiyori muttered. The legendary upper moon one glared at her, voice filled with quiet disgust. "You disgrace both humanity and demonhood. You were once a warrior. Now, you're just a rabid dog playing with shadows." She snarled, "Don't interfere." He didn't move. "You are not worthy of being upper moon 0. Saharu slowly looked up, eyes glowing again, no longer trembling. And from the trees, the others watched, unable to speak, because what stood before them now was a clash of legends. And a reckoning long overdue. Chapter 126, Chapter 16, Legends Unite. From their hidden vantage point, the Hashira and trio of slayers stared in awe and disbelief. "Is that Koko Chibio?" Jiyu's voice was a rare whisper. Seinmi's fists clenched. "What the hell is he doing here?" Mitsuri's eyes were wide. "He stopped that attack. He's helping Saharu." Obanai narrowed his eyes. "This doesn't make sense." Zenitsu was trembling. "Tanjiro, are we dreaming?" Tanjiro didn't answer. His eyes locked on Saharu, whose aura had shifted once more. Scarlet light burned violently in his eyes. The gentle grief from moments ago was gone, replaced with a rage too deep for words. Saharu stared at Hiyori with a glare that could kill. "You," he growled, "you chose this path, there's no going back." Hiyori giggled, madness dancing in her glowing red eyes. "You're right, Saharu, just like him." She turned to Koko Chibio. "Isn't that right? You were human once too, and chose to become something more." Koko Chibio's expression didn't change, but his tone was laced with venom. "I live in regret every day. I despise what I am, but you revel in this. You're nothing but a maniac." Her lips curled. "Oh, the self-righteousness, spare me." She twirled her scythe with deadly elegance. "Once I rip out Saharu's heart, I'll become Musen's strongest. Upper Moon 0 will be mine." Koko Chibio raised both blades, 6 eyes burning. "Then face us both." Saharu raised his sword slowly. "Let's end this." The forest trembled. The world held its breath. Saharu Urasawa and Koko Chibio, 2 walking myths, stepped forward together. From the trees, Kana whispered, "They're moving." Jaiomai knelt, beads in hand. "Their breathing is aligned." "Unbelievable," Inasuk muttered in awe. The battle erupted in a flash. Koko Chibio danced with moon breathing, his crescent slashes bending the very air, warping the space around them. Saharu spun and surged, his facade breathing bursting with color, violet and scarlet tearing through the night like lightning through a storm. Their blades moved in harmony, flawless, lethal, precise. But Hiyori was no weakling. Her demon leaf breathing bloomed with chaos. Every motion scattered razor-sharp leaves soaked in blood. Her scythe moved like a whirlwind, blocking, parrying, and slicing with savage grace. "This isn't just a fight," Tanjiro whispered. "It's like watching gods clash." The forest was shredded, trees fell, earth cracked. And just when the tide began to turn, when Saharu and Koko Chibio had gained the edge. Pling. The eerie strum of a biwa echoed through the sky. "No," Saharu shouted. Koko Chibio's body shimmered, pulled away in a swirl of black mist. He vanished. Back to the Infinity Castle. Saharu stood alone now. Breathing hard. Blade shaking. Eyes still burning. Across from him, Hiyori smiled, licking blood from her lips. "Now shall we dance alone, Saharu?" The onlookers felt the shift. And for the first time in decades. They feared for the strongest. Chapter 127, Chapter 17, Golden Light. Within the ever-shifting walls of the Infinity Castle, Koko Chibio knelt in stillness. The silence hung heavy. He closed his eyes. "I hope you win, Saharu," he murmured. "End this." Far away, deep in the forest now torn by battle, Saharu faced Hiyori alone. She twirled her blood-soaked scythe, unfazed. You've lost your ally, now die like the rest. But Saharu chuckled. Low at first, then louder. The sound stopped Hiyori in her tracks. Even the observers hiding behind the trees flinched. He's laughing, Obanai muttered. Mitsuri gripped his arm. Why is he laughing now? Saharu looked up, eyes gleaming. You think you've seen my power? He took a single step forward. Everything I've done up to now was me holding back. The air warped, thunder cracked without clouds, leaves whipped into a whirlwind, the earth trembled beneath his feet. He roared. Facade breathing, reawakening. His blade, once violet and scarlet, began to shift. A golden radiance engulfed the forest. The aura was divine. Even Hiyori faltered for the first time, instinctively stepping back. Then it happened. Saharu's eyes widened, glowing with golden light. In the midst of that divine storm, a voice rang in his ears. Saharu, I'm with you. It was her. Suzyun. His spirit bond ignited. Power surged, emotion surged. The grief, the rage, the love, every feeling that had shaped Saharu Urasawa's journey, merged into one moment of undeniable truth. No more limits, he said softly. And then he moved. A blur. A streak of light. They clashed one final time, Saharu and Hiyori. No tricks, no manipulation. Just power against power. The scythe met the blade. A hurricane exploded around them. They screamed their wills into the sky. And then, slice. A clean arc of gold. Blood splattered across the riverbed. Hiyori's head hit the ground. Her body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Saharu stood amidst the silence, blade dripping, breathing calm. She was gone. He had won. At last. The golden light faded gently around him. He looked up to the sky, the clouds parted. For a brief second, a soft breeze caressed his face, almost like a hand. Far away, Koko Chibio sat in the quiet of the Infinity Castle, a soft exhale escaping his lips. Thank you, he whispered. Chapter 128, Chapter 18, HASHRA Training Arc PTI. The air at the Yubayashiki estate was quiet, heavy with the scent of medicine and the low rustle of wind through the trees. Inside the meeting hall, the Hashiras sat in a solemn circle, Jayomai, Seinmi, Mitsuri, Obanai, Shinobu, Muakairo, and Jiyu. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke knelt respectfully just behind them. Amin Yubayashiki stood before them. Her voice was steady, though pain lingered in her eyes. Lord Kaguya is no longer able to issue orders, she began. His illness has worsened. From now on, I will relay his will. Everyone lowered their heads in respect. Amin continued. His final strategic order is simple: prepare the next generation. She turned toward the three young slayers. Tanjiro Kamado, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Inosuke Hashibira, you three are to be trained directly under the Hashira, learn everything, survive what's coming. The boys nodded with fierce determination. Shinobu glanced at Tanjiro with a smile. Looks like we'll be spending more time together. Seinmi grunted. Try not to slow me down, boarhead. Who you CLLIN a bore? Inosuke roared, flexing. Zenitsu was already panicking. WHY do I have to train under him? Can't I stay with Mitsuri-san? Mitsuri giggled. Don't worry, we'll all train you in our own ways. The mood lightened briefly. Then Amin spoke again. As for Saharu Urasawa. Everyone stilled. Amin looked up, her tone calm but resolute. Kaguya-sama's final words about him were this: let him choose his path. He has earned it. If he wishes to train them, allow it. If he wishes solitude, allow it. He needs no permission from us. The Hashiras exchanged quiet glances. Jiyu broke the silence. He's already done more than enough. Still, Seinmi said, looking away, if he did train them, those three would become monsters. Tanjiro looked down, thinking of Saharu's power. I'd be honored to learn from him, even if just once. Mitsuri smiled sadly. I don't think he's ready to be near us again just yet. Muakairo nodded. His heart is far away. Obanai folded his arms. Then we wait, and we train, with or without him. Amin closed her eyes. The Hashira nodded in unison. And so, the next stage of their journey began. Chapter 129, Chapter 19, Hashira Training Arc PTII. Zenitsu strolled toward the butterfly mansion, humming nervously to himself, twirling a flower he had picked from the roadside. As he turned the corner, his heart skipped a beat. There she was, Nezuko Kamado, standing by the garden with Ai, her smile radiant under the afternoon sun. "Good morning," Nezuko waved warmly. Zenitsu's face flushed red. She said can speak. He rushed forward dramatically, arms spread like he was about to hug destiny itself. But her next words shattered him. "Welcome back, Inasuke." Zenitsu froze. "Why, what?" His eyes twitched, the flower dropped. "Where's that wild boar?" he muttered, his voice colder than the north wind. Ai giggled from the side. "He just left, want to spar with him later." Zenitsu slumped, muttering to himself, "I'll spar with his face." Elsewhere, at the base of a wide plateau, Tanjiro stood shoulder to shoulder with several lower-rank slayers, sweat dripping from their brows as they watched their newest trainer appear in full flash. Yuzui Tenjin, still flamboyant as ever despite retirement, leapt down from the rocky outcrop with flair. "All right, you unflashy worms," he shouted. "Welcome to hell, I mean your training." Tanjiro grinned. "It's good to see you again, Tenjin-san." Yuzui smirked. "I'll say this once, strength isn't just muscle, it's presence, flash, spirit, you'll learn all three." That day, between drills, he shared stories of his days as a shinobi, of battles in the entertainment district, and of the 3 wives who grounded his chaotic soul. "Every move you make," he said to Tanjiro during a break, "should honor the people you protect. Remember that." Days later, the wind was crisp atop the cliffs where Muakairo Takedo, the mist Hashira, awaited them. As Tanjiro approached, Muakairo's usual blank expression shifted ever so slightly. "Tanjiro," he said softly, a rare smile forming, "I was hoping you'd come." Training under Takedo was silent and precise, misty footwork, blade control, mental focus. It was like dancing through clouds. One night, as they sat near a campfire, Muakairo opened up. "I had a brother once," he said quietly. "I lost him to demons, I lost my memories too for a time, but fighting brought it back. The pain and the strength." Tanjiro listened in silence, feeling the weight behind each word. "I see something in you," Muakairo said, looking into the fire. "Maybe it's that same fire we both lost." Tanjiro nodded. "Then I'll keep it burning." Chapter 130, Chapter 20, Hashira Training Arc PTII. The sun shone warmly over the training grounds as Tanjiro stood with a faint blush on his cheeks. Across from him, the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, stood radiating cheerfulness. Her presence was as heartwarming as her vibrant pink and green hair. "You're doing so well, Tanjiro," she cheered, spinning with grace as she demonstrated a particularly flexible form. Tanjiro panted, smiling. "Thank you, Kenroji-san, your movements are really elegant." Mitsuri chuckled. "You know, when I first joined the Corps, I thought I wouldn't belong, I was so different. But Obanai-kun," she giggled, "he gave me these special socks to match my Haori. He's so thoughtful." Tanjiro laughed. "That sounds just like him." Later that evening, Iguro Obanai sat in a quiet room, his snake Kaburamaru curled around his neck. A letter arrived. He recognized the handwriting immediately, Mitsuri's. As he read her words, how much she enjoyed training Tanjiro, his eye twitched. Kaburamaru hissed in agreement. Obanai's aura grew heavy. "Tanjiro Kamado." He stood and waited. The next morning, Tanjiro arrived, still smiling from yesterday's training. Obanai stood before him, arms crossed, aura deadly. "Training starts now," he said sharply. "No breaks, no mercy." From the first move, it was clear, Obanai wasn't holding back. Serpentine movements, brutal precision, relentless pressure. Tanjiro struggled to keep up, but he endured. Finally, during a pause, Obanai spoke. "I was born into a cursed family," he said, not looking at him. "They raised me in a cage, all for their own gain. I killed to escape that fate." Tanjiro nodded solemnly. "I fight because I want to protect what's precious to me," Obanai continued. "That's why I became a Hashira." Training ended after a final, sharp clash of blades. Obanai stepped back, eye glinting behind his bandages. "Kamato," he said coldly, "stay away from Kenroji." Tanjiro blinked, "Eh?" Obanai turned. "Or I'll make your next training session your last." Chapter 131, Chapter 21, HASHIRA Training Arc PT. IV. The soft scent of wisteria lingered in the air as Tanjiro stood in the training courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion, watching the graceful yet sharp movements of Shinobu Kacho. "Try again, but with a bit more grace," she said, gently correcting his form. Tanjiro nodded, "Yes, Kacho-san." Her poisons, footwork, and speed were completely different from what he was used to. It forced him to focus, adapt, and think in a new way. She smiled quietly to herself. "You remind me a little of my sister," she said suddenly. "Kind, stubborn, always trying to carry others' pain." Tanjiro paused. "She died smiling," Shinobu added with a soft expression, "so that I could keep fighting with hatred in my heart, but that's changed. People like you and him," she whispered, glancing out the window toward the woods. After a few more hours, training ended. Later, near a mist-covered waterfall, Tanjiro found Jiyu Tomioka seated alone, gazing at the flowing water. "Jiyu-san," Tanjiro said. Jiyu didn't turn. "I won't train you." Tanjiro sat beside him silently. "Sabito should have lived," Jiyu muttered. "Not me, he was stronger, braver, and Makomo, she believed in him." The weight of regret hung heavy. Tanjiro placed a hand on the mossy stone between them. "They both believed in you, Jiyu-san, and I do too. You're not alone." A long pause. "You're too kind." "Maybe, but I've learned that even water can break mountains." Finally, Jiyu stood. He unsheathed his sword. "Don't expect me to go easy," he said. Tanjiro smiled. "I never do." And so, the two water-breathing swordsmen clashed beneath the falling mist, blades echoing across the stream. Chapter 132, Chapter 22, HASHIRA Training Arc PTV. Training under Sanmi Shinizugawa was nothing short of brutal. "Move faster or die faster," he barked, swinging his blade recklessly close to a group of terrified lower-rank slayers. Zenitsu screamed as he ducked for his life. Inosuke roared in excitement, but Tanjiro focused, enduring each blow. Sanmi glared at Genya, who trained at the far edge of the field. "Just still useless," he muttered. Tanjiro stepped forward, fists clenched. "Don't talk to your brother like that." Sanmi's eyes flared. "What did you say?" A heated clash erupted between them, swords sparking under the midday sun. Wind howled. Tanjiro refused to back down. The fight ended with both breathless. "You got guts, brat," Sanmi muttered, "but don't meddle in my business." Tanjiro turned away. It becomes everyone's business when it's about family. Later, Tanjiro arrived at a quiet temple deep in the mountains. There stood Jayomai Haimjima, calmly praying with his prayer beads in hand. "You've come," Jayomai said, eyes closed. "Please train me," Tanjiro bowed. Without a word, the hulking stone Hashira stood and began the training. It was intense, pushing Tanjiro's endurance and spirit to their limits, but Jayomai never raised his voice. His guidance came in quiet discipline. That night beside the temple fire, Jayomai spoke. "I was blind, but I saw more after I lost my sight. I protected orphans and lost them to a demon. They said I murdered them. Only one little girl told the truth." He paused, the beads clutched tight. "She died, but I carry her courage in my every breath." Tanjiro looked up at him with newfound reverence. "You're the strongest person I've met." "No, Tanjiro, I just carry the heaviest pain." Chapter 133, Chapter 23, Silent Voice. A gentle wind stirred the trees as Tanjiro walked deeper into the forest, guided by instinct. He found Saharu Urasawa resting beneath a weather-worn shrine, his conical hat tilted over his eyes, his sword resting beside him, untouched but alert, like a sleeping beast. Tanjiro stepped forward quietly. "Saharu-san." Saharu's eyes opened, scarlet and violet piercing but calm. "You again." "I just wanted to talk," Tanjiro said, sitting beside him. For a while there was only the sound of leaves rustling. Then Saharu spoke. "I used to believe strength would save everything. that if I just became stronger, no one I loved would die. He looked toward the shrine. But strength without purpose is just destruction. I learned that, too late. Tanjiro stayed silent, listening. She was my purpose, Suzune. I wasn't enough to save her. Tanjiro lowered his head. I'm sorry. Saharu shook his head. Don't be. Grief is a cruel teacher, but it teaches the hardest truths. He turned to Tanjiro. Listen carefully. Mercy doesn't make you weak. Rage doesn't make you strong. Power means nothing if your heart doesn't know why it draws the blade. Tanjiro's eyes widened. I understand. Saru smirked faintly. No, not yet, but you will in time. Chapter 134, Chapter 24, Confrontation. Night fell quietly over the Demon Slayer Corps. The air was too still. Inside the Yubayashiki estate, Kaguya sat peacefully with Amin and their 2 daughters by his side. The soft glow of the lanterns cast warm shadows across the room. And then he arrived. Mugen Kibutsuji. Walking with regal silence, eyes glowing like pools of hatred. Kaguya did not flinch. I see you've finally come. Musen's eyes narrowed. You knew. Kaguya smiled weakly. I've always known you would one day walk through my doors. Evil always returns to the place where it fears the light most. Musen approached, slow and calculating. Enough riddles. Where are the pillars? Where is Saharu? Kaguya coughed, his illness worsening. There are more than enough people to hunt you down. Hashiras, slayers, and one who walks beyond death itself. You're done, Musen asked coldly. Kaguya nodded. Thank you for coming. A moment of silence. Then boom. The entire estate exploded in a blinding blaze of fire and devastation. Trees split, glass shattered, the ground trembled. Every Hashira, every slayer nearby, rushed toward the source of the blast. Smoke filled the air, the estate was no more. And in the middle of the scorched earth, he stood untouched, Musen. Silent, calm, smiling. Chapter 135, Chapter 25, We Are One. From the charred rubble and smoke of the destroyed Yubayashiki estate, Tamyo emerged, her expression calm, but her eyes blazing with resolve. She leapt toward Musen, a strange syringe glowing in her hand. Before he could react, she pierced his skin with it. What have you done? Musen growled, slapping her aside, but the damage had been done. You'll see soon enough, Tamyo said, blood dripping from her mouth as she crashed into the rubble. A tremor shook the ground. Gyomai Heimjima landed beside Musen, chains whirling, flail crushing into the earth. The rock Hashira's voice echoed like a temple bell. You will fall tonight, demon. Musen snarled and struck, claws against stone. The battle began. As Gyomai fought alone, more shadows leapt in from all sides. Seinmi, Iguro, Mitsuri, Jiyu, Muakairo, Shinobu, Tanjiro. One by one, the corps arrived. Don't aim for the head, Gyomai roared. You must hold him off until sunrise, only then can he die. Chapter 136, Epilogue, The Beginning of the End. Steel clashed with claws, light met darkness, breathing styles filled the air in a symphony of war. Then a thunderclap from the sky. Saharu Urasawa descended, golden sword flashing in midair like a divine judgment. Musen's smirk widened. And then, twang! A haunting biwa chord echoed through reality itself. The ground beneath them split. Gravity twisted. The sky turned sideways. The Infinity Castle. Walls spun endlessly. Staircases led nowhere, gravity bent, and in the center, Musen stood like a god. Tanjiro roared, I'll kill you with my own hands. Musen turned, his expression a mask of cruel amusement. Let the massacre begin. I will tear each and every one of you limb from limb and bathe in the ruin of your core. End of Volume 5. Thank you for reading. Amusean has went all out, the final arc AWATS. The all-out war has begun. The final arc Infinity Castle begins in Demon Slayer Kimitsu no Yaiba. The Alternate Fate, Volume 6. By SAHIL MISHRA. Chapter 137, Prologue, THE All-Out War begins. As we step into Volume 6, the final volume of this Demon Slayer rewrite, we reach the climax of a long and emotional journey. Everything has led to this. the battles, the pain, the bonds formed, and the sacrifices made. The Infinity Castle will be the stage where destinies are fulfilled and legends are born. This volume will dive deep into the final war against Mugen Kibutsuji. Expect intense battles, heartbreaking moments, character culminations, and the legacy of heroes who stood against the darkness. To everyone who's followed this story, thank you. Let's give these characters the ending they deserve. End of the beginning, beginning of the end. Deep within the twisted halls of the Infinity Castle, the remaining upper moons gathered, Koko Chibio, Akaza, Dauma, and Nakaim. Their expressions were cold, unreadable, yet laced with a tension that even the endless corridors could not suppress. The topic of discussion, the final stages of Mugen's plan. 10,000 demons was only the beginning. Nakaim's fingers hovered over her biwa as the meeting dispersed, the castle shifting again in response to Mugen's silent will. As Koko Chibio turned and walked through the dark, eerie corridors back to his chamber, his thoughts wandered, like a flickering ember from a long-dead flame. Why can't anything be in peace? Even after centuries of strength, immortality, and the blade, that question lingered. A haunting thought in the mind of a man who once sought purpose, but now only walked in shadows. Chapter 138, Chapter 1, Final Hunt. The Infinity Castle pulsed and twisted like a living nightmare, corridors stretching and reshaping endlessly, as if responding to the dread in the air. All across its ever-shifting landscape, the Demon Slayer Corps had been scattered, flung into its maze with no way to regroup. Hashiras tore through stone hallways, swords drawn, senses sharp. The Kamaboko squad moved cautiously, calling out names, their eyes scanning every shadow for movement. Each team was on high alert, knowing full well the upper ranks awaited them somewhere in this demon-forged fortress. Amid the chaos, Saharu did not rush to confront an upper moon. Instead, he remained behind, guiding and protecting the younger, lower-ranked slayers who trembled under the weight of fear and uncertainty. His blade remained calm, but his presence radiated force. "If you survive this night," Saharu said to one trembling slayer, "you'll never fear anything again." He looked ahead into the castle's abyss, knowing this was just the calm before the true storm. Chapter 139, Chapter 2, Frozen Vengeance. Shinobu Kacho treaded lightly through a frost-laced corridor, her breath visible in the unnaturally cold air. Her sandals crunched against the brittle ice forming on the floor, and each step took her deeper into a familiar nightmare. At the heart of the chamber, seated on a throne sculpted from icicles and death, was Dauma, Upper Moon 2. He smiled with wicked delight, clapping gently as if greeting a dear friend. My, what a surprise, Shinobu Kacho, the little butterfly who still flutters after all this time," he chimed. "You're prettier than ever, but I must say I preferred your sister's final expression. So serene." "Correct." Before he could finish, Shinobu was already upon him, her smile gone, replaced by unyielding fury. Her blade slashed through the frost-filled air like lightning as she activated her insect-breathing forms with deadly precision. But Dauma's strength hadn't dulled in the slightest. In fact, he seemed faster, colder. Ice lotuses bloomed violently around him as he danced through her attacks, mocking and smiling all the while. "You sting, Shinobu, but not nearly enough." The tide began to turn. Dauma's overwhelming presence pressed down like a glacier, and Shinobu, despite her agility, was caught. His icy grip wrapped around her, and he began to absorb her into his flesh. Her vision dimmed until she heard it. Kanni's voice. Gentle, encouraging, unyielding. "Shinobu, you are not alone." Her eyes widened as her body lit with the golden hue of a spirit bond awakening. Her heart surged with power, not of brute strength, but of purpose, of love, of vengeance. But even with that newfound strength, Dauma's grip remained unrelenting. The battle was far from over. Chapter 140, Chapter 3, Blood on Ice. Just as Dauma began to pull Shinobu's life into his own, her vision dimming, another presence appeared in the chamber. Kanno Tsuyuri stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with horror, hands trembling around the hilt of her sword. "Shinobu," she whispered. Dauma chuckled, icy mist dancing from his mouth. "Oh, another one? You've come to die too," he mocked, raising his free hand as his blood demon art began to manifest. Blades of crystal ice spiraled around him, aiming directly for Kano. But she didn't move. She knew rushing forward now would only get her killed. She was fast, but not fast enough to save Shinobu on her own. She grit her teeth, desperately searching for an opening, but none came. Dauma laughed again. Such loyalty, such futility. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the chamber as the terrace wall shattered into pieces. Ice and debris flew in every direction as a wild figure leapt through the mist. Inosuke Hashira. Get your filthy hands off her, he roared, twisting midair and slicing across Dauma's chest with beast-breathing, fifth fang, crazy cutting. Shinobu collapsed into Inosuke's arms, barely conscious. Inosuke set her down and stepped in front of Kano. Now it was Inosuke and Kano, side by side, blades drawn, breathing heavily, ready to face Upper Moon too. Dauma staggered, blood dripping down his chest, still smiling, still amused. He looked at Inosuke closely, then recognition dawned. Ah, you, the boar-headed brat. He narrowed his eyes, voice thick with twisted nostalgia. I remember now. Your mother, what was her name? Kadoha, yes. She was delicious. A chill swept the room. Inosuke froze. The words echoed in his mind. Your mother, delicious. Then a voice. Inosuke, my precious boy. A spirit bond had awakened. Kadoha's gentle voice called to him across the void. Inosuke's fists clenched. His whole body trembled, not with fear but fury. If hell doesn't exist, he bellowed, his voice booming, then I'll make one just for you. His movements were savage but sharp. Inosuke and Kano launched themselves at Dauma in unison. Inosuke with primal, explosive attacks, and Kano with surgical precision. Dauma's mask of amusement began to crack. He was being overwhelmed. Inosuke's mask was shattered mid-battle, revealing his furious, determined eyes. But he kept fighting, undeterred. Finally, Kano called out, now, Shinobu. Shinobu, bloodied and weakened, rose with her final ounce of strength. Her eyes burned with purpose. She leapt into the air, her katana glinting violet. Insect breathing, final form, dance of the centipede, 100-legged zigzag. Her blade struck true. Diomaeus neck was severed. Time stood still. Dauma staggered, eyes wide. The ice around the room began to melt. And then, a memory. A little boy, alone in a gilded temple. Voices chanting praises at him, calling him a god. No warmth, no joy, just empty words. Even in death, he felt nothing. Is this what it means to be loved? Dauma collapsed into a swirl of blood and snowflakes. And the room fell silent. Chapter 141, Chapter 4, The Master of Thunder. Elsewhere in the Infinity Castle. The winding halls echoed with a sharp crackle. Not of lightning, but of footsteps. Zenitsu Agatsuma, once a quivering coward, now ran through the shifting shadows with eyes blazing gold and heart resolute. There was no more hesitation in his breath, no more fear in his bones. And then, he found him. A familiar figure, cloaked in the garments of a demon, standing beneath flickering lightning veins in the ceiling. Kaigaku. Zenitsu's former senior, once a student of the same master, Jigoro Kiwajima, now a traitor, an Upper Moon. Kaigaku smirked, folding his arms arrogantly. Still alive, Zenitsu, how pathetic you always were, clumsy, weak, crying all the time. Zenitsu didn't speak, his fingers quietly coiled around the hilt of his blade. Kaigaku stepped forward, his tone darkening. You only ever mastered one form of thunder breathing. One, you're not even worthy of the style, and yet he chose you. Gramps chose you, what a joke. He spat on the ground. Zenitsu's gaze darkened. His hands trembled not from fear, but from rage. Who told you, Zenitsu said softly, voice cracking with fury, that I could only use one form? Kaigaku blinked, confused. Suddenly, cracked. Zenitsu vanished. He reappeared behind Kaigaku in a flash of gold. His first form, Thunderclap and Flash, sixfold, already roaring through the air. Kaigaku barely blocked in time, staggering back. Then another. Second form, Rice Spirit. Third form, Thunder Swarm. Fourth form, distant thunder. Fifth form, heat lightning. Sixth form, rumble and flash. Kaigaku was thrown into a defensive dance, sparks exploding across the battlefield. He had underestimated him. Zenitsu wasn't just fast. He was fury incarnate. Suddenly, time seemed to slow. As the dust swirled, Zenitsu's eyes flashed, and a voice came to him. Zenitsu, I always believed in you. You can surpass even the limits of the heavens. Finish this, my boy. Jigoro Kyojima. His beloved Gramps, the man who raised him, trained him, believed in him when no one else did. Zenitsu's blade radiated brilliant gold. His hair fluttered in divine wind. Kaigaku backed away, panic rising in his throat. Wait, what is that form? Zenitsu raised his sword. Lightning crackled along the steel like a storm condensed into steel. He whispered, Seventh form, Hanakazuchi no Kami. A thunder dragon, divine and wrathful, formed from lightning behind him, coiling around his body. And then he disappeared. One single slash. One blinding strike. Kaigaku's head fell. His final expression wasn't anger. It was shock. Heth, so you really weren't weak. Zenitsu stood over him, breathing heavy, sparks still flickering around his feet. A tear rolled down his cheek. Rest now, Gramps, I did it. Chapter 142, Chapter 5, Flame Within Water. Amid the endless shifting corridors of the Infinity Castle, two lone figures stood still. Tanjiro Kamado and Jiyu Tomioka, walking silently through the maze-like halls, their eyes scanning every crevice. The tension was thick. Tanjiro's mind wandered only briefly. Zenitsu and Shinobu, where are they now? Then, boom! The ceiling cracked open in a sudden explosion. A massive shockwave knocked dust and debris into the air. The swirling shadows birthed a familiar figure cloaked in malicious power. Asakusa. Upper Moon 3. The demon who had killed Kyojuro Rengoku. Tanjiro's jaw clenched. His knuckles turned white around the hilt of his sword. His breathing slowed, like a volcano building pressure before eruption. Asakusa stepped forward with a calm smirk. So the little brat of the boy I tore apart on the train still lives. You know, Rengoku was foolish for not becoming a demon. Tanjiro's breath caught. You lie. Asakusa tilted his head toward Jiyu. And you, the quiet one, still dragging your guilt like chains, you should have become a demon, Tomioka. That sadness suits eternity. Jiyu didn't flinch. His sword hand trembled, not in fear, but in pure, rising fury. For the first time since the day, he had shielded Nezuko from Seinmi and Aguro 2 years ago. Jiyu's emotion erupted. The air twisted. And then, Jiyu, you don't need to run anymore. Sabito's voice. It rang like a bell through his heart. The memory of that stubborn, smiling boy who had always gone ahead, who died believing in justice and strength. Jiyu's eyes sharpened. He unsheathed his blade and vanished in a breath. Water breathing, ninth form splashing water flow, turbulent. He clashed against Asakusa, blade meeting fists in an explosive shockwave. Asakusa grinned wide. Good, finally someone worth it. Tanjiro joined in. Hinokami Kagura, flame dance. A searing arc of heat carved through the air, forcing Asakusa back a step, but only a step. The demon barely flinched, still smiling. 2-on-1, I like those odds. He countered. Destructive death, compass needle. Blasts of energy surged around him. The shifting battlefield pulsed with violent, raw force. Tanjiro and Jiyu moved in tandem, blade and form, fire and water, but Asakusa's martial prowess tore through them like a storm. Every punch was a cannon blast, every dodge a flicker of cruelty. Asakusa was grinning ear to ear. You're strong, but not strong enough. Tanjiro was bruised, bleeding, his body aching, but he stood again. We're not done. Asakusa's smile only widened. Good, because I'm just getting started. Chapter 143, Chapter 6, Set Your Heart Ablaze. Asakusa's storm had not slowed. His fists rained down like meteorites, a flurry of destructive death that cracked stone and air alike. Every movement was beautiful in its brutality, almost like a dance of war. Jiyu lunged from the side, blade flashing. Water breathing, fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. A precise executioner's strike. Akaza twisted, avoiding it with monstrous ease. His palm struck Jiyu's side with enough force to cave and rock. The Hashira crashed into a wall, coughing blood. Tanjiro staggered forward, sweat and blood dripping from his chin. "Why can't I match him?" he screamed inside. Then, a flame, a voice, a bond. Tanjiro. Rengoku Kyojiro. In that moment, the warmth of the flame Hashira filled Tanjiro's soul. He saw the train, he saw the smile, the final moments. You have a fire that will never die. Let it burn. Let it shine, for the weak, for the lost. Tanjiro stood tall, his eyes burning with a blaze not of rage, but of purpose. He rushed at Akaza, clashing again and again in relentless rhythm. But Akaza was still faster, still stronger. Destructive death, leg type, crown splitter. Tanjiro's shoulder was nearly shattered, his breathing became jagged. Then clarity. He remembered. The compass needle, Akaza's trump card, it responded to fighting spirit. The stronger the will, the stronger the target. So what if there was no will? No spirit, no intent. Tanjiro exhaled, clearing his heart. He silenced every emotion, he silenced the flame. His body relaxed. His steps became soft, like a dead leaf falling silently on water. And he moved. For the first time, Akaza was too slow. "What?" the demon growled, his compass needle faltered, his senses slipped. Tanjiro vanished, only to reappear above Akaza, blade already drawn in a burning arc. Flame breathing, final form, Arianjokeiyu. The world ignited in a line of golden fire. Tanjiro roared as the blade burned straight through Akaza's neck. Slice. Akaza's head flew, spinning into the air. A silence followed, a stillness like death. They had done it. They had won. But Akaza's body still stood. It trembled, then moved. The neck headless clenched a fist. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Akaza's voice echoed from the air. "I won't die, not yet." Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiyu pulled himself up, injured but breathing. They weren't done yet. Not even close. Chapter 144. Chapter 7, Hkuji and Koyuki. The air around Akaza cracked. His headless body moved with a hatred forged in centuries of violence. A beast that refused to die. A wrath that would not yield. Even without a head, he fought. Tanjiro and Jiyu watched, blades ready, hearts pounding. How was he still moving? Then, a flicker, a whisper in the endless dark. "Hakuji." The voice soft as snow. It slipped past the rage, past the blood, past the demon. It was her. A woman, seated beneath the stars of his memory. Pale, fragile, smiling. "Koyuki." Akaza stopped mid-attack, his body shook. The spirit bond had awakened. Why now? He gasped inwardly, memories burning to the surface. He saw it. The pale inn. The bowls of porridge. The music and the distance. The warmth of her fingers on his hand. A time before the demon. Before death. Before Mugen. Koyuki stood in front of him, glowing gently in the black. Tears shimmered in her eyes. "You've fought enough, Hakuji. Let's walk home, please, just one more step, with me." His fists clenched, his muscles trembled. He could destroy the world, he could kill thousands. But he could not ignore her voice. Akaza's body turned toward Tanjiro. Then paused. And slowly, he raised his own arm. Tanjiro and Jiyu's eyes widened in horror. Akaza formed a spear of blood and drove it straight through his own chest. A thundering crack, a violent burst of cursed energy. His body collapsed. Steam poured from his wounds, the demonic tattoos faded. Akaza, Hakuji, was finally free. The chamber was silent. Only the sound of slow, rising breath. Jiyu looked at Tanjiro. He ended himself. Tanjiro said nothing. He had nothing to say. Akaza no Hakuji was gone. But in the softest folds of the afterlife. Beneath the warmth of cherry blossoms in spring. Hakuji stood again. Not as a demon. Not as a warrior. Just a man. And Kyuki, smiling, walked beside him. Hand in hand. They were going home. Chapter 145, Chapter 8, Mist vs. Moon. Muakiro Takedo darted through the shifting halls of the Infinity Castle, his blade gleaming like silver fog. The walls bent around him, distorted by Nakheim's sinister music, but he kept moving. Every sense was alert. Then, a silence. A pull in the air like gravity itself had twisted. A figure stood before him. Tall. Armored. 6 glowing eyes. Black blade humming like it breathed. Koko Chibio. The first moon. Muakiro's breath caught in his throat. He had seen him before, from afar. But this was different. This was death incarnate. Without a word, Koko Chibio raised his blade. And their duel began. Mist and moonlight collided in a storm of elegance and brutality. Muakiro unleashed every form of mist breathing he had mastered. But Koko Chibio danced between them with godlike precision. His blade bent reality, creating crescent shockwaves that shattered stone. Muakiro panted, injured but standing. You fight well, Koko Chibio said, voice cold. Where is the other one, Saharu? Muakiro's eyes narrowed. He's with the others, protecting the weaker ones like a real human. A pause. Then Koko Chibio's voice deepened, the ancient bitterness in him surging. How noble, how wasteful. He raised his sword to finish it. Bang! A gunshot tore through the tension. The bullet grazed Koko Chibio's arm, shocking even him. He turned. Genya Shinazugawa stood there, breathing heavily, shotgun in hand. Back off, freak, he growled. You're not laying a finger on him. Muakiro blinked in surprise. Genya. Koko Chibio raised a brow, inspecting the strange demon-human hybrid. Accursed child, he murmured, eating demons to gain strength, foul. Genya gritted his teeth. Spare me your sermons. The air vibrated. And then it was 2 against 1. Muakiro and Genya charged together. Mist spiraled around moonlight. Gunfire echoed between blades. The next battle had begun. Chapter 146, Chapter 9, Wind's Wrath. Blood splattered the shifting floors of the Infinity Castle as blades clashed with thundering force. Muakiro and Genya fought with every ounce of will they had, their bodies bruised, their spirits stretched to the edge. Koko Chibio was a storm. He moved like windless shadow, sword carving air into death. His moon-breathing, fourth form moon-drifting illusion created spiraling arcs of light that tore the battlefield apart. Muakiro met it head-on with mist-breathing. Seventh form obscuring clouds, vanishing into vapor, striking from unseen angles. But Koko Chibio adapted, every time. Genya pulled the trigger of his shotgun, reloaded and charged, teeth clenched. He took a slash to the shoulder and stumbled. Koko Chibio raised his blade to end him. And then, a shriek of wind, a roar. Back off from my brother. A howling gale exploded from the corridor behind. Sanmi Shinazugawa crashed through a broken wall, eyes wild, a crooked grin on his face. His scars burned in the moonlight. Koko Chibio turned. And for a brief moment, his many eyes widened. You. Sanmi's blade flashed. Wind breathing, fifth form cold mountain wind. A spiraling blast ripped through the air, forcing Koko Chibio to retreat half a step. Then, wind breathing, seventh form gale sudden gusts. The very floor of the Infinity Castle tore beneath them, walls collapsing as gusts turned the air to blades. Koko Chibio parried, but for the first time, he was forced to dig in. The winds howled. The moonlight pulsed. 2 storms clashed. Muakiro dropped beside Genya, helping him stand. You all right? He asked. Genya grinned through blood. Yeah, that loud idiot came at the perfect time. As Koko Chibio met Sanmi's unrelenting barrage, the 3 slayers prepared. Wind, mist, flesh and steel. The battle for legacy, vengeance, and blood had begun again. And this time, the Shinazugawa brothers fought together. Chapter 147, Chapter 10, Eyes of Fate. The chaos within the Infinity Castle thickened as steel met steel, rage met silence, and legacy met defiance. Seinmi's voice roared across the broken battlefield, his movements a blur. Wind breathing, third form clean storm wind tree. A violent storm of slashes spiraled toward Koko Chibio. Muakairo followed. Mist breathing, sixth form lunar mirage. He vanished, then reappeared from the mist behind Koko Chibio with a deadly jab. Genya, breathing heavily, reloaded and fired his blood-enhanced rounds with deadly precision. But Koko Chibio didn't flinch. His voice was calm, absolute. You are nothing like him, not even close. Moon breathing, 10th form pale moon, endless night. The air ruptured. A torrent of lunar arcs shredded the space before them. Seinmi was thrown into a wall. Muakairo skidded across the floor. Genya coughed blood. The monster stood tall, unmoving, unbothered, unshaken. As he stepped forward, Koko Chibio raised his massive katana, the many eyes along its length pulsating. He whispered like a god among corpses. This is the end. Crash. His blade met metal. And then, snap. His sword shattered. The impact came from above. Jiomai Haimjima, towering, thunderous, sacred in rage, descended like a divine punishment. Chains swung. Stone breathing, fifth form arcs of justice. His flail, blinding in speed, clashed with Koko Chibio's broken weapon, shattering the momentum of the demon's strike. Seinmi wiped blood from his chin and stood beside him. About time you showed up, monk. Jiomai's face was stone. I heard your voice in the wind. Muakairo and Genya rose again, bruised but burning. And then, together, Jiomai unleashed another flail strike. Seinmi roared with his third form again. Muakairo struck with mist breathing, third form scattering mist splash. Genya screamed and fired. Koko Chibio staggered. But then he changed. His body convulsed. His voice thundered. I will not die here. Dark veins burst along his skin. His katana reformed, twisted, longer, jagged with 100 new arcs and curved blades. The eyes along its length multiplied and glowed. His demon blood surged, centuries of rage and desperation flooding into form. Let me show you the depth of my resolve, Koko Chibio bellowed. The castle shook. The final battle of moons and pillars had begun. Chapter 148, Chapter 11, I Forgive You. The chamber cracked from the fury of a beast untamed. Koko Chibio, in full wrath, unleashed a monstrous wave of moon breathing. Moon breathing, 13th form, eternal devastation. A spiraling cyclone of crescents, sharper than any blade forged, launched from every swing. The ground trembled, and all four, Jiomai, Seinmi, Muakairo, and Genya, were knocked back by the sheer force. Smoke rose, blood dripped, silence lingered. Koko Chibio stood tall, surrounded by devastation, his blade a grotesque monument of eyes and arcs, his body now unrecognizable, barely human. And then a flicker. A shard of a mirror, cracked and glimmering, floated across the battlefield, perhaps fallen from the broken walls, perhaps fate's intervention. Koko Chibio caught his reflection. He froze. What was this? This creature, this twisted husk of ambition. These eyes, these hands, was this the strength he longed for? His breathing slowed. And then a voice. Brother. Time paused. The room around him faded, and there in the light of memory stood Yoriichi Tsujikuni, not in anger but in warmth, in calm. Koko Chibio's eyes widened. I don't deserve this. I abandoned everything. I envied you. I hated you. Yoriichi smiled gently. I never hated you. I mourned you. Tears welled in Koko Chibio's many eyes. I killed hundreds. I betrayed humanity. You should hate me. Yoriichi stepped forward. I loved you, Michikatsu, and I forgive you. The monster trembled. His body began to disintegrate. Ash replaced the flesh. The blade cracked. His voice quivered as he turned back to the four slayers watching, too stunned to move. You've grown strong, stronger than I ever was. He fell to one knee, the monstrous facade melted. To the one who stands with the shadows, Saharu, tell him I remember everything. Tell him. A pause, a smile. Thank you. With that, Koko Chibio, once Michikatsu Tsujikuni, vanished into peaceful ash, the moonlight in his blade fading at last. Elsewhere in the Infinity Castle, a Kasugai crow fluttered down toward a calm shrine under shattered ceilings. Saharu Urasawa, the upper moon one, is no more. Saharu's eyes opened. He closed them again, slowly, respectfully. Rest well, old warrior. The wind blew gently. The battle for tomorrow roared on. Chapter 149, Chapter 12, Single Sword Against Hell. The lower floors of the Infinity Castle trembled. Walls twisted and shifted, forming endless corridors, each crawling with countless demons, monstrous forms emerging from the shadows, shrieking with bloodlust. The lower-ranked demon slayers, overwhelmed, formed tight circles with trembling hands. "Hold the line," shouted Murata, swinging his blade desperately. Sweat poured from his brow, but he stood his ground with whatever courage he could muster. Cries erupted, another slayer fell, then another. Then, a gust of wind. A blade flashed. In the blink of an eye, 3 demons dropped, cleanly severed, their bodies turning to ash. Standing at the center, Saharu Urasawa. His black cape billowed in the darkness. His golden-eyed stare burned with fury. "Step back," he said, voice quiet, dangerous. The slayers looked up awestruck. One whispered, "It's him." Dozens of demons charged at once. Saharu stood still, then moved like a storm. Facade breathing, fourth form, red spider lily dance. Crimson arcs tore through the air, his blade sang with death. Every slash was deliberate, every motion perfect. He weaved between attacks like a phantom, not a single claw touching him. Murata tried to follow his movement, but couldn't. In seconds, entire squads of demons were cut down. But they kept coming. Dozens became hundreds. A horde. From the shadowed walls and ceiling, more demons poured in, ravenous and howling. Saharu's expression twisted, not with fear but with pain. He growled, "How many more?" His grip tightened on the hilt of his blade. "These slayers, they're just children to you, aren't they?" Demons screeched. "Fine," he whispered. The wind died. The castle fell silent for a breath. Facade breathing, 10th form, berserk wrath. A violent aura erupted from Saharu, shattering the ground beneath his feet. A vortex of red and violet spiraled around him as he dashed into the horde with unrelenting fury. Every strike became a storm. Every demon that approached, torn apart in an instant. The ground ran black with the blood of monsters. Murata stood frozen. He had never seen such hatred, such sorrow, such power. As the dust settled, Saharu stood among a field of ash and silence. He panted slightly, blade still glowing. "If hell keeps opening its gates, I'll shut them with this sword." His eyes lifted. More demons came, and Saharu moved again. Alone against all of hell. Chapter 150, Chapter 13, Voice of a Broken Heart. Saharu stood in a sea of black blood and ash. The Infinity Castle groaned as it twisted again, walls stretching, more gates opening. From every crevice, every shadow, more demons poured like a cursed flood. Their eyes glowed red with hatred. Their teeth gnashed in anticipation. And at the center of it all, Saharu, shoulders heaving. His blade trembled. Not from fear, but from exhaustion. He had already felled hundreds, maybe more. His haori was torn, his skin bleeding in slashes. His breathing was heavy. He swung slower. His feet dragged. Still, he didn't stop. "Come," he muttered, wiping blood from his mouth. "I haven't fallen yet." A swarm of demons lunged. He cut them down. Another wave came. He parried, then struck. But the rhythm broke. His movements faltered. His knees buckled for a moment. Too many. Too endless. Is this it? Then, a voice. Soft, familiar. "You're not alone, Saharu." His eyes widened. The world froze. Time slowed. From the ashes around him, a spirit stepped forth. Suzune Azuri. Her flowing hair glowed gently. Her violet eyes glistened with tears and light. She smiled. "You promised me, remember?" she said, stepping close. "You said you'd protect those who couldn't protect themselves. You said you'd become their sword." Saharu's fingers clenched. He trembled, not from weakness anymore, but from emotion. "I miss you," he whispered. She reached out, placing her hand over his heart. "You never lost me, I've been with you all along, and now, finish what we began." Her image faded, but her warmth remained. Saharu opened his eyes. The fatigue burned away, the pain, nothing but embers. He roared, a primal cry that shook the halls. "I am the blade that death fears." He stepped forward. Facade breathing, 11th form, facade dragon rampage. A dragon of crimson and violet spiraled into the air above him, blazing like a comet across the ceiling. He dashed with it, slashing through hundreds of demons in a single charge. Each movement now carried Suzun's memory. Each blow, righteous fury. He tore through the monsters, as though they were shadows under the sun. The slayers around him stood, mouths agape. Murata dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer force of one man's will. Saharu leapt, landing with a quake that shattered the floor. He stood bathed in blood and ash, his breath calm once more. "Suzun," he said softly, "I'll finish this, for you." And with his blade in hand, he faced the next wave. Ready. Chapter 151, Chapter 14, Guardians. The moon hung still in the night sky, casting a pale glow over the rubble of the Yubayashiki estate. All that remained was ash, broken stone, and a garden of silence. But in the quiet, something stirred. A demon screeched. Then another. They emerged from the forest, twisted abominations, seeking to destroy the last remnants of the demon slayer core legacy. At the center of it all, Nezuko, peacefully asleep under a protective barrier of talismans and incense, placed with utmost care. Her breathing was calm, steady. She was still transforming, her body stabilizing under the sun's dormant curse. They came for her. But they didn't reach her. Shing. A demon's head spun through the air, then another. The ground cracked under a wild, thundering presence. Tenjin Yuzui landed from above, his twin swords dripping with black blood. "Sorry, ugly things," he grinned, gold eyes sharp, "but this is a no-entry zone." Behind him stood a young boy, Kirya Yubayashiki, eyes glowing with resolve, giving out commands via Kasugai crows to every pillar and squad within the Infinity Castle. His brow was furrowed, but his voice was calm. "Tenjin, don't let them near Nezuko." Obviously, Tenjin clicked his tongue, "I'm flashy, not reckless." More demons roared through the trees. But they weren't alone either. Shush clang. A blare of blue. Sakanji Urikodaki, the former water Hashira, appeared beside Tenjin with his fox mask on, blade unsheathed. "They won't touch her," Urikodaki said, calm and deadly. Another shadow emerged from the flames, gruff, stern, his expression fierce as ever. "Shinjiro Rengoku." "I never imagined I'd take up the blade again," he muttered, "but for the children of this core, I will burn the past." The three stood as guardians, old legends returned to the battlefield once more. A horde of demons lunged. Tenjin spun his blades with style, slicing through two at once. Urikodaki flowed like water, precise and silent. Shinjiro ignited his flame-breathing, the air around him shimmering with heat. Flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun. One wave incinerated half the wave. They stood back to back, a wall of strength guarding the sleeping girl and the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Let them come," Tenjin said with a grin. "They'll never pass." And from afar, Kirya watched silently, whispering a prayer for his fallen family. "We won't lose tonight." Chapter 152, Chapter 15, The BIWA. Inside the ever-shifting walls of the Infinity Castle, the air was heavy with tension. Doors slammed, floors twisted, ceilings stretched into impossible heights. Mitsuri Kenroji and Obanai Aguro dashed side by side, their swords glinting with deadly intent, their breathing sharp and synchronized. "This castle's messing with my rhythm," Mitsuri said, breathless but smiling. Obanai glanced her way briefly. "Focus, Mitsuri, we're not out of danger yet." Then, without warning, the walls shifted again. A sudden rumble echoed, and the pair fell through a collapsing floor, only to land in a vast circular chamber. Thousands of biwa strings echoed through the space. A single figure stood at the center, her fingers poised on a massive biwa. Natagumo, the controller, composer of the castle, manipulator of space. Her single glowing eye locked on them. I've grown tired of mice, Natagumo whispered, plucking a cord. The entire room warped. A hallway shot toward them from the left, spikes protruding. The floor fell open into a pit of void. Obanai slashed the ground, catching Mitsuri before she fell. She's using the castle itself, Mitsuri yelled, jumping to the side as a ceiling beam nearly crushed her. Obanai's blade flicked forward, serpent breathing, third form, slithering serpent strike. But Natagumo vanished, the walls shifting again. His strike sliced nothing but air. Mitsuri growled, tightening her grip. Love-breathing, fifth form, swaying blaze strikes. Her flexible blade spiraled, demolishing pillars and walls, but the castle repaired itself instantly. She's invincible in here, Obanai muttered, sweat sliding down his face. No, a voice echoed. From a far wall, a shimmer of light appeared. Then, a figure slowly faded into sight. Hashira. He placed his fingers on a paper charm on his forehead, blood demon art. Illusory sight override. I've hijacked her vision, he said. I can't hold it long, now's your only chance. Natagumo's eye flickered, suddenly her movements paused. The castle stuttered. Obanai didn't hesitate. Mitsuri, now. The two pillars soared into the air, like twin comets crashing toward a single point. Mitsuri's whip blade coiled around Natagumo's arm, pulling her tight. Obanai's katana gleamed silver in the shifting light, aimed for her neck. Their blades struck together. Thunk. Natagumo's head flew into the air, her biwa strings letting out one final dissonant scream. The castle trembled, its chaotic movement slowed. Obanai landed on his feet, sheathing his blade. Mitsuri collapsed beside him, panting hard. We did it, she whispered. Obanai didn't speak, he just looked at her, eyes hidden behind his bandages, heart thundering in his chest. Yushiro nodded from the shadows, already fading. One less demon, he said softly, one step closer to the end. Chapter 153, Chapter 16, Devil's Descendant. As Natagumo's head hit the ground, her glowing eye faded, and for the briefest moment. She remembered. She sat alone in a shadowy room, a simple biwa in her lap. No audience, no applause, just silent tears echoing in the strings. The memory of poverty, of loneliness. Of her life stolen, when Mugen had offered her power in exchange for obedience. No freedom. Only a song of death. The strings snapped. Her past ended. And so did she. Cracked. The infinity castle trembled violently. The walls pulsed erratically, no longer guided by Natagumo's power. Entire towers began to collapse in on themselves. Floors warped. Cracks tore through the space. From all directions, slayers screamed. Some were separated from their comrades. Others crushed in the chaos. Get out, the castle's collapsing, someone yelled. In the chaos, a light opened above. Boom, boom, boom. The walls cracked and then vanished. The entire structure imploded, and in a deafening blast of debris and cursed energy. Everyone was thrown back to the surface. The sky above was still dark, clouded by demonic energy, but the slayers found themselves lying amidst the shattered ruins of the Infinity Castle, now merged into the earth like a scar. Broken spires jutted from the ground, blood and stone mingled. A chilling silence followed. Then came the weeping. A few dozen young slayers had been crushed beneath the debris. Their comrades screamed, others prayed, some went numb. But there was no time to mourn. Thud. A wave of heat washed across the earth. Thud. The ground shook, something enormous approached. Thud. From the dust and ruin, a figure emerged, more monstrous than anything they had ever seen. His body towered over them, veins pulsed black across pale skin. Massive talons scraped the ground, his face twisted in a permanent smirk, half human, half nightmare. Final form, Mugen Kibitsuji. Hair wild, flesh armored, blood aura suffocating. He was no longer pretending to be human. He was the devil incarnate. Tanjiro slowly rose, Jiyu at his side. The two were the first to land safely, bruised but alive. Tanjiro's knuckles tightened around his blade. Jiyu's mouth formed a thin line, silent but ready. Musen chuckled, deep and cruel. I've waited centuries for this. You Nats thought you could destroy me in that little tower of mirrors. He looked around, at the bodies, the wounded, the weak. Pathetic. Tanjiro stepped forward, eyes burning. This ends today, Musen. We'll finish what our ancestors began. Jiu joined him, blade drawn. Musen simply smiled wider. Come then, he said, raising a clawed hand. Let the final massacre begin. Chapter 154, Chapter 17, Blades of Judgment. Musen's grotesque form loomed like a god of calamity, a beast stitched together by centuries of blood, rage, and malice. Every breath he exhaled warped the air around him. But Jiu Tomioka was unmoved. He stepped forward, the wind around him cold and sharp, his eyes emotionless. But his heart, for the first time in years, was burning. You killed them all. His voice, soft yet glacial, echoed across the battlefield. And you're still trying to pretend you're immortal. He didn't wait for Tanjiro. He didn't wait for a plan. Water-breathing, seventh form, piercing rain drop. Slash. Jiu vanished into the air, slicing straight toward Musen's chest. Tendrils shot from Musen's back, dozens of them, lashing in all directions. But Jiu moved like a phantom, evading, countering, slashing. Musen clicked his tongue, mildly amused. You think a single Hashira can oppose me? Cracked. Tendrils struck the earth like whips, launching Jiu back, only for him to rebound and strike again. Tanjiro stood frozen, just a moment, until something strange happened. He heard voices, but not of his allies. A vision. 5 figures stood before him, all of them bathed in the faint glow of fading humanity. Rui, eyes lowered. Kyogai, arms clasped around his drums. Daki and Jutaro, side by side, silent. And Akaza, looking directly into Tanjiro's soul. You've seen what we became, Akaza spoke, but once we were human, end him. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. He roared, joining Jiu. Hinokami Kagura, flame dance. He twirled, flames spiraling around him, pushing back Musen's lashings. But Musen lashed out. A fist the size of a boulder slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves that shattered the earth beneath them. Tanjiro and Jiu were flung back like ragdolls. Boom! A howling gust cut through the air. Move, scum! From the smoke, Sanmi Shinazugawa rocketed forward, his blade shrieking as he released. Wind-breathing, fifth form, cold mountain wind. Blades of air swirled, slicing through Musen's tendrils. And from above, Obanai Aguro descended like a viper, blade in hand. Serpent-breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. His strike carved along Musen's shoulder, black blood erupting in a hiss. The 4 slayers now stood united. Jiu, breathing heavy but unwavering. Tanjiro, emboldened by voices of the fallen. Sanmi, laughing with wild fury. Obanai, coiled like a deadly serpent. Musen snarled. They were no longer insects. They were the blades of judgment. Chapter 155, Chapter 18, United 8. Tendrils lashed, flesh tore, the earth cracked beneath their feet. Obanai, Sanmi, Tanjiro, and Jiu surged as one, 4 pillars of breath and fury against the dark god before them. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Wind-breathing, 6th form, black wind mountain mist. Serpent-breathing, 2nd form, venom fangs. Hinokami Kagura, flame waltz. Their blades danced in unison, storming toward Musen from all angles. But Musen's body twisted, bones and flesh bending unnaturally. With a sudden eruption of monstrous speed, he countered. His tendrils flared, slicing the air and blasting the slayers backward like paper in a storm. Boom! The dust hadn't even settled when a whip-like sword cracked through the wind. Love-breathing, 4th form, love pangs. Mitsuri Kenroji burst through the haze, her pink hair glowing under the fractured sky. Tears lined her eyes, but her voice was firm. You won't hurt anyone else. Musen turned, annoyed, only to be met with a thunderous blast. Bang! Genya stood firm, reloading with shaking hands, eyes red with rage. Try healing from this, he muttered, veins bulging. And just as Musen turned again, a sharp mist slashed across his neck. Mist-breathing 8th form, obscuring clouds. Muakairo Takedo stepped out of the fog, his eyes focused. No fear, no hesitation. I'll slice you apart piece by piece. Beast-breathing 3rd fang, fangs flash. A thunderous howl, and Inasu Kashibira erupted from above, both blades spinning wildly as he struck. Now they stood. 8 slayers, 8 warriors of the dawn. Jiu, calm like still water. Tanjiro, burning like the sun. Seinmi, a storm in human form. Obanai, swift and sharp. Mitsuri, a heart forged in fire. Genya, cursed yet unrelenting. Muakairo, silent precision. Inasu, chaos made flesh. Musen looked upon them, his face unreadable. They weren't children anymore. They weren't weak. They were the blades of final judgment. And this was war. Chapter 156, Chapter 19, 12 Blades of Sunrise. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. The 8 warriors bled, gasped, and fought, yet Musen Kibutsuji stood towering, monstrous, and smug. His regeneration kept pace with every wound, every broken piece of flesh and bone rebuilt before it hit the floor. Is this it? Musen sneered, voice like oil and fire. You cannot kill a god. He extended his arms. 12 black tendrils erupted from his back, splitting through the ground like spears, cracking the foundation beneath their feet. The slayers leapt, parried, dodged some barely. Tanjiro was nearly caught, until Jiu intercepted with a vertical slash. Mitsuri and Obanai worked in tandem, flowing like silk. Seinmi's ferocity tore through 2 tendrils, only for another to send him crashing back. Inasu shrieked and slashed, but was flung to the wall. Stay still, Musen roared. Slice. A tendril fell. Another. Breathing flower-style final form, equinoctial vermilion eye. Kano stood, calm and burning bright. Beside her, Shinobu appeared in a flash, blades coated in poison, smile as soft as silk. Ara Tilda, did you forget about us? She teased. Musen growled, genuinely annoyed now. He moved to crush them. Boom. A single sound, a crushing force. Stone-breathing 4th form, volcanic rock, rapid conquest. Jiomai Heimjima, larger than life, swung his spiked flail with holy fury, crashing into Musen's ribs and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. 11 versus 1. Musen screamed, releasing 12 tendrils, each faster than lightning. Each one aimed to kill. And yet, flash, slash. Every single tendril cut. Time froze, Musen's eyes widened. A yellow bolt zipped across the battlefield, too fast to follow. In his wake, the tendrils fell apart in clean, perfect slices. Thunder-breathing 7th form, Hanakazuchi no Kami. Zenitsu Agatsuma stood, his eyes calm, filled with lightning and death. His yellow hair flickered in the wind like fire. You talk too much, Zenitsu said coldly. Your time's up. Now they stood, shoulder to shoulder. The 12. Tanjiro the sun. Jiu the calm current. Seinmi the storm. Obanai the fang. Mitsuri the passion. Genya the survivor. Muakairo the mist. Inasu the beast. Shinobu the venom. Kano the flower. Jiomai the shield. Zenitsu the thunder. 12 blades. 12 hearts. 1 mission. End the Demon King. The final war had truly begun. Chapter 157, Chapter 20, Blade of Devastation. Musen roared, his demonic form swelling with rage and triumph. The battlefield lay in ruins, 12 warriors, once the last hope of humanity, now knelt, broken and bloodied. This is what you call hope, Musen spat, stepping forward. You cannot kill a curse with conviction. You are nothing but insects crawling toward death. His 12 tendrils rose like serpents, pulsing with deadly energy, each one aimed to pierce the hearts of the fallen. Die. The tendrils shot forward. The end had come. Or so it seemed. Cracked. From the rubble of the fallen Infinity Castle, a blinding light burst forth, not white, but golden. The debris exploded into the air like feathers on the wind. In a flash, slash, slash, slash. All 12 of Musen's tendrils were severed mid-flight, Cleanly, effortlessly. The air fell silent. Musen's eyes twitched. Footsteps calm, measured, certain. From the smoke and light emerged a figure in black and violet, a golden dragon pattern embroidered across his flowing haori. A black conical hat casting shadow over glowing scarlet and violet eyes. His presence was heavy. Too heavy to be ignored. He stepped forward. Seharu Ursawa. The fallen flame, the facade blade. The warrior who walked with wrath and sorrow. He stood between Musen and the 12. A barrier of flesh, spirit, and fire. "What are you finding so amusing?" Seharu said, his voice calm and cold, like steel in snow. Musen's grin twitched. You should be dead." "I've heard that before," Seharu interrupted. He slowly removed his hat. His eyes burned, not with anger but with something sharper. "Purpose." Behind him, the 12 slayers looked up, blinking through blood and dust. "Is that?" Tanjiro whispered. Zenitsu's lips parted. "Seharu." Jiyu clenched his fists, heart pounding with impossible hope. Musen stepped back. Not in fear, but in calculation. For the first time since the sun fell, he hesitated. Seharu raised his sword. The blade shimmered, not with steel, but with a fury older than demons and a will sharper than death. "Let's finish this." Chapter 158, Chapter 21, Eye of the Peacock. Musen's brows furrowed. "You should be dead. You were crushed beneath the castle. No one survives that." Seharu scoffed, blade resting on his shoulder. "Only demons die under rubble, idiot." He vanished, boom. Reappeared behind Musen, clang. Their swords clashed like thunder. Fist met blade, tendril met flame. Step for step, strike for strike, Seharu matched Musen blow for blow. Their fight was more than human, a storm in motion. The others could only watch, stunned. How is he doing this?" Mitsuri gasped, blood dripping down her lip. "He's fighting Musen like an equal," Seinmi muttered, hand trembling around his sword. Even Jiyu, cold and calm, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. But then Seharu faltered. A tremble, his knees gave slightly. He dropped to one knee, breathing heavy. "Not now," he whispered. The world began to fade. Everything turned white. He stood in a garden of endless flowers, bathed in moonlight. Cherry blossoms fell like snow. A figure waited there, sitting under the great wisteria tree. Suzyun. Her eyes were soft, her smile familiar. She didn't speak at first, neither did he. They sat in silence. The breeze danced through the garden. "You're tired again," she finally said, brushing a flower from his hair. "I failed again," Seharu replied quietly. "No, you haven't, you just needed to remember. You're not alone." She leaned forward, touched his chest where his heart beat like a war drum. "Take this," she whispered. "A gift from my mystic breathing, the final form, the one I never finished." A peacock feather shimmered in the wind. The peacock eye. Seharu gasped, back in the real world. He rose, eyes glowing violet gold. Musen raised a tendril to strike. Facade breathing, 12th form peacock eye. He vanished. Slash. 1,000 strikes in one blink. Musen's arm was shredded before he even reacted. The battlefield exploded in color. Gold, violet, and crimson streaks across the night. Suzyun's breath lived on. And the battle had only just begun. Chapter 159, Chapter 22, The Smile Fades. Seharu dashed forward again, blade whistling through the air, matching Musen blow for blow. But each movement grew heavier. His breathing labored, his stance shaky, blood dripped from a dozen cuts. "You're slowing down," Musen sneered, eyes glowing with malice. "You may shine bright, Seharu, but all lights burn out eventually." Then whip. Musen's 12 tendrils launched forth like spears of death, spinning and twisting through the air. Each aimed at Seharu's heart, lungs, throat, legs, death from every direction. Seharu's eyes widened, his blade too far behind, his body too drained. He whispered, "Suzyun." But boom. 12 radiant flashes, each a different color, collided with the tendrils midair. Clash/crack. Sparks flew, ground split, shockwaves rippled. Behind Saharu, the warriors had returned, his comrades, his family. Zenitsu lightning yellow, his blade humming. Jiu icy blue, expression cold and focused. Seinmi, violent green wind howling around him. Mitsuri pink fury, heart blazing. Obanai snake-like precision, his eyes locked on Mugen. Genya gun smoking, teeth gritted. Muakero, mist curling like fog on a battlefield. Inasuk, wild rage, mask cracked but spirit unbroken. Kano, calm breath, focused eyes. Shinobu, a deadly grin, dancing like a shadow. Jiomai, the mountain, unmoved and unshaken. And at their center, between them all, Tanjiro, the heart of the sun. Saharu, eyes wide. They stood behind him. Not as Hashira, not as slayers, not even as warriors. But as a family of light, refusing to let their brother fall alone. You're not alone, Saharu-san. Tanjiro's voice broke the silence. Saharu grinned, exhaustion forgotten. Then let's finish this together. Musen's smile faded for the first time. The final battle had truly begun. Chapter 160, Chapter 23, Geo Fourth Warriors. As the 12 warriors clashed with Musen amidst the ruins of the broken world, something began to stir. Not in the sky. Not in the earth. But in their hearts. The battle surged, blades ringing, blood flying, Musen roaring. But then warmth. Spirit bonds ignited. Inasuk, his wild strike slowing for a breath, saw a vision. Kadoha, smiling, her soft voice echoing, "You've grown so strong, my boy." He roared louder, blades tearing harder. Kano and Shinobu, side by side, were suddenly surrounded by fluttering wisteria petals. Kani appeared, her warm presence wrapping around them. Fight with your heart and with each other. Tears glistened, but their resolve sharpened. Tanjiro stood still for a heartbeat as flames enveloped him. There they were, Rengoku standing proud. His parents, his siblings, even Yorichia, the sun himself. Your kindness is your strength, Tanjiro. Now burn bright. Tanjiro roared, Hinokami Kagura blazed like the dawn. Zenitsu blinked through tears as Jigaro stood before him. Show him what my student can do. Electricity burst from his veins, thunder roaring. Jiomai felt soft hands in his own, his siblings smiling, innocent. You're still our big brother. His flail struck the ground like a god's hammer. Seinmi and Genya, surrounded in wind and gunfire, heard their parents' voices, twisted and flawed but human. You boys live better than we did. Seinmi screamed with all his soul. Genya cried and smiled, they were still family. Obanai, bloodied but unyielding, saw his best friend, the only one who ever understood him. Live the way you always wanted to. His blade curved like the snake he trusted. Mitsuri, bruised but still dancing, saw the faces of those who loved her, who reminded her she was more than enough. Shine Mitsuri. Her heart bloomed with every strike. Muakiro, pale and fading, was warmed by the embrace of his brother. Live for both of us, little cloud. Mist turned to steel. And Jiu, cold, silent, the pillar of sorrow, saw Sabito and Makomo standing proud. You've always deserved to be here, Jiu, so stand. And he did, blade gleaming like a frozen tear. Together they roared. 12 warriors. 12 souls united by love, grief, and memory. They tore through Musen, again and again, each blow filled with the strength of the past and the hope of the future. Musen stumbled. And for the first time, he felt fear. Chapter 161, Chapter 24, The 13 Blades of Justice. The air trembled with the sound of battle's climax. Saharu turned to Tanjiro, his eyes blazing scarlet and violet. Tanjiro, now. With a fierce nod, Tanjiro gritted his teeth. Right behind you. The two blurs of fire and fury charged forward, their feet pounding through the cracked earth of the ruined battlefield. Musen, sensing the inevitable, panicked. His body began to ripple and twist. He shouted, I'll divide, I'll vanish into them. But nothing happened. His body trembled. His cells locked in place. His eyes widened. Then a voice echoed like a whisper of vengeance. Tamyo. Oh, trying to run? Silly Musen, did you forget the drug I gave you, splitting won't help you, your end is cert. Mugen roared in fury, tendrils bursting from his back like writhing serpents. 12 massive, thrashing whips, black and red like blood-stained steel. But 11 lights met them head-on. Genya stood tall, firing a final barrage. Soul-forged shot, final barrage hollow demon's end. Chinobu, graceful as a dancer, darted through. Insect breathing, final form, wisteria death waltz. Obanai with eyes burning. Serpent breathing, final form, coiling serpent execution fang. Mitsuri, her whip blade lashing like a storm of affection. Love breathing, final form, blooming heart spiral. Sanmi, the wind screaming in fury. Wind breathing, final form, tempest purge slash. Muakairo, mist solid as steel. Mist breathing, final form, phantom twin heavens. Jiyu, the calm before the flood. Water breathing, final form, tidal eternity strike. Inasuk, laughing wildly. Beast breathing, final fang form, frenzied fangs of the wild god. Zenitsu, lightning incarnate. Thunder breathing, final form, heaven's thunderstorm flash. Jaiomai, his flail and axe shattering stone. Stone breathing, final form, earthquake of divine judgment. Kano, flower petals dancing around her. Flower breathing, final form, petal bloom requiem. They shattered Musen's tendrils, ripping through the darkness with the power of their loved ones, their pain, their hope. Seru stood tall, cloak billowing, hair catching the wind. He looked up at Musen's crumbling form and said, "Now you'll understand the weight of a human life." And then, the sky began to change. Dawn. The sun broke the horizon, golden rays piercing the world. Musen screamed, his flesh sizzling, black smoke rising from his skin. Tanjiro and Saharu ran toward him, blades drawn, the power of their ancestors, friends, and bonds behind them. Hinokami Kagura, final form, San Halo dragon dance. Facade breathing, final form, dragon of scarlet and violet illusions. 2 dragons, one golden flame, the other a swirling, majestic force of violet and crimson, spiraled around them, illuminating the sky. With a final roar, they slashed down, their blades crossing at Musen's neck. Slash! Musen Kibutsuji's head flew. His body burst into ash. His roar turned into silence. And the sun rose in full. They had won. All 13 demon slayers collapsed, breathless, bloodied, and broken, but alive. They looked at each other, tears welled, laughter choked through sobs. Saharu, blood staining his cloak, looked to the sky, breathing deep. He whispered with a soft, tired smile. "Suzyun, we won." And in the golden rays of dawn, peace finally returned to the world. Chapter 162, Chapter 25, Peace. The battlefield was quiet now. The sun bathed the broken land in warm golden light, washing away the blood and shadows of the long night. The heroes, bruised, scarred, but alive, sat upon the cracked earth, gazing at each other in disbelief, joy, and quiet relief. They had done it. Saharu, seated on a shattered stone, let the breeze wash over him. A tired smile spread across his face. For the first time in years, he felt peace. Zenitsu, trembling with laughter and tears, shouted, "We're alive, we're alive." Inasuk punched the air. "I knew it, I told you all. I was gonna gut that Musen freak." Kano, quietly giggling beside them, wiped her tears. A few feet away, Obanai and Mitsuri locked eyes. No words were needed. He reached for her hand, she clutched it tightly. Sanmi turned to Genya, blood still dripping from their wounds. They didn't speak, but exchanged a fist bump. The moment meant everything. Jaiomai, breathing slowly, wiped away quiet tears, his huge form trembling with emotion. Muakairo stood beside him, for once without the mist of confusion, just clarity and peace. "You did great, Master Jaiomai." "So did you, child." A little farther, Jiyu sat next to Chinobu, their swords laid beside them. She chuckled. "Still brooding even in victory, Jiyu." He gave the faintest smile. "Not today." Then all heads turned. Running footsteps, light, frantic. A voice called out, "Tianjiro." He turned, eyes wide. "Nezuko." She ran straight into his arms, crashing into him with tears streaming down her cheeks. He caught her, lifting her in a spin, laughing and crying. Her skin glowed under the sun. Human again. She was finally back. Everyone watched in silence, overcome with warmth. Zenitsu collapsed to his knees. She's human, she's human. Inosuke blinked. Does that mean she can eat boar now? Kano just smiled through her tears. The wind rustled gently. The battle was over. Mugen was gone. The demon slayers sat together under the rising sun, survivors of hell, witnesses to the end of an age. And in the sky above, for just a moment, it felt like the ones they had lost were smiling down at them. Peace had returned to the world. Chapter 163, Epilogue, World After Dawn. Epilogue, The World After Dawn. 10 years had passed. The sun shone a little brighter, the air was lighter, and the nightmares of demons had faded into the pages of history. Peace reigned. The Demon Slayer Corps was no more. Its mission completed, its warriors now living the lives they had fought so hard to protect. In a cozy house tucked into the countryside, Nezuko, now fully human and vibrant, laughed as Zenitsu ran around chasing their 2 energetic children. Not again, don't pull your sister's hair. Nezuko smiled, watching the chaos with love. Zenitsu, for all his nerves, had become a wonderful husband and father. Nearby, Inosuke and Ai tended to a small herb farm, sometimes arguing over wild boars chewing their plants, other times laughing as their child climbed trees barefoot. In the peaceful outskirts of the city, Tanjiro and Kano lived in a traditional home, filled with flowers and warmth. They often hosted the others, their door always open. Tanjiro still trained occasionally, but mostly he enjoyed the quiet, raising a daughter with Kano, passing on what he had learned. In the same neighborhood, Jiyu and Shinobu found peace in gardening and medicine. Jiyu, at long last, smiled more often, especially when he watched Shinobu teach their little girl about herbs and healing. Elsewhere, Obanai and Mitsuri, madly in love, ran a sweets shop, famous for its strawberry mochi. They were the heart of the town, always together, always laughing. In a large stone dojo, nestled in the mountains, Muakairo, Genya, Gyomai, and Seinmi trained the next generation in martial arts. They taught not to fight demons, but to build strength, discipline, and heart. No need for swords anymore, Gyomai often said, but there's always a need for strong spirits. Children from all over came to learn, drawn to the legends of the slayers who saved the world. But one man walked a quieter path. In a tranquil grove filled with blooming wisteria, Saharu Urasawa stood silently. He knelt before a beautiful gravestone. A name carved lovingly into the stone, Suzune Azuri. He placed a bouquet of scarlet and violet flowers, just like the colors of his eyes and her hair. "We did it," Saharu whispered, his voice soft with memory. "We won, together." A breeze passed through the trees. The petals stirred. Saharu smiled. He no longer wore a blade. Only a simple robe and peace in his heart. Above him, the sky shone clear. No clouds. No shadows. Just a future full of life. And so the story ends, not with battle but with peace. A world hard won. A world where even the most broken hearts found healing. And where love, courage, and bonds endured forever. The end of the alternate fate. Thank you so much for reading till the end. A rewrite by SAHIL MISHRA. At the end,